Assalamu alaikum Shabbat! I want you to be loud. I want you to be proud. It's time to be brave. Are you ready?
A man's vision, determination, inspired a generation. It gave a new dream for the youth of his homeland. It created a groundbreaking revolution in the sports. When a vision is strongest, nothing can stop its far-reaching impact. And the vision was 3 powerful letters: KHK. And today, his vision is far-reaching. The valor and pride of his homeland is far-reaching. Today, his vision is defining the future of a new generation. A generation of heroes and of gladiators. Today is the day of hope for the hopeless. The day KHK will inspire the souls to fight back, irrespective of what they are and who they are. Many will emerge as heroes. This will be a new era of true heroes and gladiators. When he stood in the front and led them, they called him the Prince of Gladiators and Heroes.
In 2016, a vision revolutionized mixed martial arts in the Middle East. It all started with the evolution of MMA in a small island in the Middle East. The magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain, a land of ancient glory and bravery, thriving under great leaders and visionaries. The country is now home to the largest MMA promotion in the region, Brave Combat Federation. And the kingdom became the first ever country outside of the United States that featured the IMF World Championships. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa and his true warrior spirit envisioned the growth of MMA in the region. He believed in the glory of the sport of mixed martial arts and facilitated the best MMA facility in the land. Along with brave President the Hawk, Mohammed Shahid, in the shortest span of time we grew stronger. We grew bigger. This is the story of the fastest growing MMA promotion in the world. This is the story of Brave Combat Federation.
gentlemen of Brave Nation, Assalamu alaikum! We are live from the historic Arad Fort in Combat Kingdom in the magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain. The fastest growing MMA organization in the world returns to action for a legendary night at Brave CF50 with an explosive fight card for the world to see. Tonight, we're making history. Brave Combat Federation 50 is live right now. First off, we'd like to send our best regards to His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa. We're all grateful for the incredible things you've done, changing the landscape of mixed martial arts worldwide and making the Kingdom of Bahrain the epicenter for combat sports. His Highness, you're a true life changer and dream maker, and we're blessed and honored to carry out your vision. Also, I'd like to send a shout out to Brave CF President, the Hawk, Mohammed Shahid, the leader of Brave Combat Federation, and the man that turns His Highness Sheikh Khalid's vision into reality. Brave Nation, before we begin, I have one question for you and one question only. For all those watching in the magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain and the millions watching around the world, Brave Nation, are you ready for war? Our gold sponsor, Sibarco Car, our partners, Green Hill, the Bahrain Olympic Committee, the Bahrain Mixed Martial Arts Federation, our hospitality partners, Nordic Palace and Spa, and our beverage partners, Arwa. A special thanks to B1, our hygiene partners, for making sure everyone is safe in and outside of the cage. Also, a special shout out to Toyota Bahrain, our official automotive partner, for their support of Combat Kingdom. Let's move on with our historic show as we have our first fight on tap.
This bout is sponsored by Brave Energy Drink. Only the best to power your best effort. Fortune favors the brave. Abdulmanap Magomedov is eager to get back to action and earn his first Brave CF win, as he takes on Glenn McVeigh, who's also looking for his maiden promotional victory. Coming up next, Abdulmanap Prince Goro Magomedov faces Glenn McVeigh in a featherweight bout.
Here we go, Brave Nation. This bout is 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of no wins and 2 losses. He stands 180 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 66.2 kilograms. Representing Fight Academy Ireland and fighting out of Belfast, Ireland, please welcome Glenn Big Buck McVeigh. And his opponent. Fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 1 win and 1 loss. He stands 175 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 65.8 kilograms. Representing KHK Team Bahrain and fighting out of the magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain. Give it up for Abdulmanap Prince Goro Magomedov. Your referee is Raven Lightsaber.
Big thanks to B1, our hygiene partner.
There you see the tail of the tape. Elder by 5 years is Abdulmanap Magomedov. A little bit taller is Glenn McVeigh. This fight being contested at featherweight. Glenn McVeigh taking this step up. Ready to go, touch of gloves. 1-1 versus 0-2. Here we go. Opening bout of Brave Combat Federation 50, live in Combat Kingdom. Big swing from Glenn McVeigh, opening up aggressive. Chopping leg kicks being thrown in by Goro. You can see a little bit more emphasis now Glenn McVeigh in previous fights took a little bit of time to feel his opponents out. Now he's very much taking the fight to Goro, but he needs to be wary of those two arms that come at you like four.
Prince Goro stalking, but stalking very intelligently. Watch that head. It's going to slip side to side to side, so the opponent does not know where he's going to be next.
He's forcing Glenn McVeigh to skirt the outside of the cage, perhaps trying to set him up for the takedown, use the strikes to initiate the clinch and that inevitable takedown. Again, Glenn must see something in the armor, a chink in the armor perhaps, if he keeps throwing that big looping overhand.
Phil, I believe he's trying to set up that left hand. I think the left hook is what he wants to land. He may try and pivot out and try and catch his opponent with it, but it's a lot easier said than done.
Already a much more, there's that beautiful lead hook from Glenn McVeigh, as you alluded to, Carrick, but already a much more measured approach from the young Irishman. Trying to needs to be wary of dipping to that side too often, or he will be met with a knee or a lead head kick.
Prince Goro thus far is simply trying to strike. He's not trying to set up those takedowns yet, but when he does, it could come out of nowhere.
Glenn needs to treat this fight like the Tour de France and stay on his bike. Again, he's reddened up the eye a little bit there of Goro. That lead hook so far has been money for the young man. Nice inside leg kick, and already in the space of a week, a much more mature, measured performance from young Glenn McVeigh. Looking very calm inside the Brave Arena.
Glenn's a little bit too close to that cage. If his opponent level changes and gets in on the hips, he may not be able to sprawl.
The cleaner shots are being landed by Glenn McVeigh here. A lot of reddening up in the eye of Goro. Again, trying to come over the top. Stinging jab twice by McVeigh.
Some point fairly soon, Prince Goro may decide it's time to close and try and take it down to the mat.
That lead hand is money for young Glenn McVeigh. But Goro just looks like he's trying to set up that one big shot, and by that I mean the takedown. Nice sweep there from Goro. That's the takedown that we thought would be inevitable. Trying to pass the guard here of Glenn. He does have that one butterfly in. Let's just see how offensive Goro can be from this top position, Carrick.
Brave Nation, Prince Goro has a couple of different strategies here. He can try and improve his position by passing that guard all the way, or he can try and stay within the guard, try and ground and pound. He may even look for a submission, which is what he may be setting up right here.
Needs to be wary of Goro trying to set up that head-on triangle. If he just skirts over, you can see he's got the arm underneath. Glenn McVeigh wise to it, intelligently trying to dig underneath and free him against the jaw of Goro. May try and use that hip bump. Oh, that little bump sweep. Goro looked to be setting up an elbow there, looked to be firming off the face of McVeigh.
McVeigh down, but by no means out. Trying to throw some shots from bottom. Very slick shot. In this position, the top player would often hit the back of the head. Prince Goro has actually looped that hand around, hit the far ear, and of course, as we just saw, drop that elbow straight down.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's not a third commentator in the booth yet. That is just the instruction coming from Paul Hughes in the corner of Glenn McVeigh. Glenn doing a good job here, trying to scramble. But Goro again, the natural featherweight as opposed to Glenn McVeigh, the natural bantamweight, just imposing and distributing his body weight well here. Glenn does well to close the guard, reclaim it, and landing elbows, trying to get his back to the cage and trying to work up from here. Is he going to post and get up from here?
Philosophy in mixed martial arts, Phil, of course, has changed. It used to be you would try and keep your opponent against the chain, up against that fence to shut down his submission attempts. But now people are using that cage to walk back up, and that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to walk right up that cage and get back to where he was winning, which was when they were standing on the feet.
McVeigh does a fantastic job here to get to that hip. Goro doing everything he can to suppress the movement, but again, Glenn McVeigh with the underhook. Has a couple of seconds here with which to work. There's the 10-second clapper. Can McVeigh get up? And he's doing a great job of working to his knees from here and stands up. Beautiful work from Glenn McVeigh. What a fantastic opening round for both men. Glenn McVeigh landed a nice knee in the clinch there.
Great round for both men. How you score this one depends on how much you weigh. strikes versus grappling.
Well, it very much was a tale of two rounds. Glenn McVeigh getting his shots off in the opening 2.5 minutes, working the jab well, working that lead hook well. Didn't quite find the mark with the overhand, but this was the changing of the tide in the fight. The trip takedown, the sweep of the leg from Goro, and from there, he didn't land anything that was particularly concussive or particularly fight-ending, but it was accumulation of some good shots. You can see Goro wearing the effect of the fight a little bit more than McVeigh underneath that right eye, I believe. Ryan Martin, the best in the West, getting in there, making sure Goro can continue to the next round.
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, when the judges are looking at the effect of the strikes, it's not necessarily the number, it's how heavy they are. That's generally strikes from standing. But again, that round is in the hand of the judges. I certainly can't guess it myself.
All to play for. Oh, and the bag of ice seems to have broken in the corner of Goro.
Brave Nation, fighter health and safety is paramount. Wait with us just a moment. You cannot have ice in the ring because it melts and fighters can slip on it. Fighter health and safety is #1 at all times. Just bear with us a little bit longer. I imagine we're down to under 60 seconds and the action is going to restart.
Glenn McVeigh's ready to go. He's light on his feet, ready to go. Now, the more conspiratorial among us might say that was a little bit of gamesmanship on the part of Team Goro. See both men incredibly light on the feet for a second round, a testament to their fitness.
Big Buck's corner does not want him to set down on the shots. They want him to keep moving, throw light shots from the outside, but light doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. That's what you're seeing right here is exactly what the coach wants. If Big Buck sets down hard on those shots, he can get taken down almost immediately.
It's accumulation of strikes here for Glenn McVeigh. What he cannot do is let Goro lead the dance. He cannot let him occupy the center. Oh, big shot from Glenn McVeigh. That just skirted the chin of Goro. I'll tell you what, I want Paul Hughes to follow me around and just shout encouragement at me. I'm getting pumped listening to him. Oh, that's another stiff jab. Goro needs to employ a little bit more side-to-side head movement. Hey, he's moving the body.
And he's returning it. He's just returned to it. He's realized he probably didn't practice it quite enough in training, spent a whole lot of time taking people down.
Great point. He was moving the body, but not necessarily the head. It was staying in the center line and being a static target. But again, Glenn McVeigh with that pinpoint jab. This is the Glenn McVeigh I am used to seeing on the amateur scene back home in Ireland. This is the assured, accurate young man who, after a couple of false starts, seems to be finding his feet very much more in the professional ranks now. Keeping that jab hand nice and low. I like that. Keep it out of the peripheral vision of your opponent so it comes up from that awkward trajectory.
Very, very wise of Big Buck McVeigh not to try and set down and take his opponent out with a knockout, because it's big reward, it's big risk. Right now, he's winning the match from the outside.
And you can see that point of the eye of Goro is just acting like a magnet to the lead hand of Glenn McVeigh. Laser-like accuracy. Double jab from Goro. McVeigh needs to continue with that movement. There it is. Needs to keep on the bike. But again, it was around this stage of the fight that Goro shot for the takedown, and it was very much a half-and-half type of round. 2.5 minutes on the ground, or on top for McVeigh with his striking, then 2.5 minutes on top on the ground for Goro.
Dancing around the Brave Combat Federation octagon may look like it's easy, but under these TV lights, it is hard, especially when you're being stalked by Prince Goro. But that's exactly what Big Buck needs to do. He's got to stay on that bicycle.
Like Glenn McVeigh's coming up a little too, the arm almost looks as if it's a little bit too long for the overhand. If he were to come up with an elbow perhaps, because it seems to be the forearms more catching Goro, if he were to dip his head, land and come over with the top with an elbow, I think it might be more accurate.
Fighters are sometimes faulted for dropping that lead hand, but as long as you're doing distance management with your feet, it allows you to strike from a very unusual angle and can change around decisively.
McVeigh playing a dangerous game with that lead hand, nice and low, but it seems to be working very much to his advantage now. There's that takedown. Let's see how the Pat McAllister informed wrestling of Glenn McVeigh. Glenn McVeigh also a close training partner of Matthew Elliott, so knows exactly what he's doing in these situations. 90 seconds left in the round. Goro transitioning to the back, has that arm around the waist and mobilizing the hip of Glenn McVeigh.
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, what you're seeing here is called hand fighting. The ability to control your opponent's hand is huge, as you can see right now. Prince Goro has not thus far been able to take his opponent down to the ground, although he is landing some punishing knees now.
And Carrick, explain to Brave Nation just why Goro is landing these knees ad nauseum to the thigh of Glenn McVeigh.
Because it's money in the bank. When you hit somebody in the head, if they go out, it's great. You've won the fight. 10 seconds later, their head is absolutely clear. Shots to the legs like this are cumulative. They are going to last for the rest of this fight.
There you have it, the OG dropping some knowledge. Glenn McVeigh 2-on-1 on the wrist of Goro, doing everything he can to turn in towards him. Goro changing levels, gets the takedown, but McVeigh pops right back up like a powered up Pac-Man. And Carrick, in situations like this, someone who's been involved in mixed martial arts so long, do you count a takedown like that if the person being taken down pops right back up?
Absolutely not. Under the new interpretation of the unified rules of mixed martial arts, a takedown is only significant if it gets you closer to ending the fight. I did not see that happening here. That could have done it, though.
10 seconds left. Glenn McVeigh defending the takedown right now. Glenn McVeigh just looking over the commentary and saying, "My round, Phil." That young man is feeling himself in there, Carrick.
Very, very, very interesting fight.
This as an opening fight. And ladies and gentlemen, to those people that counted Glenn McVeigh down and out at 0-2, anyone back home on the island of Ireland knows just how capable this young man is, knows the skill set, and it just took the young man a little while to find that next gear. And so far in this fight, he's found it. So you have to ask Carrick, what are the KHK Team Bahrain saying in the corner of Goro right now?
In 3 words, take him down. They're going to ask for a little bit more pressure. Not going back and forth, going back and forth.
Glenn McVeigh stalking the plumage of the shoulders. He wants everybody out of the cage. He wants this fight to continue. This is an entirely different version. This is Glenn McVeigh 2.0 right now.
Double glove touch, gotta love it. There's the more pressure we needed to see.
A little bit of a slip there from McVeigh. Needs to be wary with those kicks. Can't let himself get too loose in there.
Prince Goro has largely tried to play a counter-striking game. It isn't going his way. The ground does 100%.
You can see the reddening up on the side there of Goro from one big body kick landed by Big Buck. Glenn McVeigh now occupying the center, changing level, showing the shoulder, throwing little feints.
McVeigh's corner wants a little more activity. They want him to touch his opponent now.
Goro needs to get back to doubling up on the jab. He was having success with that when he was firing it off to close distance. Double jab to straight. Counter hook from Goro. McVeigh gets the hand up. Again, another stiff jab cocking back the head of Prince Goro from Glenn McVeigh.
Phil, that was a perfect example of timing. If that shot on an opponent moving away would have done little, but it did a lot. That was a jarring one. Whew.
Paul Hughes calling for more of the same from Glenn McVeigh. And again, that low jabbing hand is paying dividends for the young man from Belfast.
Saint Chai kick attempt didn't work.
Sure looked good though. That'll be nice for the gram. Glenn McVeigh showing vastly improved movement and just cage generalship, cage awareness, Carrick.
He is. I don't want to see him showboat anymore, though. It doesn't impress judges. It makes the crowd go woo, but some judges frown on it.
Glenn again showing great awareness, had the back to the cage, pivoted off. We are just approaching the midway point of the third and final round. Goro trying to figure out the puzzle. Glenn McVeigh with the takedown on Goro. Great use of the wizard to pop right back up from Goro. And I don't think anyone expected that, Carrick Janess.
I was speechless when that happened. I did not expect that in this lifetime. Very, very impressive move. Didn't keep his opponent down, but now the judges see this young man's got wrestling too.
Again, as I said, that wrestling informed by Pat McAllister and training with the likes of Matthew Elliott. If he were to score a clean takedown here, it would be huge, but Goro doing a great job. Needs to be wary of the guillotine, does Glenn McVeigh. It was the guillotine that ended his last fight against Freya Al-Harasha.
Corner's looking for a head kick, Phil.
I think that could be dangerous, or with just how loud it's being exclaimed by Paul Hughes, maybe that's a little bit of misdirection to bait the opponent into thinking it's coming.
It could be. Brave Nation. Corners have systems. They'll shout out things that don't mean what it sounds like they mean.
Mark Henry being one of the greatest exponents of that. One minute left in the third and final round. McVeigh cannot let himself get complacent. He needs to stick to script here. But Goro needs to show a little bit more emphasis. Just as I say that, he's shooting in for the takedown. McVeigh doing a great job in the over-under position. Has to widen that base just a little bit.
Single.
Oh, that is fantastic defense from Glenn McVeigh. Needs to dig in for his underhook. Doing good to control the wrist.
30 seconds, Brave Nation. 30 seconds.
Potential guillotine here for Glenn McVeigh. Needs to disengage and land his strikes. Needs to split that base a little bit. Can't let himself get taken down here. 10 seconds to go.
Switch attempt denied.
Digging in for underhooks. What a fantastic fight, and what a way to open up proceedings here in the first fight of Brave Combat Federation 50. Glenn McVeigh looking like a completely different fighter, pushing the pace throughout against an incredible opponent in Abdulmanap Magomedov. Ladies and gentlemen, if that sets the tone for the rest of the night, Carrick, we are in for an incredible night of fights.
Absolutely fantastic showing by both fighters, and I want to repeat what Phil said. Glenn Big Buck McVeigh fighting twice in an 8-day span. He is brave.
Just like to see a replay of some of the action there, because that was full throttle from start to finish. Both men showing their heart, both men showing their toughness. Glenn McVeigh looks like he's in front of me right now. This young man looks like he could go another round. It was a great fight, gentlemen. A great fight. Fantastic fight. It was a fantastic fight. Scariest moment of my career there when both men approached me side by side saying, "What do you think?"
I pointed at both of them because I lack your bravery. But our opinions do not matter. This fight is now in the hands of the judges. The judges are going to very shortly.
Fantastic fight from both men, Carrick, and Carlos Kramer has entered the Brave Arena, meaning one thing and one thing only: we are ready for the decision.
All right, Brave Nation, what a way to start our historic Brave CF 50 night. After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. Your first 2 judges scored the bout 29-28. Your next judge scores about 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision. Out of the blue corner, Glenn Big Buck McVeigh!
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, Glenn Big Buck McVeigh gets the first win of his professional career in Brave Nation.
What an awesome story of redemption of the Brave Combat Federation cage. Glenn Big Buck McVeigh bounces back big from an 0-2 start to his professional mixed martial arts career.
And here we see some of the work employed by Glenn McVeigh. Was landing the greater frequency of shots. Goro devastated in the cage, but being the type of fighter he is, with his skill set, with his attitude, he will be back. He will be ready to go once more onto the breach, dear friends. But right now, this night, this fight belongs to Glenn Big Buck McVeigh. Let's keep this train rolling on with our second fight of the night. Carlos Kramer in the center of the cage. Still checking out some of the action from our introductory fight. Glenn McVeigh in with the shot momentarily. Pops Magomedov down, who uses the wizard. A brilliant effect. Ladies and gentlemen, fight number 2.
This bout is brought to you by Brave Gym. Training for mind, body, and spirit. Brave, it's more than a gym. Magomedov is looking to make a splash in his much-anticipated Brave CF debut when he meets Jan Liase, who is eager to follow up his KO of the Year contender with another big performance. Coming up next, Magomedov takes on Jan Liase in a lightweight bout.
Here we go, Brave Nation. This bout is 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a perfect professional record of 4 wins and no losses. He stands 181 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 70.8 kilograms. Representing SoCo Team and fighting out of Luxembourg, please welcome Jan Liase! And his opponent. Fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a perfect professional record of 4 wins and no losses. He stands 175 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 70.6 kilograms. Representing KHK Team Bahrain and fighting out of the magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain. Give it up for Magomedov. Your referee is Reben Lightsaber.
Big thanks to Nordic Palace and Spa, our hospitality partner.
Tail of the tape. Jan Liase, the elder by 5 years, also has the height advantage. Let's see if he'll be able to use that height reach advantage coming out of that southpaw stance. Your referee is Reben Lightsaber, looking slick with the new haircut, inspired by yours truly. Leg kicks opening up from Jan Liase, but the perfect counter coming from Magomedov. Jan Liase has been working diligently on his wrestling with Isa Isakov. Trying to dig in for an underhook to raise the level of Magomedov, but just relentless and strong as Magomedov. There's that big takedown, but Jan Liase not giving it up easy, pops right back up. And just how grueling is this aspect of mixed martial arts, Kirik?
Stylistically, Phil, this is an incredibly interesting fight. It's not just that they're both 4-0. It's that Magomedov is an incredible grinder. Everything you try to do, he's going to try and jump you and do it better and faster. Jan Liase is an incredible finisher. He can highlight finish with strikes and with submissions, but right now he's playing Magomed's game. He's getting ground.
It's difficult to come off with those highlight reel finishes if you don't have the space. The game of Jan Liase is predicated on finding his distance, his range of motion quickly. The best way to suppress that is exactly what Magomedov is doing right now and taking away that space between them. So far, good defense being illustrated by Jan Lias. Commentator's curse just as I say that. He gets taken down. I feel bad. Sorry, Jan Lias. Transition right into side control.
Taking him down, Phil, is hard. Keeping him down even harder in the sport. Statistically, it's harder to keep a guy down than it is to take him down. This is a critical moment for Magomedov.
Jan Lias trying to base off, trying to use his hands as a starting point, but again, just that vice-like grip of Magomedov. May look for a trip takedown here, more side on than he is front or back.
Magomed very wise that he's mixing in strikes. Little stop, we're not sure just for what.
Not quite sure what Reben Saber saw there, but he is a world-class official, so I'm sure if it was stopped, it was with good reason.
Finger may have inadvertently slid through the cage, for example.
Magomedov has a grip of that ankle, pulls it beautifully as leverage, and again puts Jan Lias on his back.
Magomed very, very wisely mixing in strikes wherever he can. He knows in mixed martial arts, if you simply wrestle and the fighter on bottom is throwing punches back, you may not have it on the judge's scorecard. But when you wrestle and you mix in those knees, you mix in those strikes from top, even if they're not particularly heavy, you're ahead on the judge's scorecards, and that's what we're seeing right here.
Doing a great job thusly of just controlling and immobilizing the hips of Jan Lias, who's trying to dig in with butterflies, but the hips of Magomedov are heavy and just pressing down. Not any space with which to work.
Beautiful little illustration here of wrestling versus jiu-jitsu.
Smart wrist control again being exhibited by Magomedov, taking away that base of Jan Lias. He needs to get to an elbow, get to a hand. You can't do that if your opponent has wrist control. Releases it just to land a little pot shot. And it's such intelligent cage awareness and generalship from Magomedov.
Still looking for that Dagestani handcuff.
Doing just enough here with his strikes to keep himself honest, to keep Reben Lightsaber from standing them up. And happy to sit. Again, this is the position we talk about almost every show, that anchor position. You used to see fighters try and hurry into side, trying to hurry into mount. But right now, they're happy to sit in that half mount position, if you will. But great job to reclaim guard from Lias.
Lias needs to make just a little bit of room, maybe shift his hips out, go to a knee shield, and try and pop up to standing. Right now, he is losing this contest.
Did put the foot on the hip of Magomedov, but Magomedov wise to it and just cuts the hips beautifully.
Nice shot from bottom.
Yeah, very smart control throughout the opening round here.
Phil, we got less than a minute to go. I am liking that second elbow as well from bottom. Now there's a third. If I know Magomed at all, there may be an elbow coming back at him.
Usually the term wet blanket is said in a derogatory fashion. I mean it in the most complimentary of fashions now, talking about Magomedov. He is quite literally just encompassing, engulfing Jan Lias.
This is a wet electric blanket, shocking his opponent from time to time.
It was a wonderful simile. Metaphor? Simile? One or the other, it was wonderful. Great sentence construction there by the OG of mixed martial arts, Kirik Janess. Again, just happy to sit in that half guard position, land his strikes, accumulate points en route to what I'm sure is a 10-9 round, Kirik.
Absolutely, Phil. This was just a description of how you win a round in mixed martial arts. You're facing an opponent capable of highlight reel KOs, capable of highlight reel submissions. So what do? You blanket them, but not just with wrestling. You blanket them with wrestling and with strikes. This is exactly how you win a round, and I guarantee you it is now 10-9 Magomedov.
Jan Lias did a good job early on of defending the takedown, but as soon as that ankle was taken away, as soon as that was picked off by Magomedov, it was pretty much all his round from there. Eldar Eldarov in the corner of Magomedov with some of the best tile work in mixed martial arts.
Phil, I guarantee you, Jan Lias's corner is telling him, do not kick to the body. Do not set down. Take a step off on a V and throw your hardest shot to the body, because if you do, you're going to get put in your back again and you're not likely to get up again.
So again, he would need to follow the game plan, not unlike that of Glenn McVeigh. Get on your bike, skirt along the outside, land your shots and get away.
Kicks to the calf, kicks to the inside of the calf can be launched from even farther away than can a leg kick. You got to be in close to hit that body. Don't do it, Jan Lias.
Jan Lias needs to implement that little bit of movement you were talking about. There's those calf kicks.
Jan Lias doing a good job popping forward and back, but the problem with it is, and there you saw it, if you pop back a second time, you're going to run into that fence and you need a new strategy.
Intelligent work from Jan Lias there, aware of the takedown. But Kirik, a question I want to ask you, does the threat of the takedown make a dynamic striker a little bit more gun-shy?
That was the body kick I talked about, Phil. He threw it, and now his opponent's in on him, and he may well get taken down here. If he doesn't, it's huge, and it could be the turning point in the fight.
The last thing Jan Lias wants right now is to spend the remaining 4 minutes of this fight on his back, trying to raise that level. But again, the ankle pick of Magomedov could be forthcoming here.
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, those hands just came together. If those fingertips, if that gable grip gets solidly together just beneath those hips, we are going to see a takedown. We literally are a centimeter, 2 centimeters away from a full grip. If that grip becomes full, there will be a takedown. If it doesn't, there may not.
Did have the hands connected at one stage there, but again, good defense. And just how draining is this going to be for both men, Kirik?
For both. There's defensive wrestling that's relatively inactive. That's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing active defensive wrestling and extremely active offensive wrestling, but these are perfectly conditioned athletes.
And again, it's a testament to the strength of Magomedov. Jan Lias is not a small man. The fact that he can hold him against the cage like this is a testament to just how strong he is. Can he do it for an extended period of time would be the question I'm asking. Good hips from Jan Lias. Done a good job. Just instead of throwing the hips right back forward, he popped them in a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brave Nation, the positioning of the head, Magomed's head positioning is crucial here. If his head gets as much as 3 or 4 centimeters out of position, an elbow right behind the ear can put his lights out. This is a very scary place that needs to be maintained with absolute precision.
Nice work from Lias to bring that level up and now get the head underneath the chin of Magomedov. Just skirted the face with the knee. Nice level change from Magomedov, but eats a cheeky little elbow to the side of the head. Perfectly legal, well placed. Again, digging in for the underhook, but there's the inevitable takedown. Bound to be frustrating for he's doing all the right things, trying to get it back against the cage, has the hand there, but that hand looping around the waist from Magomedov is an illustration of just the control he has on the ground.
Wall walking is not an 80s mega selling toy. Wall walking is now one of the central qualities that you need in mixed martial arts, but with Magomed on top, it is extremely difficult to do, as you can see.
And again, sumptuous head position there from the KHK man, just underneath the chin of Jan Lias. Jan Lias trying to get that butterfly in, elevate and sweep, but...
And Phil, there's Magomed throwing some shots. That's what he needed to do. He was a little bit shot deficient the last 60 seconds or so. Wrestling alone may or may not sway the judges. If you're getting hit by the person you're trying to take down, it may well not, but now we're seeing some of those strikes.
90 seconds to go in the second round here of our second bout at Brave 50 from beautiful Arad Fort in Combat Kingdom, Bahrain. So far, the fights have not disappointed. Again, Magomedov with the head control. Jan Lias fighting back, and this is what you've described as tantamount to giraffe's neck fighting, Kirik.
It is indeed, yeah. The positioning of the head is one of the central but little understood fights. We're not going to see it right now, but we'll jump back to it when the two are on the wall. Oh, almost saw a flying knee land perfectly there.
It did land, but just not 100% clean, and if it did land, it talks to, oh, another big takedown from Magomedov, and that is bound to be frustrating for Jan Lias. Again, finds himself on his back, not able to really mount any of that trademark offense that we are used to seeing from him, Kirik.
Phil, you know what Jan Lias can do. I know what he can do. So does his opponent. And that's why Magomedov is all over him and throwing plenty of shots to stay ahead on the judges' scorecards.
And it speaks to the mastery of the game plan implemented and formulated at KHK Team Bahrain by Eldar Eldarov to have the analytical approach and the analytical awareness to know that you have to take away the greatest tools of a dynamic striker, and in doing so, take him down and completely blanket wrestle him.
Absolutely. This is not, mixed martial arts is not a game where you simply step in and impose your will, doing whatever you want. Phil, walk us through this Green Hill replay. Again, thanks to our sponsor, Green Hill.
Here you're looking at the dominance of Magomedov, the awareness to know to take down his opponent, landing the pot shots, constantly imposing himself upon. And there you see the flying knee attempt, and it landed more so just on the shoulder. But again, mixed martial arts really is a game of inches, you know, a half an inch, a quarter of an inch the other way, and you could be looking at a spectacular knockout. Both fighters receiving corner instruction, and if you're in the corner of Jan Lias, you pretty much have to tell him that you need a finish should you wish to win this bout.
Correct. But Jan Lias is down 20-18. He has to stop his opponent in order to win this fight. But shot has to be set up and chosen very, very carefully. He can't go for it right now. If he does, he's simply going to get taken down again, and there is going to be a rinse and repeat.
I was just about to say, Kirik, in having to be the more offensive fighter in the third and final round, he will be leaving himself vulnerable to the takedown, and Magomedov will almost be inviting that to time his takedown, exhibiting that beautiful wrestling.
Some of the greatest parts of mixed martial arts are hidden. They're secret. You don't see them. You see the takedown. You see the punch, the kick, the highlight reel flying knee. But what really matters is the setup. And what's going on right now is Jan Lias is trying to set up his opponent. He's trying to reach that arm out, get his opponent thinking about something else, and then launch a potentially fight-ending strike. He's doing beautiful distance managing, nice feinting. Let's see if it works.
Neomir Vajovic in the corner of Jan Lias, animated, trying to call his fighter on, trying to set up that big left hand right down the pipe. Nice duck under from Magomedov. Nice little elbow, or nice little knee rather. I thought he was going to frame off and throw the elbow there, but again, much better work from Jan Lias. Duck under takedown, and that is mastery at its finest.
Phil, that was
wrestling.
Timing mastery. Timing is everything. Brave Nation, it's everything in this sport, and that is as good as you will ever see timing on a takedown.
Just ducked under, turned the corner beautifully, seamlessly, and now this is where he will want Jan Lias to spend the remaining 3 minutes and 30 seconds of the third and final round. To whose advantage is it that it's happened right in the center of the Brave Arena, Kirik?
Right now, our man on top is in ascendancy. Without that cage to wall walk up, it's going to be very, very difficult to pop up to standing. The one thing that Magomed has to do is continue throwing shots. If he doesn't, if he simply tries to wrestle his opponent, the fight may get stood up.
Good work from Jan Lias to get up, but Magomedov just follows him against the cage.
Big moment for Jan Lias, however. That was potentially a huge moment in this fight. He did make it back up to standing. He knows if necessary, he can do it again.
He needs to be wary of the double leg. There it is. Beautiful trip. Was in the position for the double. Needs to be wary of the guillotine. Not so much a threat from Jan Lias. And he's bound to be a frustrated figure in the center of the Brave Arena right now, Kirik.
He is. This is a little bit like wrestling a big wave on the beach. It's like wrestling rain. It's all over him, and he can't do anything to stop it right now.
Yeah, and just showing, like, it's almost as if he has shorts made of concrete. His hips are that heavy. They're completely immovable.
Nice elbows from bottom by Jan Lias. Again, he's very much in this fight. He's also got terrific submissions.
Trying to open up the hips, but Magomedov is just such an intelligent fighter. He's acutely aware of what Jan Lias is trying to do. He's squaring himself off. He's keeping himself out of danger. He's keeping beautiful composure in there.
About 100 seconds left, Brave Nation. Lias actually striking fairly effectively to the head.
But as we know in mixed martial arts, it's incredibly difficult to win a round off your back. More often than not, even aesthetically to the uninitiated, the man on top is the man winning the fight.
He absolutely, statistically speaking, is the man most likely to win this bout. Big credit to the guard of Jan Lias. If he wasn't so adroit with a guard position, it would have been passed long ago. He's got about 1 minute left to try to end this bout.
Rebin Saber taking a long, hard look at the bout.
Very impressive striking from bottom.
Would you rather see Lias continue with that kind of a strategy, trying to land elbows from the bottom, or would you rather see him trying to work his way to his feet?
He will not end this fight with those elbows from bottom. He needs to try and get perhaps a knee shield in there or a foot in the hip, make some space, throw a couple of those elbows, get his opponent to shy back, and come up to standing as quickly as he can. But he's got short time now, less than 30 seconds. And what you see right there, what's illustrated there, is the problem with trying to stand in mixed martial arts. It's statistically, it's the easiest way to get your back taken. You try and pop up to standing, and it's frying pan into the fire. You got an opponent on your back, dropping knees into the ribs and the legs.
And for just the second time in the pro career of Magomedov, he has gone the distance. This is the first time Jan Lias has gone the distance in his professional career, and it was just absolute mastery of game plans from KHK Team Bahrain, from Eldar Eldov, put into action by that man right there, Magomedov. Carrick, let's have a look at some of the action here.
Again, we're seeing the relentlessness of the wrestling-based attack of Magomedov. He just didn't stop. This was the game he wanted to play. This is called, what you're seeing here, is called the grind. You constantly stay on your opponent. If he punches, you punch. And then when you decide to, you close, you tie them up, you throw the knees, you take them down. You're always on your opponent. That's the style of play that he exhibited, and it was a world-class exhibition of it. It's actually, in my opinion, the highest form of mixed martial arts. You do well and truly find out after a bout like this who the better man was.
And the thing about the wrestling game plan of Magomedov, it's wearing on the guy that's implementing it as well. It's draining on him, so it really is a testament to professional this young man is, that he can continue to operate in the third round like he did in the opening stances of the first round.
Absolutely, Phil. Level changing, shooting in on your opponent, getting underneath him, trying to take him down for an extended period of time. It's much harder to try and execute that than it is to defend it. It's the grind is not an easy strategy, but I do believe that it paid off, and we're going to find out from the roaring lion of Brave, Carlos Kramer, right about now.
All right, Brave Nation, another tough battle in the historic Brave CF 50 cage. After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges score the bout 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision. Out of the red corner, Magomedov!
There you have it, Brave Nation. The announcement merely a formality to that which we were all aware of. Workmanlike, professional, followed the game plan, and it was almost as if Eldar Eldarov was holding the control pad of the PlayStation. Magomedov was the avatar. The game plan followed beautifully. There again, we see that high-level wrestling. Hand around the hip, trip takedowns, establishing positional control, dominance from start to finish, and this young man moves to 5-0 as a professional. I don't know about you, Carrick, but I'm very excited to see this young man in the cage once more.
I can't wait to call his next one, and I bet you it's going to be soon.
second fight done and dusted, and this next fight for me is an absolute banger. Can't wait to get Felipe Silva and Maciej Gierszewski underway just as we take our final glimpses of the dominant performance of Magomed Magomedov here in Combat Kingdom, here in Bahrain. This is Brave Combat Federation 50.
This bout is presented by Brave Nutrition. Behind the athlete, there are hours of training. Behind every hard training is Brave Nutrition. Brazilian striker Felipe Silva is hungry for a KO and a return to winning ways as he takes on Maciej Gierszewski. Another fearless stand-up fighter in what promises to be an amazing fight. Coming up next, Felipe Silva takes on Maciej Magic Man Gierszewski in a catchweight bout of 73 kilograms.
Here we go, Brave Nation. This next bout is 3 5-minute rounds in a catchweight bout of 73 kilograms. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 7 wins and 6 losses. He stands 182 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 72.9 kilograms. Representing IFS Belfast, Ireland, by way of Poland, please welcome Maciej Magic Man Gierszewski. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 9 wins and 4 losses. He stands 183 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 74.4 kilograms. Representing CM System and fighting out of Curitiba, Brazil, give it up for Felipe Silva. Your referee is the Irish Bulldozer, Decky Larkin.
Felipe versus Maciej. Do not blink.
There you see the tail of the tape, 36 against 35, respectively. Both men virtually the same height, as you say. Felipe Silva did come in a little bit heavier. Will that have a detrimental effect on his performance? There's only one way to find out, ladies and gentlemen. This fight has me on tenterhooks. Maciej throwing a little 1 or 2 little feints there to try and get a bite from Felipe, but when you have 2 heavy hitters like this in the Brave Arena, it's a don't blink type of fight, Carrick.
It is. Maciej wants to create a little bit of chaos. Felipe did not have a full 6, 8, 12, 13-week camp. He had a no-week camp for this. He's going to be conserving his energy a little bit. He's going to be holding back just a little bit. This is when Maciej needs to jump on him.
Well, I think you might see from Maciej is just try and absorb some of the onslaught from Felipe and charge forward in very much the same fashion as he did against Cian Cowley. Maciej just needs that one hitter-quitter opportunity, but on the transverse of that, so does Felipe Silva. Both men colliding shins with the kicks.
Felipe Silva, not just a fighter, he's also a striking instructor for CM Systems. This is a high-level, world-class mixed martial artist that we have in front of us.
Does also have a fantastic BJJ pedigree, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt under Cristiano Marcelo, which is as legit as they come. So would it be within the best interest of Felipe Silva to try and take the fight to the ground, as 5 of Maciej's losses have come by way of submission?
That's where he wants to get it, but if he's too eager to get there, he'll get knocked out doing it. It takes a long, long time to set up an effective takedown against a fighter with skills like we're seeing here from Maciej.
Gierszewski does, of course, train on a daily basis with Marek Jakimowicz, who is a wrestling phenom in his own right. There's that dart forward from Maciej. Attacking the lead leg, perhaps going low in order to go high, but good cage control thus far, and a very measured approach from Maciej. Switching stances, keeping his opponent guessing. Maciej needs to be wary of overreaching and just leaving himself vulnerable to the likes of a pop uppercut. This time Felipe Silva charging forward.
Felipe Silva.
Oh! Big shot from Maciej!
It's almost over, it's over!
Oh, it's all over! Maciej Mangashevsky with the biggest knockout win of his career! Ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what Maciej Mangashevsky is capable of doing. We said it! He just needed one shot, Carrick. He just needed one opportunity, and he does so with aplomb. Ladies and gentlemen, IFS Belfast in the house. Maciej Mangashevsky with the lead hook. Take up by young man.
Absolutely fantastic finish. And Brave Nation, Felipe Silva is on his stool, slight bloody lip, but he's okay. He's mentally sound right now. He's above us. We can hear him. The fighter is okay, but what an ending!
That is the power that Maciej Man commands. Props to referee Decky Larkin for getting right in on top of the action with yet another pitch.
Phil, when you have two great one-touch fighters, that's the kind of amazing fight you get.
I cannot wait to see a replay of this. Maciej Man once again pulling a rabbit out of the hat. That was absolutely beautiful.
All right, Brave Nation, another exciting bout. This ends at 2 minutes and 28 seconds of the very first round. Your winner by knockout, Maciej Magic Man Gierszewski.
And you have to once again give credit to the veteran Felipe Silva for taking the fight on short notice, Carrick, for getting in there, for cutting so much weight in such a short period of time. Props to the CM system, man.
Absolutely. All of our respect goes to both fighters in Brave Combat Federation, the winner and the loser both.
Maciej Gierszewski just drinking in the last little bit of that cage time.
We're getting one more look at that KO from the booth. There it was, big left hand, perfectly placed right behind the ear, and bam! Referee is on it, stops it fast, mercifully.
Beautiful short left hook. Decky Larkin on top of the action, as always, protecting the fighter. There's that short left hook, follows up with a big shot. Ladies and gentlemen, Maciej Man Gierszewski.
This bout is sponsored by Brave Energy Drink. Only the best to power your best effort. Fortune favors the brave. Shawad Youssef is looking to replicate the form that brought him an amateur world championship when he takes on Steven Gonsalves, a feared submission artist out of South Africa. Coming up next, Shawab the Assassin Youssef takes on Steven Guts Gonsalves.
All right.
Let's get things popping off.
Here we go, Brave Nation. This next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 6 wins, 2 losses, and 1 no contest. He stands 185 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 65.8 kilograms. Representing Fight Fit Militia and Coach Kwan University, and fighting out of South Africa. Put your hands together for Steven Guts Gonsalves. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 7 wins and 2 losses. He stands 173 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 66.2 kilograms. representing Manchester Top Team and fighting out of the United Kingdom, please welcome Shoaib, the Assassin, Yasef. Your referee in charge is Raven Lightsaber.
Phil, featherweights do not tend to have tree trunks for legs. If you look at Shoaib's legs, I believe those legs are going to be kicked very shortly.
Quick tail of the tape illustrating that Stephen Guts Gonzalez is a much taller man. Also the elder by 9 years, and let's see if Shoaib Yusuf will be showing any respect for his elders. Doesn't look so with an opening kick like that. Guts Gonzalez implementing those low calf kicks which have been so popular in MMA. Beautiful inside leg kick there from Shoaib Yusuf. Evident that Gonzalez wants to implement his Thai style kicking game.
Shoaib has worked with boxing legend Amir Khan, as you can see here.
Nice balance being illustrated there by Yusuf. Doesn't rush in, nice and calm. But there's only so many of those types of leg kicks you can take from somebody like Stevie Gonzalez. Big shot over the top from Yusuf. Returned by Gonzalez. You can already see the swelling and the reddening up on the inside of the leg of Yusuf.
This is exactly the strategy that Guts needs to employ, but when he circles out, he's got to jink one way and then pop the other. He cannot move always to that side or he's going to get caught.
Gonzalez needing to mix up the frequency or his movement here. But Kirik, talk to me about just what the accumulative damage on the front leg would be if Gonzalez keeps throwing those lead leg kicks.
Phil, it's often not even pain that results so much as the ankle no longer, the tibialis muscle no longer being able to pull the toes up. The foot literally drops and it no longer is useful.
Gonzalez needs to be wary of when he's throwing that rear hand, train tracking with that, and what I mean is dropping that on almost like a train track motion, bringing it back up. He needs to pincer-like movement, bring it right back to protect his chin, or you'll see Yusuf coming right over the top with a big shot.
Guts corner wants to see a combination they call 2-8.
Good kick to trying to come over the top with that right hand of his.
Shoaib showing some sweet hands here.
I would say the most telling shots landed so far in this bout have been the kicks of both men. Be interesting to see, does either man shoot for the takedown?
Guts corner wants to see him follow those leg kicks up with something else. He's clearly got the range, the distancing, the timing, the setups down to land them. They want to see him follow up right in that exact spot.
And it's not a traditional setup for the leg. He's throwing the leg kicks blind, and by that I mean he's not masking it with the hands, but he's still getting them off. Is that dangerous, or is that part of the game plan, Kirik?
He's seeing his opponent coming forward, setting the weight just a little bit too much on that front foot in order to set up the hands. And that's what that shot you saw there is what Shoaib is trying to set up the whole time. But when you're trying to set up that big straight right, it does force you to put a little bit of weight, a little more maybe than you should on that front foot and leave that lead leg open to those kicks.
Nice work to the body, but this is where Gonzalez does some of his best work in the clinch Thai style. Very technical battle so far.
Blowing a little low, but no harm, no foul.
Big kick, more so on the elbows, and that can be just as detrimental to the person throwing the kick as the man absorbing it.
If not more so. If you catch either the hip or the point of the elbow, it can break the metatarsals in your foot.
Gonzalez loading up ever so slightly on his shots, which gives them a little bit of a tell, Kirik, and I think Yusuf is getting wise to that.
It's always risk-reward in this game. Those looping shots do hit harder, but they are easier to see coming.
Nice distance management being implemented so far by the Manchester Top Team man.
Brave Nation, when you see Guts fall over like that, it's not because of his lack of balance. His balance is extraordinary. It's because he commits to everything 100% when he thinks he sees an opening. Shoaib's corner wants him to do something spectacular right now, so he can definitely feel like he's won the round.
Very close round to judge. Both men implementing some wonderful kicking. Just as I say that, Gonzalez lands that inside leg kick, but Yusuf was having some success with that big overhand right, coming over the guard of Stephen Guts Gonzalez, and a very intriguing, very difficult round to score, Carrick.
It was indeed an extremely difficult round to score. I can't say definitively who won. I liked Stephen Guts Gonzalez 10-9, but if somebody argued the other way, I couldn't disagree with them.
There you see both men exchanging heavy kicks. Gonzalez really making a point of trying to chew up that lead leg of Shoaib Yusuf. Again, I'd like to see Gonzalez setting those leg kicks up just a little bit more with the hands, almost taking away that anticipation that Yusuf will have of them.
What his corner wants, Phil, is after that low kick, after that inside or outside calf kick is landed, they want to see him follow up with what they call an 8. What an 8 is, I'm not sure, but it's almost certainly some shot with the hands.
Go. Both men are superior athletes, therefore their cardio is at a top level. Therefore they can sustain an incredible pace. Nice lead hook opened up and straight. Yusuf putting the pressure on Gonzalez in the opening stances of the round. Gonzalez reverting to type attacking that leg.
Very good gamesmanship for Yusuf to be attacking that lead leg as well. He knows it's happening to him, and he's like, I can do the same thing back to you. Plays very well when the judges consider who went around.
And on the takedown, beautiful takedown, but you're not going to keep somebody like Gonzalez down easily. Trying to pull down on that wizard, turns in towards his man. Good work from Stevie Guts Gonzalez. Exchanging knees in the clinch. Wrestling clinch, not a tie clinch here.
Brave Nation, those knees may have looked like they were low. They were not. Those were legal blows thrown to a legal area.
Yusuf's going to have fun walking on that lead leg tomorrow.
Big moment for Guts that he was able to get taken down but pop back up before any significant damage was sustained.
Head kick from Yusuf just skirts the face of Guts Gonzalez. I like the work on the levels here from Yusuf. He's keeping Gonzalez guessing. He's going low, going high, throwing feints. Gonzalez trying to land that straight down the middle, coming up top.
There we go. That's what Guts' corner wants him to do. He's starting to put things together. Single shots very rarely win a fight in this sport unless it lands perfectly, and that, of course, we haven't seen yet in this fight.
And again, such an this is tantamount to kinetic chess from both men. Spoken about mixed martial arts being a game of centimeters, millimeters, and these shots are just millimeters away from connecting on the chin of one another. Gonzalez has found a home for that inside leg kick.
Phil, Gonzalez is slowing just a little. I know it's not his conditioning. May have taken a shot to the body I didn't see clearly, but he's just a little slower right now.
Oh, that's a good inside leg kick, buckling the leg, but landing a good shot on Stevie Guts Gonzalez is essentially like a red flag to a bull. He is going to charge forward. He is going to reclaim that shot that you landed on him.
I also loved his response, Phil. He nodded to it. Most fighters will shake their head and lie, saying that didn't hurt me. He goes, yep, you got me.
As honest and true a fighter as they come.
Beautiful little feint with that hip, feint with the hip, then came straight up the center with a high front kick.
Rip and a roll from Gonzalez. Shoaib Yusuf trying to land the uppercut, but marauding forward now is Gonzalez. Yusuf calling him on. Gonzalez done a good job there of looking high and going low. Head kick attempt from Yusuf, and again just shy of penetrating the defenses and landing flush on the beard of Gonçalves.
Those were shy, Phil, but I guarantee you he's learning. He's learning in there. Every time something doesn't work, you learn something, and next time it may get a little bit closer.
Stevie Guts adding a little bit more pepper on the end of those shots now.
Shoaib has downloaded a lot of information now on how to land a head kick.
Opened up a little nick just on the cheek of Gonçalves. Just coming up to the final minute of second round of 3. Gonçalves mixing things up. Can Yusuf score the takedown? That's huge if he can keep him down.
Fantastic technique. Nice duck under. Back body lock. Takedown. Back to standing. Great D by Guts. Second time, Phil. Separating from that body lock. Very, very nice knee from Shoaib.
Guts Gonçalves mixing it up now with kicks working to the body. You can see he's putting a lot into these shots by the grimaces when he's throwing. Very, very difficult fight to score. Another takedown from Yusuf, but the greater frequency of shots, I think, have been landed by Gonçalves.
Those 2 elbows were just a little bit nasty. You see Shoaib's head coming up to the safety position. Another elbow coming off of there.
Gonçalves did a good job of trying to frame off there to get his knee in. Closing stand. That's it for the second round. And what a close fight this has been. Kerrick, how do you even begin to break that down if you're a judge?
Thus far I have it. This is obviously entirely unofficial. I have this bout even at 19-19 if I'm right, and I do believe both corners don't know any more than I do. They're going to tell their man, you got to win this third and final round. Have to win it or you may not win it.
There you see the wonderful kicking game of Stephen Guts Gonçalves, mixing it up beautifully in the second round. But in saying that in the same breath, you have to give credit for Yusuf for again landing great shots, anticipating the kicks of Guts Gonçalves and getting in on those takedowns. Admittedly, he was not able to hold Stevie down, but he did score 3 takedowns. Third and final round. Here we go. All to play for. Brave Combat Federation 50. Who wants it more, Kerrick?
Guts is going to be kicking that lower leg. Shoaib's probably going to look for another takedown, but I think he may have enough information to set up a big head kick. Glove touch, no more love in the gloves.
You can hear the corner of Shoaib, the assassin Yusuf, telling him to keep this in kickboxing range. They obviously see something. They obviously see a little bit of a discrepancy in the game of Stevie Gonçalves that they can exploit in this third and final round.
I think what you're hearing from Shoaib's corner is respect for Guts. I think they don't think they can take him down and hold him there, so they're saying, young man, stand with him, try and take him out.
Guts occupying the center of the octagon, trying to use those long, rangy limbs, throwing the jab out, coming underneath with the big leg kick.
Big shot!
That's the most telling shot landed so far, opening up a cut underneath the eye of Stephen Gonçalves.
Momentary little buckling of the knees there.
But again, that's a dangerous game to play. If you hit Stevie Guts Gonçalves hard, he's going to hit you back just as hard, if not harder. As I say, as the name suggests, a real blood and guts type of fighter, loves this type of a dust-up. Looked as if he was momentarily thinking about throwing a spin there and abandoned it at the last second. Yusuf going to the body.
An answer to the body. Love it when that happens. Guts striking at range, using those legs a little bit at range. Clear game plan now here. Stay on the outside, try and strike the shorter fighter, stay safe.
Oh, that's another big shot over the top from Yusuf.
Shoaib has taken the full measure of Guts, and he's figured out how to land a big right hand.
Tie clinch for Gonçalves. Good work to get out from underneath. That's a good shot. Guts Gonzalez really taking the impetus, the bit between the teeth here. Uppercuts and hooks being landed by.
Oh, it landed!
Beautiful head movement there, even if not slightly compromised, showing a presence of mind to implement the head movement.
Chokes in place. What a scramble, Phil.
Gonzalez on top, trying to land some heavy, heavy elbows. These are getting through, Carrick.
Hands are getting through. Elbow got through. Referee watching carefully.
And
Shoaib's still in this fight.
the only thing that is sharper than the intellect of Stevie Guts Gonzalez are his elbows. Doing a great job right now, and this could be pivotal with 2 minutes left in the third and final round. This is an opportune time for Guts Gonzalez to go to work.
Very wise of Shoaib to control that head. If he can control the head, he can stop his opponent from posturing back. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Once your opponent can posture back, he has the leverage to deliver damaging shots from top.
Again, big shots being landed by Gonzalez. Nice framing off, trying to land those elbows, working the body now of Shoaib Yousaf. Is this the point at which the tide of the fight begins to turn? Gonzalez happy to sit in that half guard, half mount position. Yousaf doing the right thing by trying to turn in, but Gonzalez has a hold of a neck.
Shoaib took some big shots to the head, but his head is now perfectly clear. He's mentally lucid. He's starting to employ an intelligent grappling game. This is a fighter who can throw a submission out of anywhere.
Steven on top. Yousaf needs to get onto his right hip and turn in towards Gonzalez. He does so beautifully, and up to his feet. This is a fantastic fight, Carrick.
What a round for Brave Nation, Phil.
Watch out for a big knee here from Gonzalez.
Gonzalez trying to set it up. There it was. Beautiful counter.
That is exquisite timing from Yousaf. Now lands in the side control position. Could be looking to set up a head arm triangle, but looks to be impeded by the cage wall.
For the second time tonight, we got an exhibition of perfect timing.
Again, I don't know how you would score this fight. Stevie Gonzalez was in top position at a stage there. Now, and looks to be trying to get out the back, paws back up to his feet. This is an incredible fight, incredible showing of heart, determination, dare I say it, guts from both men. Yousaf with another takedown, Gonzalez up again.
What, and the round ends.
What a fight from both men. Third and final round of that fight had absolutely everything. Oh, to be a judge in professional mixed martial arts.
Absolutely fantastic round, as we're getting to see in this treat of a replay. Shoaib lands a straight one, Guts unable to counter, and that was, I believe, the biggest shot of the entire night. That straight hand was damaging. Guts' greatest moment, he's on top, raining down elbows. Shoaib barely able to hang on for long, long seconds, but weathered the storm and actually ended up on top. That was it. That was maybe my favorite moment of the entire card so far. You stick your head out there, you invite your opponent to drive a knee into it, underhook the leg, and with exquisite timing, upend him and turn the whole fight around.
What I loved about it, Carrick, is it was entirely intentional. He put himself in that danger zone, anticipating the knee from the rangy Thai fighter, scoops underneath, hip bumps his opponent and takes him down. But then they exchanged about 6 different positions after that with 30 seconds left. And
Phil, both fighters think they won, and I've got to say, I agree with them.
Genuinely incredible fight, and it's taking a little bit longer for the scorecards to be returned, which is indicative of the fact that the judges are having a little bit of difficulty compiling their scorecards. But just as I say that, Carlos Kramer is making his way to the Brave Arena, which means we have a decision. Both warriors stand in the center of the Brave Arena. Beautiful Arad Fort behind them. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fight you have just witnessed. Carlos Kramer, let us know.
All right, Brave Nation, another great battle inside the Brave CF 50 cage. After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. Your first 2 judges score the 8. Your next judge scores about 30-27 for unanimous decision victory. For your winner, out of the red corner, Shawib, the assassin, yourself.
Fantastic fight from both men. Shoaib Yousaf gets the decision. But again, that's the type of fight, Carrick, that both men, their stock rises. Yes, it's officially a loss on the record of Gonzalez, but what he has done is further enhance his reputation as, again, I'll say it with every pun intended, one of the gutsiest performances of his career.
Absolutely, Phil. I saw Guts raise his hand. I said, yep, son, you won that. I saw Shoaib raise his hand. I thought in my head, yep, son, you won that. It did end up going Shoaib Assassin Yousaf's way. It could have gone either way. Great performance by both fighters. And congratulations to the winner, Shoaib Assassin Yousaf.
There we see some of the action. And really just masterful from both men. Great kicking game being implemented by Stevie. But the third round is where both guys really turned it up and showed their quality, showed their heart, showed their cardio, their endeavor, any other superlative I can fire out to compliment the work of both men. Carrick, this fight night just keeps getting better and better. There you see Gonzalez on top, blood running down his face, showing his warrior spirit by continuing the fight on. There is the most masterful moment of the fight. That was gorgeous.
This bout is presented by Brave Nutrition. Behind the athlete, there are hours of training. Behind every hard training is Brave Nutrition. Bayir Stepan is back after an astounding victory in his Brave CF debut, and ready for more as he takes on Alexander Keshtov, who is looking for a huge win in his promotional debut. Coming up next, Bayir Stepan takes on Alexander AK-47 Keshtov in this bantamweight bout.
This next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing your first warrior, fighting out of the blue corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 9 wins and 1 loss. He stands 173 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 61.7 kilograms. Representing K-Dojo Warrior Tribe, USA, by way of Russia, please welcome Alexander AK-47 Keshtov. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 9 wins and 3 losses. He stands 174 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 61.3 kilograms. Fighting out of Bars MMA, Elista, Russia, by way of the Republic of Kalmykia, please welcome Bayir Leopard Stepan. Your referee is the Irish Bulldozer, Jackie Larkin.
Car Group, our gold sponsor again. Thanks to Sabarco Car Group, our gold sponsor.
Bayir Stepan, 26 years old. Alexander Keshtov, 33 years old. Everything else is virtually identical. Here we go.
Stepan stalking, feinting, ate a calf kick for his trouble.
Bayir Stepan taking the center of the Brave Arena. Second huge leg kick from Keshtov. Perhaps trying to take out that lead leg of Stepan nice and early. Fun little fact about Bayir Stepan. In the beginning of his career, his manager Joel lied and said he was a national wrestling champion, a national grappling champion, just to get him fights.
That side stance that he's employing, that somewhat karate-influenced side stance, does, of course, leave that calf vulnerable to being kicked. Keshtov is taking full advantage of that stance disparity right now.
Both these men only have losses via decision, have never been stopped, illustrating just how durable they are.
Brave Nation, that calf kick hurts so much, a foot alone can do it, so would that spinning kick have.
There's those dynamic kicks and dynamic attacks we were talking about, Carrick, and once again for posterity lands another big outside leg kick to Bayer Steppen. Taking a leaf out of the book of Bayer Steppen with the spinning back kick to the body. Woo! So much snap on that kick. Very much a case of anything you can do, I can do. So evenly matched are these two combatants, Carrick, that you just feel at any moment if one of them pulls the trigger clean, it's game over.
Bayer's speed is a little bit otherworldly.
Oh! A beautiful fake of the takedown to come up top.
I think it wasn't even a fake. I think it was intentional, and when that moment disappeared, followed right through with that shot.
In that case, fantastic presence of mind to modify it into a shot coming up top. Alexander Keshtov, a pro since March 2009. You can see that experience and that calmness in the way he's fighting. Isn't flinching on anything, just has his eyes locked on his opponent the entire time. Those kicks really starting to add up. And
absolutely, Phil. If you want to try to damage the thigh, you need to use your shin, but that calf can impact with a foot alone. If you kick somebody with your foot on the thigh, you get a sore ankle. Hit them in the calf, they can get an ankle that no longer functions.
Spinning back fist into a body kick from Keshtov, showing his creativity and diversity with his striking repertoire. Nice little pop back from Bayer when Keshtov went to the body.
Bayer's got the greater speed, most damage so far from AK-47.
Both men attempting a little bit of a spin there. First shot of the fight initiated by Keshtov. Right now just wearing on Bayer Steppen. That's a fantastic takedown. Uses the cage to bump him off. Steppen doing everything right here to try and get up. Framing with his hand, getting up. Keshtov keeping those arms locked around the waist. May look to kick the legs out from underneath. A little bit of a drag takedown perhaps coming here. As you say, Carrick, the aspect of the fight that you appreciate so much, the grind here being illustrated so well by Keshtov.
And the grind has to include pressure like you're seeing here, intense pressure on the hips and some strikes as well. If it's the hip pressure at all, it will be discounted by the judges. When you get it mixed with those knees, with the shot we saw earlier, very, very effective strategy. Bayer Steppen is, in my opinion, the quicker fighter, but those shots to the legs do slow a fighter down. Oh, nice heavy whizzer. No reversal of fortunes yet.
Well, as you say, Carrick, with Bayer being the quicker fighter, then it's within the best interest of Keshtov to close the distance and almost like a GSP type game plan. Get him engaged in those grappling exchanges, get the blood flowing to the muscles, get the lactic acid building up and therefore slowing him down.
100%. The game plan right now from AK-47, in addition, of course, to winning, to landing more shots, to getting more takedowns, is to try to wear his opponent out. Take that little, and then he thinks those spin kicks, the spinning strikes, the nice clean shots followed up by the hook can take this fight for him.
And this could be exactly what Keshtov has been wanting to do, get a hold of his opponent. Make him a little bit tired, make him a little bit slower leading into the second round, and you may see Keshtov turn it up leading into the second round. If that's what he's doing, it's very, very intelligent martial arts, and with a coach like Coach K, Murad Keshtov, I think that's exactly what's going on.
Murad is, I've known him as a coach for at least 20 years, or at least close to it. He is a genius. I don't use that word lightly. I think he saw a fighter who in many, many ways was better than his fighter, and he crafted a strategy in order to not just come even, but I think to pull ahead in that round 10-9, because I saw a 10-9 for AK-47 in the first round of this, the fifth fight at Brave Combat Federation 50.
We saw some of the great work within the clinch being done by Kestov. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of approach he adopts now in the opening stances of the second round. Does he take the fight to Bayer Stepan? Does he almost step it up and become incrementally more aggressive with his attacks, or does he go back to that grappling onslaught that we saw in the closing stanzas of the first round?
I believe, Phil, he just reached his hand out, little show of good sportsmanship, wants to touch hands. Once he's touched hand, I think he's going to strike with him for a while and then return to that very effective grappling attack he's got, mixing it up constantly with some shots. Look at that double hand embrace. That is showing trust, because his opponent at that point was fully allowed to try and knock him out.
Stepping and opening up with a couple of kicks. It's a good kick to the body, and again that beautiful rapid fire attacks from AK-47. I think the corner of Bayer Stepan told him that he potentially lost that round and needs to do something a little bit more definitive.
Bayer's footwork is improving a little bit now. Oh, but he got caught. Got caught in the way out. Doesn't hurt nearly as bad as on the way in, or if you're just set down on it.
Big shot over the top from Kestov.
Phil, AK-47 is feeling confident. I'm not sure I'm seeing exactly what he is, but he sees a fight that he can simply stand almost straight in front of his opponent and win.
Very much like an AK-47 as opposed to a bazooka. It's not just that one big bomb he's trying to land. It's bra-ta-ta-ta-ta. It's frequency. It's quality of attack. And oh, nice defense being shown by Stepan, but Kestov follows him to the cage with relentless pressure.
This is part of the grappling game that we see out of all the fighters from K-Dojo Warrior Tribe. It's never just a single shot, and when it's thwarted, they're done. They go back to trying to strike or try something else. It's a double, into a single, into a high crotch, into pummeling, back down to the ground, to the back. It's a relentless, relentless wrestling attack, and it's extremely effective.
Bayer Stepan doing a great job of now transitioning and reversing the position. Kestov looking to disengage. May land a big knee to the body. There it is. Takedown from Stepan. Right in front of us here in our broadcast position.
That is the risk reward that is at the center of mixed martial arts. If you do something that can end a fight, it can leave you in position to have the fight ended, not in your favor.
And now,
nice
good
separation.
Be interesting to see if Kestov continues to chew up the lead leg of Bayer Stepan or if he works to the body. But that's the thing with Kestov, you don't know where those attacks are coming from. He is that good. He can attack the head, attack the body, attack the lower limbs. Stepan still occupying the center of the Brave Arena. It's as if he's trying to land. Oh, both men engage in heavy, heavy shots.
Phil, I have to take this moment to give a shout out to our boss, the Hawk, Mohammed Shahid, and Gustavo Firmino. This is matchmaking at its finest.
Two incredibly evenly matched combatants. Kestov trying to find that opening, Stepan firing back, hunting the chin of Kestov. But as we know, when you go hunting for that one big shot, it's so much harder to find. Kestov once again in the clinch, great head positioning, just trying to scoop that leg out from underneath Bayer Stepan. Stepan with the whizzer, uses it expertly to stay on his feet.
Was not able to reverse the position, however. That would have been the icing on the cake. At that point, he could have framed, separated, and gone back to where he wants to be, which I believe is striking from the outside, taking advantage of that leopard-like striking ability.
A takedown now in the final, coming up to the final minute of the second round would be absolutely huge. Kestov really digging in and trying to force that wrestling game upon Bayer Stepan, but again, as you say, leopard-like reflexes, keeping the fight standing.
Decky Larkin separates him. Very good call, I'd say.
Gives Kestov a little bit of a warning for grabbing onto the fence.
Bayer just a little bit upset.
Oh, was that a little bit of a clash of the heads there just as they came together? Stepan now on top, landing shots.
I believe, Phil, it was a head to a cheekbone, and in that case, the cheekbone usually loses. AK-47 on his back, has a foot in the hip. He's going to try to make some room and scramble up, but he's going to get his back taken.
Kestov trying to roll by beautifully. May try and take the back here, but with 10 seconds left, he seems happy just to land big shots. Can now land a knee should he choose, but takes Kestov right back down. Second round in the books. Incredibly close fight, Kirik. As you say, it really speaks to the matchmaking here at Brave Combat Federation. So evenly placed are both these men. There's a big kick to the body from Kestov, mixing it up with his frequency and style of attacks.
Very smart, Phil, of AK-47 to employ those flashy kicks. Bayer, one of the reasons they call him Leopard is his kicks are incredible. AK-47 Kestov just wanted to show the judges, just wanted to show Brave Nation, I can do them too.
Jess, the best Isaacson, tending to the cuts and scrapes of Alexander Kestov. Third and final round, ladies and gentlemen, of what's been an incredibly close battle between two premier bantamweights in not just Brave Combat Federation, but in the world today. Show of respect from both men to get things underway. And again, because it's such an evenly contested bout, Kirik, you may see both men turning up because they know they need to do something definitive in the third round or perhaps get the finish in order to be proclaimed the victor.
I think Bayer may try straight shots up to the head and then may try and pivot out to the side, try a looping shot down to the body. That was it right there.
Oh, big shot over the top. That was beautiful. Go to the body, bring the attention down and come over the top with a big shot.
Ooh, there it was again. Got close.
Swing and a miss, and then again. Always a big leg kick loaded on the chamber, does Kestov. But you're trying to land that big right hand down the middle. Takedown from Stepan, scored beautifully.
Can he hold him? This is a huge moment in this fight.
Right.
If Bayer Stepan can stay on top of him and hold him down.
Right in front of our broadcast position, but Kestov working methodically to his feet. Stepan with big knees here, working methodically.
Brave Nation, it goes elbow, knee, hand, foot. We're at that 3 out of 4 stages. Pretty soon, if possible, we're going to see AK-47 go to that foot. Then he's going to try to keep his body tight up against that fence so he doesn't get his back taken. That back is now taken.
Tried to hit the switch, but again, Bayer Stepan. Vice-like grip around the waist.
Beautiful little takedown from the Leopard. Quick, short little knee to the calf.
Right now, a little bit of a change in fortune as it's Bayer Stepan imposing his offensive wrestling upon Kestov, who just took a little bit of a deep breath. But he's doing the right thing, as you say. He's getting up in stages. He's getting to an elbow from here. Expect him to post on the hand. There it is.
This is the problem. When you come up in mixed martial arts, you've got to keep the body jammed tight up against that fence, or you simply have the back taken, as we can see right here.
He attempted to roll there, but Bayer Stepan wise to it, giving Kestov just enough space with which to roll. Not necessarily into an offensive position, but exactly where Stepan wanted him.
I'd love to see that little shin, that right there, into the back body lock pull. Very wise move from Kestov. He actually dropped down to the knee to avoid being taken to the back. That's a new one. I have not seen a knee to the calf from this position. I have never seen that in mixed martial arts before. That was super cool.
Kestov still trying to offensively land strikes of his own, trying to get the hand in between the legs of Stepan to hit the switch, but wonderful awareness by Stepan just to grab that ankle and pop it out from Kestov. That's a big shot.
Phil Bayer has now found a winning strategy in this fight. First round, I did not see going his way, but it was incredibly close. He is now pulled ahead by implementing a wrestling, even though it's not what he loves to do, by implementing a wrestling-heavy strategy. He's on that back, not letting go. He needs to do a few more of those big shots just to remind the judges he's in this all the way.
Very, very smartly, as soon as he feels Keshtov getting up on the feet, he either scoops or just kicks them out from underneath Keshtov, keeping him exactly where he wants him. Those are
nasty knees to the gluteus.
Just wonderful frequency, doing everything he can, landing debilitating strikes, not giving referee Dickie Larkin any reason to stand them up. And with a minute left in this fight, the impetus really lies with Keshtov to do something offensive now.
It absolutely does. What he needs to do is exactly what he's done, but he wants to do it with that jammed up tight against the cage, try and strip the opponent's grip, or at least make it so the opponent struggles to adjust it. If he simply stands up in the open, it's going to be, as I said before, rinse and repeat.
Again,
looking for the switch.
But again, stepping wise to it. Rolls.
Granby roll. Granby roll thwarted. Couple of crazy submissions are available from here.
And now just stepping it up. Big shots.
Knee shield in place.
With 10 seconds.
Oh, nice up kick, X kick.
10 seconds left. Steppen may choose to stand off, feeling that he's done enough. But as I say that, landing huge strikes, threatens with the shot. And what? Again, another fantastic fight.
Big round from Bayer Leopard Steppen.
Steppen ascends the cage, believes he has done enough to win the fight. In and around 4 minutes of control there in the third and final round. That will definitely leave a little bit of a mark in the minds of the judges. It's great work with the knees there in that clinch position. Anytime he felt that Keshtov was getting to his feet, he was either landing strikes or popping the legs out from underneath him. Little bit of a boo-boo on the elbow being attended to by the best in the West, Ryan Martin.
Master K, Murat Keshtov, waiting pensively. No judge, no fighter wants to leave it in the hands of the judges. That's where it is right now. We do have a world-class team of officials here at Brave Combat Federation. They have finished their deliberation. All that's taking place now is the process in order to transform the judge's opinion on the scorecards. The scorecards are gathered, they're tabulated on a master sheet. That master sheet is checked, and then the master sheet is taken to the Roaring Lion, who carries it into the cage, and with all of us in Brave Nation waiting, tells us who won this fight.
And this is bound to be a pensive moment for both fighters. What's going through their head right now, Kirik?
Misery. This is not a fun moment. On the end, they're about 120 seconds away from either supreme outright joy or the complete depths of misery. Waiting for that is miserable. Speaking of something that's not miserable, we're going to get the official decision from the Roaring Lion, Carlos Kramer.
All right, Brave Nate, battle inside the Brave CF50 historic cage. After 3 rounds, we go the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored about 29-28 for unanimous decision victory for your winner. Out of the blue corner, Alexander, AK-47, Keshtov.
Perhaps a slight case of a little too much too late from Bayer Steppen, who turned it up in the 3rd round. But for my money, from judging by the way the judges interpreted that fight, rounds 1 and 2 went to Keshtov. Let's have a look back at some of the wonderful action. Spinning attacks from both men, making reads on their opponent, adapting to whatever their opponent was throwing at them. A real joyful, interesting, intriguing bout for the purist, Kirik.
It absolutely was, and at the end, Bayer Steppen did figure out a path to victory. Unfortunately, it happened later in the third round, the third and final round. If he figured out in the second, it might have been a different fight, but he didn't, and it wasn't. To the winner goes our most profound congratulations, Alexander AK-47 Keshtov and his great coach, Murat Keshtov from K-Dojo Warrior Tribe.
In a little bit too late by Bayer Steppen in the third round. Keshtov gets the win, improves his record to 10-1.
This bout is brought to you by Brave Gym. Training for mind, body, and spirit. Brave, it's more than a gym. Carl Booth is ready to return to action as he seeks another huge knockout on his resume. In front of him will be Carlos Belloso, the first ever Brave CF fighter from El Salvador. Coming up next, Carl the Bomber Booth takes on Carlos Belloso.
Here we go, Brave Nation. This battle is 3 5-minute rounds in a catchweight bout of 77 kilograms. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 7 wins and 1 loss. He stands 183 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 77 kilograms. Representing Winners Fight Team and fighting out of El Salvador, please welcome Carlos Belloso. And his opponent. Fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 9 wins, 4 losses, and 1 no contest. He stands 183 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 76 kilograms. Representing Panther Fight Academy and fighting out of Nottingham, England, welcome Carl Bomber Booth. Your referee is Raven Lightsaber.
Big thanks to Sabarco Car Group, our gold sponsor.
Quick tale of the tape. 31 years old is Carl Booth against 28-year-old Carlos Belloso. Must be said, Carl
Brave
Booth,
Nation, come find out why they call him Bomber.
must be said, Carl Booth did come in a full kilo lighter than the agreed upon weight. Let's see if that is apparent in his movement. The lightest he's been in his career in a very long time. But there you see the predatory instincts of Carl Booth, stalking his opponent, looking for that right hand, laser-like focus on his prey. Jabbing to the body, just wait to see a right hand come either right down the pipe or straight down the middle.
Belloso's back is too close to that fence. If Bomber presses, he's got nowhere to go. He's got a little bit of circular movement right now, but that's fairly easy to predict. Can actually set you up to getting knocked out.
As you say, Carl Bomber Booth, a former #1 contender here. Brave Combat Federation actually contested for the first ever Brave Combat Federation World Welterweight title against Carlston Harris at Brave 8, losing a closely contested 5-round decision, and he is desperate to get back to that kind of status. That's a big shot. Oh, he knocked him out! First round KO! Bomber by name.
Left landed, it was all over.
Bomber by name, Bomber by nature. Carl Booth, it's okay to smile. That was a big performance. Welcome back to the winner's circle, Carl Booth.
What comes after 1 but 2? Fantastic KO, and that's why they call him Bomber.
You could see right from the very beginning. Now the big man smiles. Now the big man's happy with the performance. Ascends the cage. Surveys Combat Kingdom in front of him. Takes the plaudits of those here in attendance. There you see the beautiful work from Carl Bomber Booth. Goes low with the legs. Big straight right shot. throws in some hooks for good measure, and it was night.
Medical team is now looking over Carlos Belloso. He's seated under his own control on the stool. What he's feeling right now may be as much emotional discomfort as physical discomfort, but he is receiving excellent medical attention. Carl Bomber Booth, of course, is soaking in the glory.
Fantastic stoppage by Rebin Lightsaber. Carlos Belloso was not out clean, but there was no need for him to take any more damage, which would have led to a concussive separation from his senses. Referee Rebin Lightsaber jumps in at the perfect moment. First round stoppage. Carl Booth take a bow.
What happened, Phil? Somebody just get their purple belt?
I think someone just got a promotion. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the newly minted purple belt. Carl Bomber Booth.
What a night for Bomber.
And it's often very rare that you see someone get a promotion in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coming off a concussive knockout.
A KO victory. Carlos Belloso standing under his own control now. He's okay, got caught hard a couple of times. Fight didn't go his way.
From one legitimate purple belt now in Carl Booth to another legitimate purple belt in Carlos Kramer. Make it official.
Brave Nation, an explosive finish to this battle at 1 minute and 12 seconds of the very first round. Your winner, from Nottingham, England, Carl Bomber Booth.
Carl Bomber Booth gets it done. As if you had to ask why his nickname as Bomber, the big man gets it done. Back in the winner's enclosure and perhaps ready to make a run at either super welterweight or super lightweight. More difficult than getting the finish was tying that purple belt, but there you see it, just huge right hands being landed at will, bombs away from the Bomber. Beautiful finish by the Nottingham man.
Revving the lightsaber into the action at exactly the right moment.
This bout is sponsored by Brave Energy Drink. Only the best to power your best effort. Fortune favors the brave. Grappling phenom Jarrah back in action tonight as he looks for his second Brave CF win against Brendan Lazar, another middleweight standout coming out of South Africa. Coming up next, Rustam the Russian Bear Tsiev takes on Brendan Lazar.
All right, Brave Nation, this next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 3 wins and 1 loss. He stands 180 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 84 kilograms. Representing Descendant MMA and fighting out of South Africa. Please welcome Brendan, the Descendant Lazar. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 3 wins and 2 losses. He stands 177 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 84.1 kilograms. Representing K-Dojo Warrior USA by way of Russia. Please welcome Rustam, the Russian Bear, Shazayev. Your referee is the Irish Bulldozer, Decky Larkin.
Big thanks to Nordic Palace and Spa, our hospitality partner.
35 years old is Rustam, 37 Brendan Lazar. Collectively, they have less than 10 mixed martial arts bouts between them. but are both incredible athletes.
Phil's strategy for the descendant has got to be take his opponent into the deep waters of the second and third round. This round, I'd like to see him just avoid that clinch.
He cannot let someone like the Russian Bear get his hands on him early when they are both dry. You need to be wetter than an otter's pocket to get out of the submission grasp of someone like Chisaev. The Russian Bear just stalking. Just waiting for that opportune moment to get in for the shot against Lazar.
Brendan the Descendant doing what he needs to do right now. Staying on the outside. We'd like to see him be just a little bit more aggressive. But right now, as I said, what he needs to do is not get those arms around his torso.
And he has the type of, Rustam Chisaev has the type of grappling, it's almost like a Ronda Rousey armbar. You know that it's inevitable, you know it's coming, but the majority of fighters just don't have an answer to it. We saw it in his last fight against Tariq Suleiman, all the way back at Brave 27 in Abu Dhabi, just what a grinding, relentless pace he can impose with his grappling.
Brendan the Descendant is, I think, the underdog in this bout, but he always is. He entered a reality season with all undefeated fighters, and he came out on top, but right now this fight is not going the way he wants it to.
And that is beautiful work from Chisaev. Go low with the touch to the knee, come with the overhand, and then close the distance. Right now trying to go for that modified crucifix position, distributing his weight absolutely expertly. And now we're really going to see just how good the wrestling and grappling of Brendan Lazar is if he can delay or dismay the onslaught here from Rustam Chisaev.
Brave Nation, it is very difficult to convey in words what the pressure that you're seeing right now feels like, but it is terrible. Think of the expression, a ton of bricks. Think of a ton of bricks, 2,000 pounds of them lying on your chest, 1,000 kilos of bricks. That is what the Russian Bear feels like.
The Russian Bear just gripping the back of the neck, maybe trying to set up a guillotine. Can't quite see from this position if he has a hand connected. He's pushing down, almost trying to pass. Lazar doing everything to try and re-guard, but again, it just comes down to just that beautiful weight distribution. Has a knee on the hip right now, preventing Lazar from digging in and trying to get half guard back. Again, acutely aware of it, steps over almost into reverse scarf. Nice job from Lazar to get half guard back.
Maybe an arm choke attempt being set up here from top.
Lazar wise to it, does the right thing by digging in for his own underhook. By just holding on, but oh, beautiful work from Chisaev. Takes the back.
Boom, boom, boom in 3 seconds.
That is, and he's so deceptively explosive, and when he's on top of you, you expend so much energy just coping with him in that position that you become drained very, very quickly.
Absolutely fantastic rapid-fire grappling sequence there. Brave Nation, what you saw there, that 1, 2, 3 little sequence, that can take a fighter a minute easily. Happen in less than 3 seconds.
Can't quite see it. He's not underneath the chin, but he is just cupping the chin, setting up with big clubbing fists.
Interesting technique to hold the chin, punch the side of the head, and then slam that short choke in.
Oh, he's going for that short choke, just as you say. Thinking about going palm to palm on it, but landing huge clubbing blows. Just riding the back of Brendan Lazar like a bucking bronco.
Minute to go. A little hard to see how Lazar is going to be able to survive this long 60 seconds.
Beautiful wrist control here to flatten out his man. Would like to see Rustam Chisaev dig those hooks in just a little bit deeper to flatten Lazar out. Oh, he had a big shot there.
Fantastic endurance by the South African. Great show of heart.
That is a lesson in perseverance, but he did eat some big shots, wearing the fight on his face right now. And you've just got to wonder what having someone like Chisaev on your back for that length of time has done to your cardio. Sprawls well, but just delays the inevitable. Again, huge shots.
This may be it, Brave Nation. Decky Larkin watching very, very closely. If there's 1 second left and the opponent is not defending intelligently, it's going to be stopped.
Decky Larkin recognizes the 10-second clapper, but as you say, taking a long, hard look. Chisaev flattening out Brendan Lazar. And what a dominant first round from Rustam, the Russian Bear Shizaev. Brendan Lazar taking his time getting back to his feet. A little bit wobbly, it must be said.
Phil, I believe that is the first 10-8 round that we have seen tonight.
Brian Coyle, one of the best cut men in the business. The man from Strabane tending to the cut here, the face of Brendan Lazar. But let's talk about Shizaev and the dominance once the hooks were in.
Phil, among the many things that the Russian Bear impressed me with was that he didn't just stick with that submission attempt. When the submission wasn't there, he went back to dropping bombs. When those were thwarted to an extent, right back into the submission. He's not a one-trick pony. He is an everything trick pony.
Here we go, Decky Larkin clearing the cage.
Doctor looking very carefully at the eye, has signaled that this bout can continue. There may be a little bit of a question. Doctor is slowing the action to make a final determination.
Time out being called by referee Decky Larkin sends Rustam Shizaev to the neutral corner. A long debate being had here. Not quite sure if Brendan Lazar can see out of the eye. And the fight is over! In between rounds, Rustam Shizaev with
the Russian Bear pulls it out.
Rustam Shizaev with the third TKO finish in his mixed martial arts career, showing he is becoming at 35 years old an incredibly dangerous prospect in the Brave Combat Federation middleweight division.
One of the things that happens, Brave Nation, is when you get punched in the eye by a perfect shot, it becomes difficult to see out of that eye. Without two functioning eyes, there's no depth perception, and a fighter is in danger. So our medical officials were in the corner asking Brendan the Descendant whether he could see perfectly out of both eyes. I believe one of the eyes was temporarily compromised, and in the interest of fighter health and safety, that round, well, the bout was over at round one. That was, I believe, the first 10-8 of this entire card so far.
There you have it, the second win of the night for Club K Dojo and Master K Murat Kestov. Time for the official decision from Carlos Kramer.
All right, Brave Nation, another exciting battle in the Brave CF 50 cage. This comes to an end with the fighter unable to continue into the second round. Your winner by TKO, Rustam, the Russian Bear, Shizaev.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Russian Bear with a huge win in his mixed martial arts career over a legitimate threat like Brendan Lazar. If you know MMA, you know just how game and capable Brendan Lazar is. Rustam Shizaev runs his record to 4-2 as a professional. Let's look at some of his handiwork, Eric.
Perfect head positioning, there was no choke available, and here we go. You're going to see the Russian Bear mixing up big clubbing shots to the head with the threat of a submission ever present. Back and forth relentlessly, and those shots are coming from all angles. They come to the top of the ear. When the ear's blocked, they come from underneath the arm to the jawline, back and forth, until the opponent was insensate, and Decky Larkin stops the contest. In Russia, in sports, whenever they talk about an athlete, they also talk about his coach. Big props to Master K Murat Kestov and to his fighter, Rustam Shizaev.
This bout is sponsored by Brave Energy Drink. Only the best to power your best effort. Fortune favors the brave. Bantamweight standout Brad Katona is ready to make his Brave CF debut a memorable one, as he takes on undefeated Borislav Nikolic, who is eager to continue his winning streak at Katona's expense. Coming up next, Brad Superman Katona faces off against Borislav Nikolic.
This is Mr.
All
Green
right, Brave Nation. This next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a perfect professional record of 8 wins and no losses. He stands 177 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 61.5 kilograms. Representing Sekator MMA and fighting out of Belgrade, Serbia. Please welcome Borislav Teza Nikolic and his opponent. Fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 8 wins and 2 losses. He stands 168 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 62.5 kilograms. Representing SBG Ireland by way of Canada. Give it up for Brad Superman Katona. Your referee is Revan Lightsaber.
Tail of the tape in front of us. Brad Katona, 29 years old. Borislav Nikolic, 28 years old. Height advantage goes to Borislav. And this is a fight and a brave debut in Brad Katona that a lot of people are very, very excited about.
I repeat, Phil, this is a man who believes he is on a march to greatness right here in the Brave Combat Federation cage in front of us. He is going to look to make the hugest statement he possibly can.
Katona hasn't fought since September of 2019, and like many fighters, 2020 was a bit of a write-off. He is reinvigorated, rejuvenated, and ready to go here at Brave 50 in Combat Kingdom, Bahrain.
Phil, watch Teza's hand when he throws that left. Is the hand already compromised? Nice kick.
Brad Katona doing a great job of covering up and replying, almost inviting his opponent on in anticipation and then countering. Borislav telegraphing those winging hooks ever so slightly. Katona again just taking his time, slowly ever edging Borislav against the cage. Katona doing a good job of occupying the center, controlling where the fight's going, controlling the movement of Borislav Nikolic. Oh, beautiful body head work from Katona. Borislav replies with a shot to the body.
Borislav showing, though, that distance does matter. His reflexes are outstanding. He's doing a decent job of staying just far enough back so he doesn't get hit by that big overhand right, and sweet head movement when he's in a little closer than he wants to be.
Nice little pop jab landed by Borislav Nikolic on the exit, but there is the first takedown attempt by Brad Katona. Has bicep control, has the head underneath the chin, or just on the chin of Borislav. Everything he's doing is technically proficient right now. What it comes down to is just how good the defense of Borislav Teza Nikolic is in this situation, Kirk.
It is. I thought Teza wasn't quite pulling up high enough on that leg, but he was, but it was all for naught. Quick leg trip, and we've got Superman on top.
Indeed, Carrick, indeed. And that was a beautiful little trip from Brad Katona. Micro-aggression, as I like to define these little movements within the big battles of mixed martial arts. Happy now to solidify the position, just sitting in that half guard or half mount, depending on your disposition and outlook. Katona may look just to roll the right arm into the body to free it up. Katona doing a fantastic job of distributing his weight.
Katona's top wrestling, his heavy wrestling is such that I think he may give up that right underhook and use it to throw some shots down from the top.
Transitioning into the mount position. Nice step over. His movement slightly impeded by the cage. Can't step clean into half guard. May just slowly look to incrementally move his hips up into that mount position. Low mount at the minute. Borislav doing a good job by trying to re-guard. But he left the head exposed there for a big shot by trying to dig underneath the leg of Brad Katona.
Looked like Borislav was actually trying to throw a couple of shots from bottom. He is right now. This is not the place to do it.
And somebody's opened up. I'm not sure if it's the nose of Brad Katona from a shot. Can't quite see. We just see nice work to escape there from Borislav. And yep, it looks like the nose of Brad Katona's opened up.
Teza right back to where he wants to be, taking advantage of that superior reach.
He's keeping those hands very, very low, almost as if to invite the strikes of Brad Katona.
That's exactly it, Phil. He's trying to catch his opponent as he's coming in. As it is, because he is on the outside, when he throws that jab, Superman backs up. What he's trying to do is time it so he can catch him coming in. And if he lands that left right there and his opponent's moving in, he will follow it up instantly with a right.
There's a sneaky rear uppercut as well. By keeping that hand low as Katona comes in for the shot, there is the possibility of an uppercut there if you're throwing it from the hip. Nice snapping jab again by Nikolic. Can't quite tell if that's a grimace or a smile every time he gets hit.
He's loving it, Phil. This is a young man in his glory.
Katona with the headlock. Tried to land a knee, but that is a nice popping jab coming from Borislav Nikolic.
It's also some very slick head movement when he gets in danger, when he gets within reach of those Superman arms. That head is moving like crazy. Gotta say, the young man from Serbia is impressing me bigly.
Let's get a little bit of a recap of some of that action. Opening up with big kicks, but Brad Katona choosing to fight in the pocket en route to a big takedown. Scores that takedown with a beautiful little trip. Falls down. I'm not quite sure where the bloodying up of the nose occurred. Could have been one of those stiff jabs, or it could have been a little bit of a clash or a shot from the bottom from Borislav Nikolic, but I think on the balance of play, putting in the takedown, do you give that to Katona?
I actually, on my very, very unofficial scorecard, gave that to Teza.
Interesting. Speaking of interesting, we'll see, does Katona go for more of the same, fight in the pocket to the takedown? Can Teza implement distance management and pop that jab off?
Katona's going to be a little bit more aggressive, staying on the outside, waiting for his opponent to show a shot, trying to counter. It's not really going the way he wants to. Teza, I think, is going to continue trying to do the fight you see right here, throwing shots from the outside. When he gets inside, watch that head. It's going to move like crazy.
Nice little roll underneath and come over the top from Brad Katona. Borislav really needs to utilize that boxing range that he has. Again, trying to come with a big shot over the top that almost looked like it annoyed Brad Katona rather than anything else. Nice slip there from Brad Katona, turning up the head movement. Does have great boxing, as we alluded to, a former Canadian Golden Gloves champion in 2011, so does have that pedigree. That's a sick shot from Brad Katona. Again, Borislav Nikolic.
I guarantee you, Phil, the next time 3 lands like that, the next time that left lands, there's going to be a 2, a right hand coming immediately after it.
Katona trying to counter off that jab from Borislav Nikolic. Has that lead hook loaded, and on the takedown has the hands connected.
Together, down to the ground.
Mixing it up beautifully here is Brad Katona. John Kavanagh just reliably informing us that they do indeed have wrestling in Ireland.
Armbar attempt coming.
You can see Borislav trying to shift the hips. Katona doing a great job of squaring those hips off, just preventing Borislav from creating that angle to throw up the legs of submission. Needs to square off just a little bit more now. Nice work from Katona. Has he stepped over into the half guard? He has indeed. into the half guard, half mount position.
Here comes the shoulder pressure, Brave Nation. That shoulder from top, twisting that head, not only is miserable, not only does it constrict the breathing, but it stops those hips from moving. Once you can stop the hips from moving, you can see that foot going to the inner thigh. It's much easier to pass.
Intelligent work from Katona momentarily, using the instep of his leg to try and open up that guard and shimmy his leg through into the mount position. Good work to re-guard from Borislav.
Slick work on top. When the shoulder pressure didn't work, it was relieved, followed up immediately by a punch.
Midway point of the second round here. Brad Katona on top, just suppressing any potential offense of Borislav Nikolic. Intelligent work from Katona to stay all the way down. In situations like that, you want to see a fighter stay all the way down or all the way up back on their heels. You don't want them at that 45-degree angle known as no man's land, where they're vulnerable to submission attacks.
Brave Nation, Teza is holding on to that head for dear life, because if the opponent is allowed to posture back, those shots will rain down with multiplied force.
Katona trying to create a little bit of separation to land his strikes. But right now he's in the dominant position. The impetus really lies with Borislav on the bottom to try and make something happen.
90 seconds.
Nice little pot shot elbow. You can see Borislav trying to create the angles for the arm bars, but Katona again with that cerebral analytical approach is wise to it, squares off the hips.
Very impressive head movement from top. Any of those elbows, if they'd landed, could have caused a punch. Because of Superman's continuous head movement, forward and back, side to side, not a single one landed cleanly.
Nice posture. Watch that up kick.
Minute left in the second round here. Katona very much in the ascendancy. A little bit of a giggle from Borislav.
As we said earlier, this young man is having the time of his life.
Katona must have whispered a wee knock-knock joke in his ear there. Again, just good head move and continued pressure, elevating the hips and almost compressing the body into like a question mark position is Brad Katona.
Fantastic positioning from Brad Superman Katona. He's keeping himself completely safe here while delivering damage.
Creating intelligent little pockets of space, landing his shot and coming back down in nice and tight. And so far in this round, Borislav Nikolic does not have an answer for the dominant positional control of Brad Katona. Tries to get that knee shield in. Katona, wise, wary of the up kick, steps out of danger and lands a huge shot to finish. Fantastic second round for the SBG Ireland man.
Fantastic round. Ladies and gentlemen, Brave Nation, you will not find a round easier to score than that. That was 10-9 for Brad Superman Katona.
Let's take a look at some of the action here in the second round. Katona landing big shots, bringing the awareness and focus of Borislav upstairs and then going downstairs with the takedown.
And Phil, if you want to see just a little sign of the genius that is John Cavanaugh, that up kick that nearly landed, he predicted about 12 to 13 seconds before it actually happened.
Jess Isaacson doing the business there, keeping our fighters clean, safe and presentable. Surely if you're in the corner of Brad Katona, you're John Cavanaugh, you're saying more of the same, please.
100%. That was, as I said, as clear a 10-9 as you get in mixed martial arts.
As we say, very, very smart approach. No unnecessary risks. Establish the dominant position and from there, go to work. Borislav opening it up hot.
This is not what Teza needs to do. He's loading up on those hands a little bit too much. It's going to leave him open to a takedown. He's got to be a little more tactical, a little bit more strategic.
Oh, just shy with the head kick. But as you say, he's sitting down on these shots far too much. He's planting the feet, which could leave him vulnerable to the takedown. Oh, takedown from Borislav.
Keep that head if you can. Let's keep that head. Tighten up that grip with the glove.
Katona now with butterfly hooks, trying to get in on the guillotine. Arm in guillotine, closing the guard. How tight is this?
Phil, how tight is that?
Oh, it does look tight.
It's in there.
Could we be looking at the third submission win in the
And
career?
it's
That's the
over!
tap! Brad Katona!
Brad Superman Katona!
Fourth finish in his professional career. You may well smile, young man, after a wonderful performance.
What a fantastic submission. Philly's letting us know with MMA sign language what he wants. He's holding his hands around the waist. He wants a title shot.
I am very much looking forward to getting a chat with that young man and asking him about his aspirations here in Brave Combat Federation.
Look at the power in that squeeze. It takes extraordinary power to get a tap when you're nearly flat on your back, and that's what he's got. Extraordinary power. Huge congratulations to the Canadian. To the Canadian fighting out of Ireland, Brad Superman Katona, and once again, congratulations to a genius coach, John Kavanagh.
As an Irishman, I'm counting that as a win for the green, white, and gold of Ireland. Brad Katona, take a bow, the fourth finish of your professional career.
I asked Brad Katona why he wasn't just a mechanical engineer with about 10 people working for him. He was clear to me. He said, I have a path to greatness. I have a path to glory, and it's right here. It was right there in MMA sign language as he held his hands around his waist. This young man wants a title shot.
All right, Brave Nation, another exciting finish. This happens in the third round at 40 seconds. Your winner by tap out due to guillotine, Brad Superman Katona!
Big smile on the face of Brad Katona. Takes the win. Hands Borislav Nikolic, the first professional loss of his career. Let's have a look at some of the action. Opening up very aggressive is Borislav Nikolic.
And this is when the bout began to turn around. What's the most dominant art in mixed martial arts? It's wrestling. You can see why. This is a front headlock here. Nasty knee came out of that front headlock when the front head was escaped, knee was ahead, escape. What follows up but punches in bunches? Teza calling it in, slaps his face, but what came in at him was more wrestling, and that wrestling was followed with punches, and there is exactly what the genius John Kavanagh warned could be happening. Brave Nation, bear with us. Because of the pandemic, we cannot jump into the ring and speak directly with the fighters. We have to do socially distanced interviews. It's a little bit more challenging, a little bit harder than it normally would be. It's more than just jumping in the cage. We've got a staging area for the fighter. We've got a staging area for Phil Campbell, and the Irish Thunder is just about to get us rolling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with a victorious Brad Superman Katona. Firstly, congratulations on the fight. And tell me, did it unfold the way you thought? And did you know as soon as you had that guillotine cinched up, it was game over?
You know, that's my first guillotine in a professional fight and any mixed martial arts fight. So I had the grip and I was like, well, this feels right. So John's like, put it on slow, put it on slow. And I saw the hand hover and I was like, really? I'm not even squeezing yet. Like, I'm not even really applying it, and man, I just trusted it, and sure enough, I got the tap a lot quicker than I thought I would.
It was definitely a tight squeeze, elicited the tap, and then, as you say, another finish win for you, taking you to 4 finish wins. I have to ask you, signing with Brave Combat Federation now, you made that motion of the belt. What are your aspirations here in Brave?
That's it. I'm here to be a world champion, you know, and the Brave World Championship is a pretty sought-after belt. You know, I have to thank Your Highness for giving me this opportunity. You know, it was 18 months of struggling to find something. Now I have a platform, and now I'm ready to throw the fans. So put me in the line for that belt next. I think I deserve it. Got to finish here tonight. There wasn't a ton of them on the card. I think I made a statement shutting out 2 rounds to nothing and then getting the finish. So I think I'm in line.
Made a statement, you did indeed. Brad, is there anyone you would like to say thank you to give a quick shout out to?
You know, I have to thank all the fans for sticking behind me for so long. You know, it was a long road, but all my teammates at SBG Ireland, you know, John Kavanagh, my original coach and team, Curtis Brigham, the Winnipeg Academy of Mixed Martial Arts. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be here in beautiful Bahrain fighting in front of a castle. You know, this is pretty cool for, you know, a Winnipeg boy to be a part of.
Well, congratulations, Brad, and we very much look forward to seeing you back inside the Brave Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, a victorious Brad Superman Katona.
Thank you.
This bout is presented by Brave Nutrition. Behind the athlete, there are hours of training. Behind every hard training is Brave Nutrition. Undefeated European phenom Anton Turkalj is ready to return to action as he takes on Konstantin Soldatov, one of the best fighters in his division in Central Asia. Coming up next, Anton Turkalj welcomes Konstantin Soldatov in a catchweight bout of 95 kilograms.
All right, Brave Nation, this next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in a catchweight bout of 95 kilograms. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 5 wins and 1 loss. He stands 186 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 94.4 kilograms. Representing two-bet top team and fighting out of Almaty, Kazakhstan. Please welcome Konstantin Hooligan Soldatov. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a perfect professional record of 6 wins and no losses. He stands 193 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 94.6 kilograms. Representing GBG MMA Gothenburg and fighting out of Sweden. Please welcome Anton the Pleasure Man Turkalj. Your referee is the Irish bulldozer, Decky Larkin.
Big thanks to Nordic Palace and Spa, our hospitality partner.
Quick tail of the tape, Anton Turkalj, 24 years old. Konstantin Soldatov, 26. Turkalj, the slightly taller, everything else, the weight, identical. Turkalj renowned as being a quick starter. Soldatov known as a dangerous brawler, but right now the smiles and jokes have faded. It is all business. Big overhand. Oh, he dropped it!
It's over! Just like that! That was a record breaker!
The pleasure
He's
man!
running back!
The pleasure man makes a run for it!
Never before seen in Brave Combat Federation! That was one of a kind! Record-setting!
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen history in the making. You have just seen the fastest KO in the history of Brave Combat Federation. Anton Turkalj, like a blacksmith, makes a bolt for the door. Now making his way back into the cage. I think he was just going back to make sure that his hair was in place. Ladies and gentlemen,
the hair does look perfect.
That is as impressive a showing I think we have ever seen from anyone inside the Brave cage. There you see just how dangerous, and that's the misconception about Anton Turkalj. Beautiful spinning back fist, and
this is Brave Combat Federation. This is right here, right now, a global highlight.
that is absolutely terrifying. Follows it up with some ground and pound. Decky Larkin makes the stop.
And then it's off to Arad Ford from another angle. Boom on the button. Down goes the hooligan. And out.
Anton Turkalj fighting like he has somewhere to be. the fastest KO in the history of Brave Combat Federation.
And the hair is being put back perfectly into place. So another perfect person can call the fight officially. Carlos, the Roaring Lion, Kramer.
All right, Brave Nation, what an incredible bout. This ends at 13 seconds of the very first round. Your winner by knockout, Anton Pleasureman Turkali.
What more can you say? I'm pretty sure we could watch the entire fight back a few times here, Kirik.
The vision of Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa is so multifaceted, and you just saw one facet of the giant diamond that we are a small part of.
There you go. We're watching the entire
global highlights.
We're watching the entire fight back here. Spinning backfist KO continues the 100% finish record. Parlays the momentum of the kick into the spinning backfist KO. Ladies and gentlemen, Anton, the Pleasure Man, Turkali.
And Brave Nation, after it happened, what does the fighter do? But he sprints all the way back to Arad Fort, straightens out his hair, and then comes back to the Brave Combat Federation cage in order to receive the victory. We are going to get a socially distanced interview with Anton Pleasureman Turkali.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with a victorious Anton Turkali. First off, congratulations on now holding the record as the fastest KO in Brave Combat Federation. And secondly, did you get a phone call or something because you darted back into the fort?
No, I had to pee real quick. That's why. Nice to see you, Phil. You look good.
Very nice to see you. Very nice to see you too, my friend. You're now continuing your run as a 100% finish record. I want to ask you, are you keeping a close eye on the co-main event and the light heavyweight title fight?
Of course I'm going to watch it. I'm here. But I'm the biggest name in this division, and not only in this division, in the whole Brave. I'm the baddest motherfucker. They should do a belt just for me. And they should do a belt, because I'm the prettiest fighter too. But yeah, I'm going to watch the fight.
I have to ask you, do you have a message for whoever is going to win the title fight here between Mohammed Fakhreddin and Mohammed Saeed Malem?
No, I'm the biggest fighter in Brave, so why should I chase anyone? They need to chase me.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The new owner of the fastest KO in the history of Brave Combat Federation. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Anton, the Pleasure Man, Turkali.
Thank you, Phil. Take care.
This bout is brought to you by Brave Gym. Training for mind, body, and spirit. Brave, it's more than a gym. Valerio Mircea comes in for his Brave CF debut surrounded by the highest expectations, and he's ready to meet them against Omar Sulaimanov, who's looking to spoil the welcome party for Mircea. Coming up next, Valerio the Solitary Wolf Mircea takes on Omar Sulaimanov in a featherweight bout.
All right, Brave Nation, this next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 9 wins and 2 losses. He stands 185 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 66.2 kilograms. Representing Scorpion MMA and fighting out of Odessa, Ukraine, please welcome Omar Sulaimanov. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 25 wins, 6 losses, and 1 draw. He stands 173 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 66 kilograms. Representing Aurora MMA, Rome, Italy, and fighting out of Moldova, give it up for Valerio, the Solitary Wolf, Mircea. Your referee is Raven Lightsaber.
Reb and Saber having to get involved before the fight has officially started. Tail of the tape, 27 years old against 28 years old. Omar Solomonov, the taller fighter. Everything else is virtually identical. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Huge calf kick to open up from Omar Solomonov. Working well out of that southpaw stance. Murcia, the veteran, calling him on. A veteran of 33 professional mixed martial arts bouts at only 27 years old. Game plan of Solomonov seems to be attack that inside low calf kick.
It does. He may be overcommitting a little bit, though. He may be giving exactly what you're seeing there. He's giving too many tells to his opponent. He's set up on those first few shots, like that one, just a little too hard. He's allowing his opponent to download too many tells that could turn this fight around very, very quickly.
Murcia showing a little bit of veteran savvy. Does look like the calmer fighter. Seems to have a little bit more of a gauge of the distance and timing than Omar Solomonov right now.
Solomonov is all offense right now. He's not. I do not see him learning anything about what his opponent's doing to set shots up.
The shots of Valerio Murcia seem to be coming a little bit cleaner than those of Omar Solomonov, but that's a nice leaping uppercut.
Murcia acknowledged it, nodded his head, gave him a little smile.
Came over the top more like a pitcher throwing a fastball.
And another one!
Again with that leaping lead uppercut and then knees to the body. Murcia grabbing onto the
You get a little talking to from the referee if that happens again.
Omar Solomonov now seems to be settling into the flow, rhythm and cadence of the fight a little bit more.
Solomonov is liking what's happening. He's throwing big shots, and some of them are landing. Obviously had the most luck with that uppercut, which he just tried to land a third time.
I like what he did there. He tried to land it in that switch stance to cover distance. But just shy with the knee.
And a fourth try. Oh!
Not quite sure if that landed, but Solomonov feels confident with it.
Omar calling his opponent in.
Nice utilization of distance, range, and length by Omar Solomonov.
Big shot, almost was a second one. Solomonov may have been looking for that fence to do a jump off of it.
Trying to throw that little fadeaway hook coming off the hook from Valerio Murcia.
Solomonov discovers what works for him by throwing them full power. It's a highly unusual approach, but it's how he does, and it's working for him.
He's borderline awkward looking when he's fighting there, but it's very, very effective, and I think Murcia is maybe having a little bit of difficulty trying to get a read on that.
As I said, this is a very unusual way to start a fight, but it seems to work for him just fine.
And if you're a fighter with a 100% finish record, you know, don't broke it if it's not, or don't fix it if it's not broken. Nice takedown there from Valerio Murcia.
Solomonov's corners telling him to be calm.
Nice work from Solomonov to get back to his feet.
Putting the hand down so that there's no knees to the head. It's actually a little more complicated than that. And what a scramble! This is what I was waiting for in this fight.
That's a beautiful scramble. Rolling with Solomonov. Momentarily looked like it is back taken. You see Murcia in on the single leg. So far, very fun fight. You have to wonder how sustainable it is to throw everything 100%. I'm going to answer my own question and say not very, Kirik.
It's impossible to throw everything 100% all the time, almost by definition. There's got to be some sense of pacing in this sport, but nobody told him, and as I said, this is working out just fine for him so far.
Approaching the final 30 seconds of the first round. It'll be interesting to see if it gets to the second round. Nice jab there from Solomonov. As I said, it'll be interesting to see if he continues with this type of attack. Oh, that's another lovely shot. But Murcia more than happy to take it on the chin. Murcia in on the takedown. Solomonov digging in. Beautiful little trip from Murcia.
He's got to do something huge with it for this to get noticed by the judges. That didn't miss. He's getting elevated, and the round ends.
I think Omar Solomonov, coming in as somewhat of an unknown quantity in global mixed martial arts, has surprised and not earned but taken the respect of not just Valerio Murcia but the people watching at home, Kirik.
Absolutely. First round, no question, goes to Omar Solomonov. His setups I've never really seen before. He just throws the shots as hard as he possibly can, and somehow in the midst of that he gets the information he needs to throw another shot as hard as he can.
There you see some of exactly what you've just been talking about. But you have to give credit to Murcia. He's got an absolute chin on him. There were some shots there that looked like they landed clean, but he was completely unmoved.
He's got a chin on him, Phil, but I'm not sure how good that is in combat sports. What you want on you is great defense, and thus far, particularly with those uppercuts, they've landed absolutely square in the face. Next round, I do believe we're going to see Omar Solomonov try and start putting combinations together.
Again, both men absolutely biting at the bit. Referee Rebin Saber has his work cut out for him.
Easy, son. Back to your corner. Glove touch, it's all in fun.
Nice inside leg kick from Murcia there. I'd like to see him set that up a little bit more. Tries to wing the overhand in. Maybe he's getting the... Oh, nice anticipation and heavy hips. That's a big knee to the body.
Scrambles.
This is a very, very entertaining fight, Kirik.
Brave Nation, every close fight, every fight that's really worth happening is going to be won in those little scrambles. Watch them very carefully. Watch those moments when nobody completely has the upper hand. Whoever ends with the upper hand most of the time, in all likelihood, is going to take it.
That's another very stiff jab. Stepping in as he lands the jab, just adding an extra little bit of ferocity to it as Omar Solomonov. I like what he's doing there. It's that beautiful lead uppercut just to bring the chin from a southpaw. It's great. Use that uppercut just to bring the chin of your opponent up and then come over with your rear left. But right now, completed takedown from Omar Solomonov. Nice knee to the body. Oh, knocks the gum seal out.
Flying. Fantastic sportsmanship, absolutely fantastic sportsmanship. Could completely have kept throwing shots, said nope, let my brother put his mouthpiece back in, then I'm going to knock it out again.
I love that. Lets him put the mouthpiece back in, touch gloves, and then wings a left hand of his own. You just don't get this in any other kind of sport, Kirik.
You do not. Ooh, low single, didn't go his way.
Both men exchanging knees. Oh,
somebody's getting a little talking to.
Not a point deduction, just a stern telling off. I think that was a, if it happens again, there's a point deduction.
In on the single. May look to run the pipe or sweep.
Thought about a high cross with it. Oh,
denied,
beautiful
roll,
transition.
ends up on top.
And again, switching.
And that was the scramble I was talking about. So far, Solomonov on top, but this scramble has not stopped. This is the most telling moment of this entire fight. Who's going to end up on top?
Omar Solomonov has that grip around the waist. He may try and elevate and bring Murcia over his head and land in the dominant position, but in doing so, he will have to exert insurmountable energy.
Almost there. Hips are way back and low.
Look for the knee to the body. Such an entertaining fight. Another big shot. Murcia cannot eat too many more of these.
Solomonov fully finding his range now. A little bit past the halfway mark. I'm expecting more shots to land from him.
Omar Solomonov defending well, forcing Murcia to eat some shots, but now Murcia has the back roll.
Grammy roll, looking for a leg.
Going for the toe hold
here. Looking for the toe.
May look to extend to the knee bar if he can get his other leg across flush. I don't think he quite knows that he has the knee bar open to him. Needs to be wary of eating big shots in this situation. Now contemplating the knee bar. Always difficult to get extension on the knee bar in this position.
Looking for the switch. One stand up on top. Switch denied.
Murcia looking to take the back here for a rear naked choke. Doesn't have any hooks in yet. The roll would be slightly impeded as the cage is in front of Omar Solomonov, who works wonderfully to his feet, trying to break that wrist grip. Turns in, but a huge takedown from Valerio Murcia.
Tide turning just a little bit. Murcia now needs to cause some damage. He's in ascendancy. He's on top. He's got to do something big with it.
And the guard of Solomonov is right open, digging underneath again. Needs to be wary of being mounted here. Murcia just needs to slide that knee through.
Maybe looking for a triangle. Denied.
And that guard is wide open for Murcia just to step up into the mount position, but seems to be happy to sit in that half guard, half mount position. Little thumbs up from Solomonov just to let us all know he's doing okay.
Nice underhook from Solomonov. Nice little short, sharp shot to the head and the far side. Murcia needs to be a little more aggressive on top. Those elbows coming in, those shots to the head coming in are such that they negate that beautiful takedown we saw earlier.
Again, another enthralling round in what's proving to be one of the most entertaining back and forth battles of the night, Carrick.
Absolutely, Phil. I am calling this fight of the night thus far because when you get a 13-second record-breaking global viral knockout, it's not a fight, it's at the next level.
That was the very definition of sportsmanship, and that was the very definition of one of the most entertaining scrambles I have seen in my time in mixed martial arts. Both men just winging shots at one another. Again, I haven't even been scoring this fight in my head. I've just been enjoying the carnage that is in front of us.
I've got Solomonov up 20-18 on my utterly unofficial card, but I do see Valerio Murcia pulling ahead a little bit. Let's see what he can do in this, the third and final round of this fight.
You have to give credit to the gas tank of Omar Solomonov. He's been relentless and has just been absolutely winging shots. Again, referee Reben Saber has to put the fighters back into their corners. Every time he tells one to advance, it's like two naughty school children.
Glove touch. Boom!
Oh, huge shot again fired off by Solomonov whilst Murcia is in the midst of a single leg takedown attempt. Will he run the pipe on it? Will he look to kick the rear leg out?
That was potentially a huge moment for Solomonov. He stopped the takedown and it appears he's got one of his own.
Scores one of his own. Again, borderline awkward looking, unpredictable, a little bit of a wild man, but I think that's all part of the game plan.
It is. It works in the end in mixed martial arts. All that matters is, does it work? And it's working.
Stepping into the mount position.
Nearly to mount is Omar Solomonov. Darce's coming in.
Trying to set that up, trying to connect his hand to his bicep. Doesn't.
Denied, but for the trouble when you straighten the butt. When you crouch down, the Darce is there. When you straighten it out, it's not. But you get punched in the face for your trouble, just like that.
Trying to potentially move into the crucifix position here, isolating the arm so that he can continue to smash elbows and punches into the cranium. There he has it, pressure down, but Valerio Murcia trying to turn in. Is he grabbing onto the shorts again? Not quite. He is now, he's grabbing on. Solomonov trying to get in on that guillotine.
I gotta say, Phil, I am a fan of that floating top control. Just rolling around on the top. If you go to bottom, great, go to bottom. Try and catch something. If you don't catch a submission you want, try and use it to potentially sweep, go up to standing.
Omar Solomonov more so using that grip as a means of holding his opponent down. Has the underhook, trying to dig in, trying to get out again. Shorts being grabbed there by Murcia. Solomonov trying to sneak out with that underhook.
And there he is. Solomonov has a closed guard. Big question is, what's he going to do? He may be baiting his opponent into passing to half, and he'll try and pop out the side as that happens.
Guard of Solomonov is wide open if...
Referee stands him up. Good call. Not a lot of damage from top, not a lot of damage from bottom. Guard was not closed. Nothing was being done to further the position. Good call.
Oh, again, another big lead uppercut, and again.
And again.
That lead uppercut is money. Slightly telegraphs the takedown, but still scores it. That could be fatigue on the part of Murcia. Now heavy, heavy hips and sprawl. Big knee to the body coming up here. Again, lovely work from both men transitioning. Murcia was in on the single. 2 minutes left in what has been the most engaging bout of the night. Murcia showing a little bit of fatigue here, perhaps. Both men again.
And again.
Those uppercuts, both with the rear hand and the lead hand, have been money for Solomonov.
That uppercut by Omar Solomonov has been the story of this fight, along with some brilliant wrestling-based scrambles.
And again, needs to turn in.
Grammy roll, maybe looking for the knee bar.
As you say, he's digging in for that underhook on the knee. Did go for the toe hold earlier. Nice wrist control here.
Inverting, he's looking for it, but it is denied thus far.
It's hard to do when your opponent has your wrist a la Dagestani handcuff. You can see the leaking nose of Valerio Murcia, who lands in the top position, and with a minute left, can he really stamp his authority on these 3 rounds thus far? You have to give credit to Solomonov. He is constantly working, constantly looking for the likes of underhooks and ways to progress in the fight. I don't really understand the style of Omar Solomonov, but Kerik Jenis, I'm a big fan. May look to explode and try and turn Valerio. Elevator.
There it was, sitting up. May now try and roll him back, or may pop to standing. Exhausted fighter spits out that mouthpiece.
Oh,
there's a
huge
sweep. Maybe gonna look for an omoplata, instead gonna blast to the head. What a beautiful round.
That is an incredible fight between 2 absolute warriors. A back and forth war. Both fighters absorbed huge punishment. Valerio absorbing some of those huge uppercuts, both from the rear hand, both from the back hand.
Phil, I have to cut in. I have some breaking news. Brave Nation, I am very sorry to report that Muhammad, the latest Fakhreddin, is not feeling well. The fight versus Muhammad Lambian Saeed Malem has been canceled. We know Muhammad Fakhreddin will fight with a broken leg, with a broken arm, with broken wrists. When he says he's not feeling well, whatever he's feeling as at the level that would kill a normal human being, once again, Muhammad, the latest Fakhreddin, is sick. He is withdrawn from the fight, and the fight with Muhammad Lambian Saeed Malem for the title is going to be postponed. Again, Brave Nation, I apologize for delivering what is terrible news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just hearing this news as you're hearing it. Just to echo the sentiments from Kerik Jenis, Muhammad Fakhreddin has fought with broken bones, he has fought with torn ligaments, he has fought under incredible adversity. So for him to withdraw from a fight because he is ill speaks to the depth of just how ill he must be. Right now, yes, there's obvious disappointment that he won't be fighting, but we're dealing with human beings here, ladies and gentlemen. These people are not just fighters you see in a cage. They are human beings with families, with emotions, and right now our thoughts and prayers go out to Muhammad Fakhreddin, and we wish him a speedy recovery.
They do indeed. And Brave Nation, when I said The level of disease that he's feeling right now has to be something that would kill me. I wasn't kidding, because I know the man, and whatever he's going through has got to be terrible. But let's go to some good news. Let's have the roaring lion of Brave tell us who won this fight.
All right, Brave Nation, what an incredible war inside the Brave CF 50 cage. After 3 rounds, we go the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27 for a unanimous decision victory for our fighter out of the blue corner, Omar Solomonov.
Getting back to the fight that we have just witnessed, what a debut performance from Omar Solomonov, taking the win on all 3 judges' scorecards. Big smile on the man's face. And Kerrick, how do you put into words just the kind of performance we saw there from Omar Solomonov?
Phil, in my notes for this fight, I wrote verbatim, Omar Solomonov is a question as he is stepping out onto the global stage. He has answered that question with a roar. This is an awesome fighter. I cannot wait to see him fight again. I cannot wait to call his fights again.
There we're looking at some of the action here. Huge shots, and I asked the question, surely this type of pace would not be sustainable for all 3 rounds from Omar Solomonov, but he proved me wrong, and I'm more than happy he did so. He was throwing absolute lightning. He was throwing 100% for the entirety of the 15 minutes of war that he engaged in. Congratulations on a debut win, and welcome to the Brave Combat Federation family.
Back and forth they go in this fantastic highlight, slow-mo highlight reel. One on top, then the other, but in the end there was only one, and it was Omar Solomonov.
This bout is sponsored by Brave Energy Drink. Only the best to power your best effort. Fortune favors the brave. Knockout artist Kevin Ruart is back and hungrier than ever for another highlight reel KO as he takes on submission artist and jiu-jitsu black belt Louis Gleesman in a super welterweight bout. Coming up next, Kevin Ruart faces off against Louis Spartacus Gleesman.
All right, Brave Nation, this next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the super welterweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 7 wins and 2 losses. He stands 180 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 79.6 kilograms. Representing Art Suave Copenhagen and fighting out of Denmark, please welcome Louis Spartacus Gleesman. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 9 wins and 3 losses. He stands 180 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 79.6 kilograms. Representing Strike Academy Geneva and fighting out of Switzerland, give it up for Kevin D. Ruart. Your referee is the Irish bulldozer, Jackie Larkin.
Quick tale of the tape. Kevin Ruart, 32 years old, against the 30-year-old Gleesman. Everything else virtually identical. The Irish bulldozer, Jackie Larkin, is your man in the middle. Here we go. Kevin Ruart always has that big right hand loaded in the chamber, not unlike a Dan Henderson.
Kevin D. Ruart is locked and loaded. Brave Nation, watch that right hand. The left hand is measuring distance, trying to get a reaction out of the opponent. When he thinks he can predict the reaction, he's going to set it up, and that right hand is going to let go.
Louis Gleesman changing levels, just letting him know that if he gets too close, if he overcommits, Louis Gleesman will take him down. Both men tentative, again illustrating that respect for one another that I was talking about. Kevin Ruart respectful of the grappling game of Louis Gleesman. Louis Gleesman respectful of the sheer knockout power that Kevin Ruart has.
And in the area, both these gentlemen are best. The other one is very, very, very good.
Louis Gleesman, of course, coming out of that southpaw stance, opening up for some new interesting entries to the takedown. First takedown initially denied, heavy sprawl from the Strike Academy man, looking for the knee.
Beautifully set up knee.
Gleesman needs a big shot coming in. That's bound to do wonders for the confidence of Kevin D. Ruart.
Ruart is now using that frame beautifully. He used it to set up that knee, used it to set up the right hand. Should his opponent try and close him again, you're going to see the exact same thing. You're going to see a frame and you're going to see a shot coming off of it. Nice head movement from Louis Gleesman, just evading that pincer-like jab of Kevin Ruart. Needs to be careful of throwing those naked kicks, and by that I mean not setting him up with the hands, because it does expose himself to the big right hand of Kevin D. Ruart. Gleesman will be better off going for the calf rather than midway up that thigh. Hitting the thigh requires him to get just a little bit too close. Nice 1-2 from Kevin D. Ruart, not committing 100% to it. Just trying to get a little bit of gauge of whether Louis Gleesman will be there next time he throws it. Ladies and gentlemen, Brave Nation, what you're seeing here is two fighters feeling each other out. Either of them can knock the other one out if they know where the fighter's going to be, but you don't know because the other person's trying to hide it from you. So you try to feint. You throw some half power, three-quarter power shots, trying to get a sense of your opponent's speed, his reflexes. What's his footwork like tonight? Is it slipping a little bit? Is it solid? Once you get those answers, you let the hands go. Again, nice kicking game, and you can see the kicking game is coming from Louis Gleesman to try and take a little bit of the power out of the shots of Kevin D. Ruart. He does not want to get involved in a firefight with someone who throws like Kevin Ruart. I got to tell you, though, Louis Gleesman happy to step into the fire here. He's doing it. He's covering up well on the return shots from Kevin D. Ruart, showing that this is not just the case of a striker versus grappler. This is a mixed martial artist versus a mixed martial artist. Indeed, Phil, indeed. But like we know, Kevin Ruart just needs one shot. We saw that against Ion Surdu. We saw that against Ibrahim Mane. Louis Gleesman with a big winging kick. Gleesman's kick's just a little bit short. That shoulder is not coming around all the way to protect him. If he gets timed, and that Kevin D shot catches him on the chin, it's lights out. Kevin landing a couple of shots over the top, trying to get the timing of the kicks of Louis Gleesman. He's giving him a wee bit of a smile anytime he absorbs the shots. Good shot to the body from Louis Gleesman. Gleesman, of course, enjoying himself mightily. If he gets his takedown, it's huge. Trying to get the hands connected. Kevin D. Ruart doing a good job of defending, framing off the arms. There's the takedown. Possible Von Flue coming up. Has the grip, and now this is exactly where Louis Gleesman wants to be. Knee shield in place, but not for long. Short time now. Kevin D. Ruart is going to make it through the furious ground and pound he's in the middle of right now. There you go, first round in the books, and on the balance of play, would the takedown be enough in that round, Carrick, to edge out the round for Louis Gleesman? I would say, my humble opinion, not official, absolutely not. I call that round 10-9, Kevin D. Ruart. There was that beautiful frame. I wish they'd showed the follow-up, but there was so much other good action to see, like that straight right hand. Time just, there's another one. got his opponent just a teeny bit wobbly. Kevin D. Ruart is getting the knowledge he needs. He's getting closer and closer to get a perfectly timed straight right hand. If he manages to achieve that, this fight's over.
Louis Gleesman showing that yes, he is a BJJ black belt, but he is also happy to stand in front of Kevin Ruart and trade hands. Second round of 3 coming up. The Irish bulldozer Decky Larkin is your man in the middle.
Phil, Kevin D. Ruart is breathing just a little bit harder than I had anticipated he would be. Let's see if he can keep the furious pace up. Spartacus, on the other hand, looking just a little fresher than I thought he might be.
Gleesman giving him a bunch of different looks, threatening with the level changes, throwing the feints. Kevin Ruart trying to stun him with those heavy, heavy hands, and that, you just look at the way he has that right hand primed and ready to go.
Gleesman may want to let that left low kick go for now.
Oh, he got pinged just a little bit there.
Could have been just a little more than a little, got pinged again.
Oh, they're getting involved in a firefight now.
Pings are going back and forth.
Louis Gleesman needs to be very, very careful in these kinds of situations. That's
He's getting
why.
Staggered. That wasn't a ping, that was a bing.
Flying knee attempt there from from Kevin Ruart. Does he have the wherewithal to get in on the takedown and complete it?
Excellent strategy from Spartacus. Stopped exchanging, looking for that takedown now to take the fight right to where he wants it to be.
Ruart doing everything he can to try and bring up that level. Needs to dig in for the underhook if he really wants to raise that level of Louis Gleesman. You can see he's just effectively trying to do so right now.
Gleesman in tight, trying to land some shots, not having a great deal of luck. Hands are together.
He does have them connected, double underhooks, body lock. Potential trip takedown on a pivot here from Louis Gleesman.
May also be looking for the broomstick takedown.
Kevin Ruart showing solid balance, but
Kevin D. Ruart, that's a beautiful combination to have that cat-like balance, very hard to take down, and devastating power in the hands.
and is this going to be frustrating for Louis Gleesman not being able to take Kevin Ruart down? Oh, has the back.
This is his job. Looking for a sacrifice throw. Took it the other way. There's one hook in. He needs one more. And this fight could turn around. From this position with a single hook in, there's a couple of different things he can go for. I think he's trying to think about what he wants to do.
He's a little bit high on the back.
May try and take that arm on the near side.
We may see Kevin Ruart try and tripod from this position and just try and buck Louis Gleesman off of his back.
Gleesman settling back. We don't have a perfectly clear view about whether that second hook is in it.
It's not quite in from this position from what I can see just from the camera angle.
Kevin D. Ruart very intelligently using that fence to his advantage, keeping his hip, his thigh tight up against it, making it difficult to get that hook in.
Again, big shots being landed. Yep, one hook in. Doing the right thing by continuing to put the pressure on Kevin D. Ruart. You've got to wonder just how detrimental this will be to the gas tank of Kevin Ruart. There's scope there to get that second hook in now for Louis Gleesman, should he so choose to do.
Chose not to, maybe trying to isolate an arm shortly, just applying there. Could be the beginning of a figure four on the arm.
Has that wrist control. If he had that secondary hook in, he may choose to flatten out. But right now, happy just to wear on Kevin Ruart.
This is all Spartacus right now. He's keeping his weight in his opponent, sapping his energy. He's throwing shots and he's threatening submissions whenever they present himself. This is absolutely fantastic jiu-jitsu and submission approach for mixed martial arts.
It's very intelligent shot selection. Now has the secondary hook in. Can't quite see if it's underneath the chin. He's trying to work diligently for it. Kevin Ruart doing the right thing by trying to attack. Not the choking arm, but the one that's
now
above
the
the head.
pressure
Oh,
sinks down
it's a
onto
face
the body.
Bar. It's a very tight face bar. He
Yeah,
switches
it's
position.
in place.
He's
Short
gone-
choke now.
He's gone palm to palm on it. He then goes to bicep grip.
Over to the bicep grip, back to the punches, back and forth, back and forth. As I said, this is a perfect example of the perfect submission approach for mixed martial arts. Not hanging on to anything for too long, not trying to get that position, but with those opponent's knees off the ground, it is very hard to breathe. It is very hard to get punched in the head, and it was enough.
That is another fantastic stoppage from Decky Larkin. There was essentially 8, 9, perhaps 10 unanswered shots. No protestation there from Kevin Ruart, showing just what a good finish it is. And yes, it may have been a TKO finish, but what was it born out of? It was born out of the jiu-jitsu positional control from Louis Spartacus Gleesman.
The threatened submissions and the beautiful positioning. Mixed martial arts was, of course, born from submission, but what you're seeing here is the evolution of submission. Not just going for submission and nothing else, mixing it up perfectly with those punches, and the punches were enough. We have never seen Decky Larkin make a mistake in the Brave Combat Federation cage. He did not here. The opponent was in danger, was not defending himself intelligently, and that's when you stop the fight. And he did. Louis Spartacus Gleesman is your victor.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 unanswered punches, maybe a couple before that. And it was a very insightful point you made, Kirik, that at the start of the second round there was big breaths and a little bit of a look of fatigue in the presentation of Kevin Ruart.
The great thing about Kevin Ruart's style is it is fan-friendly. It produces knockouts that go viral. The hard part of it is, Brave Nation, unless you've been in the cage, when you throw a huge shot, if that shot lands, it feels fine. If it misses, it's exhausting. And he missed a lot of those monster shots. Didn't go his way tonight, but I can't wait to see him again.
Carlos Kramer, the 4-time cage announcer of the year. Make it official.
All right, Brave Nation, another amazing bout in the Brave CF 50 cage. This comes to an end at 4 minutes and 57 seconds of the second round. Your referee, Decky Larkin, stops the bout. Your winner by TKO due to strikes, Louis Spartacus Gleesman.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see the show of respect and an embrace from both men coming from two great camps. Kevin Ruart will be back. There's no doubt in my mind about that. But right now, the night belongs to Louis Spartacus Gleesman. Let's get a little look at some of the action that we have just seen. The early onslaught of the striking coming from Kevin Ruart. Louis Gleesman showing he is more than happy to stand and throw with Kevin D. Ruart. A dangerous game to play, but it worked out for him in the end. That's the takedown at the end of the first round. A shape of things to come, landing big strikes, but the second round is where Louis Gleesman did his best work, using his jiu-jitsu to establish the position. I think we're just going to see it now. Got wobbled a little bit by Kevin D. Ruart. And there you see the positional control from Louis Gleesman, landing unanswered strikes. Decky Larkin had seen enough, rightfully calls an end to the action. To the victor, the spoils. Louis Gleesman back in the win column.
This bout is presented by Brave Nutrition. Behind the athlete, there are hours of training. Behind every hard training is Brave Nutrition. Super lightweight star Isa Isakov is looking to maintain his undefeated streak inside the Brave CF arena when he takes on Marcel Grabinski, who's making his promotional debut as one of the most celebrated fighters in Germany. Coming up next, Isa Isakov takes on Marcel Muhammad Grabinski.
All right, Brave Nation, this next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the super lightweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 20 wins and 6 losses. He stands 182 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 74.8 kilograms. Representing Pride Gym Dusseldorf and fighting out of Dusseldorf, Germany, please welcome Marcel Muhammad Grabinski. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 6 wins and 1 loss. He stands 177 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 75 kilograms. Representing Soko Team and fighting out of Luxembourg by way of Belgium. Give it up for Isa, the Terminator, Isakov. Your referee is Reben Lightsaber.
Big thanks to Toyota Bahrain, our official automotive partner.
Quick tail of the tape. Isakov is the slight elder. Marcel Grabinski is the slight taller fighter. This is a fight I know a lot of people on paper were very excited about. Grabinski coming in with a huge European reputation, seeing if he can make that step up and break through to the next level on the global stage.
Yeah, this is a little different than I expected because Isa Isakov is usually the pressure fighter, immediately pushing the pace, trying to get the fight down to the ground. But Grabinski is the one in the middle, the one in the center trying to push the pace, but Isa immediately going for that shot, trying to get that single leg.
Trying to run the pipe on the single, not quite working out. Switches to the double if he gets the hands clasp, but Grabinski doing a good job of trying to raise that level of Isa Isakov.
And he's spreading his legs, putting the pressure on the head, and just relaxing here. He's not trying to rush anything because that might end up getting him taken down.
Brave Nation, the instinctive thing for somebody trying to avoid a takedown is to flatten the back up against the wall, but what you're seeing here is perfect. You want to turn the body sideways to spread the legs farther so the hands can't come together, but it does leave you open to a trip, which you just saw.
Gorgeous job of hooking the leg there from Isa Isakov. Has spent a little bit of time at All-Star Training Center, just sharpening his tools with a who's who, an absolute killer's row. And right now doing a good job of trying to elevate the hips of Grabinski.
And he's on top, trying to get to the left side, trying to get past that leg to overall try to take the back. But overall, Grabinski is doing a nice job of just framing and trying to work his way back up to his feet.
Just as you say that, Shorty, like you looked into a crystal ball, Grabinski gets back to his feet, but serious pressure being exhibited here by Isa Isakov, Kirik.
It is indeed. That head positioning is crucial right now. The head is denying his opponent, the position of his head is denying his opponent the leverage he needs to make full use of that whizzer.
Yeah, I would call myself Mystic Mac, but I'm definitely more of a Calvin Gastelum type of guy. I'm more of like the mini-me type of thing. But overall, you see how Grabinski's using that whizzer, staying nice and calm. Again, not trying to rush anything, landing some pop shots, and seeing what his opponent gives to him.
I'm more of a Mystic Big Mac man myself.
So this is what we're doing after. All right.
Good job from Grabinski to disengage,
Ooh,
and that's a beautiful
right
straight.
hand.
Now forcing Isa Isakov to back up. A little bit of a change in the flow of this fight, Shorty.
And he's putting some good pressure. Again, Isa Isakov is not used to moving back, so his attack is very, very different. You might see a forced shot.
And what's the best way to disrupt the rhythm of a pressure fighter is to put the pressure on him. Another big right from Grabinski.
And he sets it up beautifully, throwing just a nice lazy jab, a nice slow jab, and then popping right over with that right hand. But now he's switching stances, mixing it up on his opponent.
Guys, Isakov, his feet are not quite right. He's just a little unsteady right now. With this kind of pressure, I'm not sure his head's going to be given a chance to clear.
That is a real hallmark of Grabinski fights, is constantly switching stances, opening up new angles from which to throw your shots.
And he seems very comfortable throwing his hands on both stances, on both sides. He's throwing them nice and methodically. Does
describe himself as more of a striking luta livre style fighter. I think you're really seeing that in just how, dare I steal a phrase from Conor McGregor, nice and flowy. He's looking in there, Shorty.
And we see how he's pawing out that jab because he's setting up that power hand.
Just as you say that again, lands it right down the pipe.
And he has a nice high guard, again, setting up that boxing, popping back and forth and staying nice and patient. Beautiful left hand to the body.
Seems to have found his distance fairly early on in the first round.
And Isakov is definitely struggling with the stand-up here. He's getting popped with jabs, and eventually Grabinski's going to throw that overhand right again. Isakov circling to his left, so Grabinski's right hand is definitely there, especially after that jab. But I think Isakov is going to immediately start to go for a shot to him because he needs that.
He is eating shots as he's coming in there. Faking the shot coming over the top was Isakov.
Oh, beautiful uppercut.
Uppercut to lead hook combination. Very clean. And lands a beautiful straight. Nice head movement from Isakov. That's the first time he's really used elusive head movement.
Mystic Shorty called it, didn't like getting bopped in the head, went for the takedown.
And that's something he has to do just because, again, he's facing a very good striker. To stop getting hit, you need to make this a grueling fight, a battle against the cage. And this, again, helps him from, getting punched and possibly tires out his opponent from getting up from the floor to trying to defend those takedowns.
Nice knees to the body coming there from Isakov. Deep underhook here from Grabinski. Trying to wear that against the head. Very interesting first round, gentlemen. I think it unfolded very much as we anticipated. Grabinski looking to bring the striking game to Isakov, put him on the back foot. And Shorty, as you say, what does that do to the pressure fighter who's used to imposing his game on the fight when he's being put on the back foot?
Well, you look at any pressure fighters, even like myself, it's a very different game. We're used to walking forward. I mean, just the average person walking backwards, we kind of stumble, we get a little more tired.
It's unnatural.
We don't know what to do. It's unnatural. But now try to do that while getting punched in the face, to try to defend yourself and punch back. And that's a harder thing, and most fighters move backwards, and that's what Isakov did. And eventually he had to force the shots, force the takedowns, and he was able to get them. But I do believe Grabinski won the first round.
And Carrick, if you're in the corner right now of Isakov, what are you telling him so that he has the edge going into the second round?
Tell him to go for that takedown a little bit sooner. Just tell him, son, you're not winning all these striking exchanges. Go for it a little bit earlier. Take a little chance. Put your hand out there. Try and get him to throw a shot back at you. Level change. Get in on those hips. Take it down to the ground where you want it to be.
I'm just sitting in the middle, absorbing some serious knowledge being dropped here by Shorty Torres and the OG of mixed martial arts, Carrick Jeunesse. No place I would rather be. Brave 50, here we go.
I gotta start charging you for this. Beautiful opening up with the head kick, trying to mix it up, and he's landing full shin. Doesn't matter if you're blocking it, you're taking the impact.
Especially on those little 4-ounce gloves, little shots, not little shots, but shots like that do get through. Issa looked momentarily wobbled there, Shorty.
Yeah, man, those shots are heavy. Again, you might be able to block it, but I've seen people get dropped, even myself get dropped with your hand up and taking that full shin to the forearm, taking a right hand or a left hand to that forearm. It's not fun.
If it lands just right in and around that point behind the ear, the equilibrium is completely compromised.
Isakov may also be showing the effects of being the more heavily muscled fighter. That muscle does take a little more oxygen.
And that was a beautiful job faking there, but he needs to just keep on retaliating, maybe fake, throw that combination, and then officially commit to that shot. Or throw a combination, set up your shots, and be able to push that pace.
Trying to land that overhand, but as I said, Grabinski does seem to have the measure of the distance, landing some lovely shots. Elicits the smile from Isakov, which in fighting we know Shorty means something got through.
Oh, he definitely got hit. And you see, now he's faking, now he's taking those shots, and now he has his opponent against the fence and a better chance of getting that takedown. And he got the takedown once, and every time he crossed those legs, Grabinski kind of adapted this time.
And on that figure 4 grip, not necessarily going for the submission, but it's a fantastic position from which to transition.
Head is a little bit out of position in there. That head is open to getting elbowed. If you commit too hard to the elbow, you're going to get taken down, but there is a little bit of danger there. Figure 4 in place, a little bit of a scramble. Isakov is definitely going to end up on top, however.
He tried to go for the Kimura, and again, good attempt, but when you have a guy who's known for scrambling, who's known for submissions, Isakov, that's just his game.
Good work from Grabinski again to get his get himself towards that cage, and now he's trying to work up. He's doing it in the right processes, each point on the mat. But right now he's eating big knees to the thighs.
Big knees to the thighs. That abdomen is compressed to a degree. It's impossible to take in a full breath.
And Shorty, I want to get your opinion on just how debilitating those knees to the thighs are once you break off and once you start to try and put weight on that leg.
You know, at first you don't notice it. You just kind of feel the thump of like, oh, you're getting kneed, you're getting kneed. But by the time you finally stand up, you're like, wow, my leg is a lot weaker than usual. Or, man, I can't really hold as much weight. And now this is exhausting. Now, you know what, maybe I shouldn't take these anymore. I have to move. And then you get taken down more because of it.
Trip attempt there from Isa Isakov, denied by Grabinski. He's doing a great job showing just that he can hang in such a position in these wrestling exchanges.
But this is grueling. Again, a very different style. This is a striker wrestler type of thing. And Isakov has him up and a big slam down.
Done the right thing by intelligently bringing him away from the cage into the center area of the Brave Arena.
Away from the edge of the cage, also away from his corner.
Takes the back one hook in.
He's trying to throw in that second hook, and he has it in.
He's got it in. May possibly transition to a figure four in the body, which further compresses the abdomen, makes breathing even harder. There may be a choke attempt fairly soon.
What does Grabinski need to do in this situation to alleviate some of that pressure, Shorty?
You know, the biggest thing is, you know, for me, I always say chin down and start working on the feet. The thing that's holding you down are the hooks. You have to focus on one foot, and right now he needs to focus on that right foot, get that body triangle out, step over it, and possibly scramble either to a side mount or just completely escape. But if we see Isakov, even in his past fights, he starts slow, just like myself. We take the beating in the very beginning, then we start to push the pace and start implementing our game. And right now, this round is his game.
Not unlike you, needs to get hit a little bit, roughed up a little bit to know he's in a fight.
Stop looking at my eyes. I know they're still black a little bit, but thanks, Blaine. I appreciate it.
Marcel Grabinski was actually looking for an over scissors. If the person behind you crosses their feet, you can cross your feet across their feet and potentially cause danger to their knee. It didn't work, however.
Oh, he's trying to go for it. But see, you know, when it comes to that submission, you know, it's a little cheap submission. It's the one you get on white belts. When you have guys who are a little more experienced, a little more flexible, they don't mind that pain. They can endure it. Or sometimes there is no pain.
Switching to the body triangle is Isa Isakov. Grabinski doesn't necessarily have the space to turn into the side on which it is locked. But he's trying everything he can to turn into.
He will not be able to. The hard point of that hip is stuck under the hard point of the bone. It's not possible to turn in right now.
And then he can't turn towards the cage to create space, putting that body triangle on the floor because, you know, he'd be stuck even more. But he's punching, he's attacking, he's trying to create some action.
Round ends.
Again, very interesting back and forth battle. A better round for Isa Isakov, undeniably so, Shorty.
I mean, if we think about it, I know we're not judges, which, you know, thank God, that's such a hard job. I think this fight's 1-1. And we've seen a stand-up fight to a ground fight.
Absolutely. I have it 19-19. What that means is whoever wins the next round wins this whole fight.
You know, Isa Isakov adapted very, very well after that first round. Now he started to throw fakes. Now he started to transition from strikes to the takedowns and landing that big double leg takedown there and going to side mount, taking his back. Is he going to be able to keep that going in that third round? Is Grabinski tired? Or is Grabinski going to start moving more, implementing his jab and throwing those big overhand rights like he was in the first round?
It took Isa Isakov 93 seconds to go for the takedown in the second round. I'd like to see him at least try it a little bit earlier in the third round. I think that could win it for him.
As you've said, Shorty, Grabinski needs to get on the bike, start implementing that lateral movement. If he's a static target for Isa Isakov, he will inevitably be taken down. All to play for going into the third and final round here at Brave 50 from beautiful Arad Fort in the Kingdom of Bahrain.
And they both have their kryptonite. They both move straight back after getting attacked. Yo, Grabinski walks straight forward with his strikes, but anytime Isa Isakov shoots in, it's just straight double leg and eventually gets to the fence, is able to implement the takedown. And same thing for Grabinski. When he attacks, Isa walks back and is stuck against the fence.
Nice shot over the top there from Isa Isakov. Oh, rip into the body.
And you got to mix it up, especially against a pressure fighter like Isa, who wants to grab, who wants to push that pace and solidify this round.
So far, it's Grabinski being the aggressor, taking the forward steps to Isa Isakov.
He's staying nice and calm again, not putting too much pressure where Isa Isakov can take that big double leg. There's a lot of space. He's using that jab, and eventually that big overhand right's going to come on in.
I like the way that when Grabinski feels that pressure from Isa Isakov, he takes just a step back and then he's right back in, right into the face of Isa Isakov, putting the pressure on him.
And you see, and this was the problem with my fight, I was putting 90, 100% with all my punches. Grabinski is nice, maybe throwing 70, just throwing those pop shots, and then landing that one big one, pushing Isa Isakov back. And beautiful body shot again.
It's almost Diaz-like in its execution.
Now he's getting a little kick in his step. He's bouncing a little bit, switching stances, throwing those jabs, throwing those combinations.
That's a gorgeous 1-2 and then rear hook, forcing the panic shot from Isa Isakov.
And you see after his combinations, he's bouncing back. That's why every time Isa Isakov shoots in, there's enough space for Grabinski to be able to defend and move out of the way.
Referee Reben Saber looking for a natural break in the action to get the mouthpiece of Isa Isakov back in.
Oh, and that's the hard part. This is nothing but action in this round. Both trading body kicks back and forth. Ah, you got me. All right, I can return one back.
Into the clinch now, and without a mouthpiece, you don't want to be eating too many knees to the chop, shorty.
Yeah, you know me, I kind of bank on my smile. I might not bank on my face and looks. That's why my eyes look the way they do. But as long as I have my teeth and smile, that's a huge thing. And I never want to lose a tooth in the sport. Knock on wood. Where's wood?
Shorty, I lost one. It was about $1,200. I don't recommend it.
We've had people who've lost teeth after finishing braces for 2 years. You're like, oh, man, well, that was a waste.
Grabinski, the man on top right now, and Kerik Isa Isakov. How does he transition into an offensive takedown from here?
He's got a couple of different options there. What you're seeing one of them right there. It's a stand-up. Now he should look to pick the ankle, pull it out, then get his head atop his opponents.
Right now, he is susceptible to a few cheeky elbows should Grabinski want to fire them off.
And it looks like he's going to try to do that Kimura switch again. But again, that's the big thing with Isa Isakov. He's a great scrambler, and Grabinski sees it coming. He's like, you know what? Let's just stand back up and you know, transition to something a little more safe.
Again, nice analytical approach work there from Grabinski.
You know, landing little pop shots, little elbows. Again, I do believe he's still winning the round. Isa Isakov hasn't been able to solidify a takedown in this last few 2 minutes.
Now pushing Isa Isakov, or attempting to push him against it. Nice short elbow, but big shots eaten there from Isa Isakov. That swelling just getting ever bigger on the left eye of Isa Isakov.
And they're pushing the pace. We have a little over a minute left. Still, anyone's fight. They have enough conditioning. They have enough pressure. And you have Grabinski now taking a shot.
Absolutely, Shorty. One spectacular attack here could take the round and the fight.
I think Grabinski, I think it was a good job taking a shot. I mean, he's deep in. He's going to finish this takedown. He's just going to be able to pull.
Yep, there it is, as if by magic.
And this is solidifying the round for him. With 50 seconds left, can Grabinski stay on top against the grappler?
Now trying to get his own hook in, and with 40 seconds left in a close fight like that, do you solidify position or do you really try and go for it?
I mean, for me, I'm always going for the submission. I mean, you saw my last fight, last bulldog choke. I'm like, why not? Let's try it. But for Grabinski, this is 1-1. You know, he's been winning majority of the round, but he finally got the takedown. Let's stay in this position. Let's stay in the guard and be able to land little pop shots and solidify the win.
Grabinski is playing this perfectly. He's not trying to pass guard, which could give his opponent a chance to step up. He's staying inside that guard, trying to throw some shots. If he can keep his opponent down for the next 10 seconds, I do believe he's won the round and the fight.
That was a very smart game plan towards the end, because not just myself, but definitely, as you saw, Isa Isakov did not expect that double leg takedown, and I believe that one is what won him this fight.
Very entertaining, tactical back and forth from big men. I think Muhammad Grabinski may have surprised a lot of people with just how smart he was in his approach to that fight. Here we see some of the action. Kerik, talk us through it.
Thanks to Green Hill, one of our most valued sponsors. Green Hill, our apparel sponsor, my opinion, the finest apparel in mixed martial arts. You're seeing now a furious exchange. That's when the hands were together. That's in the third when there was a takedown, and that, I believe, is what won the round and the fight. But I am not an official. We are going to find out very, very shortly. Brave Nation, look into the faces of the fighters when the camera pans across them. Look at the face. See if you can see the face of a victor in one or the other. Fighters very often have a sense, even if they don't overtly show it, of who won the fight. You look into their eyes, you look at their body language. You can often tell who won the fight without having to go to the judges.
Isakov wearing the fight a little bit more on the face. Did have some success in that second round.
And he took a lot of clean shots. He took a lot of clean shots. But he was able to push the pace, especially in that second round, solidify that takedown, I believe solidify that win in the round. But that third one was very back and forth, and he wasn't able to get Grabinski down to the ground, and Grabinski was able to do the opposite. And again, it was such a close fight, but Grabinski analytically and statistically just did the better job in this one.
Carlos Kramer is ascending the steps to the Brave Arena. That means one thing and one thing only. Ladies and gentlemen, we have your official decision coming up from one of the best, if not the very best in the business, Mr. Carlos Kramer.
All right, Brave Nation, another incredible battle as we make history together in the Brave CF 50 cage. After 3 rounds, we go the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision. Out of the blue corner, Marcel Mohammed Grabinski.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, in his Brave Combat Federation debut, Marcel Mohammed Grabinski gets the win, receives the plaudits, but I'm pretty sure if we asked Isa the Terminator, Isakov, he would say, I'll be back.
And it was a beautiful job by both. Grabinski was just able to implement his game plan and adapt a little more after that second round. And that third round was, again, the making or breaking for both. And Grabinski, again, was able to adapt, evolve, and push the pace.
Mixed martial arts being such a relatively young sport, it is all about the constant and expedited evolution. This fight was a prime example of how a fighter evolves even during the course of the fight. Kerry, your thoughts on Marcel Mohammed Grabinski?
My thoughts on him are that he was relatively unheralded before this fight. I saw him very much as the underdog going into it. After that first round, I felt a little bit differently. I cannot wait to call the next fight from Marcel Mohammed Grabinski.
Just some of the action here. I believe this was the second round. Big slam takedown from Isakov. Then Grabinski in the third round began to pull away with that beautiful striking he has and mixing it up with his levels, mixing up with the takedowns, eventually taking Isakov down and finishing in the dominant position.
This bout is sponsored by Brave Energy Drink. Only the best to power your best effort. Fortune favors the brave. Amin Ayub, the Brave CF lightweight champion, returns in a non-title bout as he faces Mashrabjan Ruziboyev, who's eager to hand the champ his first defeat inside the Brave CF arena. Coming up next, Amin Fierceness Ayub takes on Mashrabjan Black Jr. Ruziboyev in a catchweight bout of 74 kilograms.
All right, Brave Nation, this next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in a catchweight of 74 kilograms. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 11 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. He stands 175 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 74 kilograms. Representing Akhmat Fight Team and Nursultan Team, and fighting out of Uzbekistan. Please welcome Mashrabjan Black Jr. Ruziboyev. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 15 wins and 4 losses. He stands 177 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 73.9 kilograms. representing Ross de la Hiva in Nantes, France, and fighting out of France. Give it up for the Brave Combat Federation lightweight champion of the world, Amin Fierceness Ayub. Your referees, the Irish bulldozer, Decky Larkin.
Big thanks to Sabarco Car Group, our gold sponsor. Again, huge thanks. Sabarco Car Group, our gold sponsor.
Similar specs there from both men. The Irish bulldozer, Decky Larkin, is your man in the middle. With great risk comes great reward, and that is true of what Mashrabjon Ruziboyev is attempting to do tonight.
You know, it's a lot of pressure on Amin Ayub to be able, again, to adapt. But just like myself last week, we're game, man. We want to put on a show. No matter who's in front of us, we want to battle to the end.
Amin Ayub taking the center of the Brave Arena. Needs to be careful. Ruziboyev is renowned for throwing big, heavy, looping shots, just as I do.
And he does rock him. And he's just aggressive. That beautiful right hand was able to drop his opponent. And again, putting too much pressure on. Ayub didn't know what to do. He kind of hesitated and got taken down because of it. But he's trying to establish a guard, and he's very dangerous off his back.
He is indeed, as we say. 8 wins by submission, 3 by rear naked choke, 3 by armbar, 1 by guillotine, 1 by arm triangle. This is a very savvy submission specialist.
That said, those submissions are very difficult to pull off when your head is jammed up against the cage and when your opponent's head is being used as a battering ram to push your ear almost through the slats there. Now he's moving off the cage, may have a few more opportunities.
And like you're saying, that he's trying to push off the fence. He's trying to create some space, trying to create that angle. Maybe overall throw up an armbar, use the fence, try to throw up a triangle. But Ruziboyev is just pushing the pace.
There it is.
There you
and
see,
it's in.
He's going for the armbar. Could he get the 4th armbar submission of his professional career? Look for a slam by Ruziboyev.
That's one defense, and that's
beautiful
one guard
pass.
pass.
Just
fantastic guard pass.
Swings the legs to the side, comes over with a shot of his own, and I'm pretty sure Amin Ayub was wondering, where is he taking me when he lifted him in such a fashion?
And for Ruziboyev, this is his first real test, and right now he's passing it with flying colors.
Huge opportunity for Mashrabjon Ruziboyev. Doing the right thing here just to solidify the position. Needs to be wary of that underhook established.
That's right. Black Jr. is in top side control, but without the underhook, it's going to be hard to hold it for long, as you can see right there, and there could be another submission attempt coming if he goes back inside that guard.
Super active hips from Amin Ayub, but everything thrown with nasty intentions. Huge shot to the body, and now a takedown attempt from Ruziboyev.
And I like how he's bringing the game to the champ. He's pushing the pace.
Gentlemen, I wonder, though, where his conditioning's at. Sometimes you see a fighter go all out because they don't believe they've got it in the gas tank to go the full 15 minutes. I'm not sure if that's the case here, but it's a possibility.
Ruziboyev has only gone to a decision 3 times in his mixed martial arts career, twice in victory, once in defeat.
And with that being said, might not be used to all 3 rounds, especially with this last-minute fight. Was he training full-time? Was he helping his brother get ready for that fight, a couple weeks ago? But overall, he's looking pretty well. He's pushing the pace, and he's pacing himself this entire time.
Definitely put the manners and respect on the champion, Amin Ayub. Amin Ayub just implementing head movement here. It's very much a finesse approach from Amin Ayub versus the sort of raw power and aggression of Ruziboyev.
Beautiful lateral to a roll. Nice job.
Just use the incoming momentum of Amin Ayub to switch the position and land in the dominant position. Nice knee to the body.
Not just land in a position of control, but you saw that downward elbow and that knee to the body. Both those were effective.
And now how is Ruziboyev off of his back? Most of his fights, he's a stand-up guy. He's dropping his opponent, getting on top, passing guard, and finishing on top, but he's never really been on his back.
And he's never, of his 3 submissions, none of them have come off his back. 2 rear naked chokes and 1 tap due to strikes, so it's not a position that he seems to find favorably. Although you have to give him credit for trying to wall walk and isolate an arm. A very difficult position.
And they're both showing that they know what to do from this position. Again, with Ayub, he's pushing his or pulling his opponent against the fence so he can't wall walk. But Ruziboyev trying to use that fence, trying to create some space and maybe create an angle to escape.
Nice scramble. Ruziboyev works back to his feet, and it goes back to the point being made earlier by both of you gentlemen. Is this kind of super aggressive approach sustainable for Ruziboyev?
That's the hard part, I think, just for anyone, even if you're in camp. It's exhausting. But Ayub is landing some very, very nice knees to the body and picking his shots appropriately to possibly tire out his opponent.
Brings him right into the middle of the Brave arena.
Nice throw. Nice little crucifix there.
Short time now, about 8 seconds left in the round.
Ruziboyev trying to work back to his feet. Eats some big shots from the lightweight champion.
And that was a very close round, especially towards the end. Again, the paces, or the pace changed halfway through the fight.
Absolutely. In my experience, judges tend to remember what happened better, what happened in the latter part of the round. For that reason, I did give the round 10-9 to Amin Fierceness Ayub, but I could easily see the case being made the other way around.
And just as we talked about cardio and sustainability, if you look at the two fighters right now in the corner, it's Ruziboyev who's cutting a somewhat more fatigued figure shorty.
And that's the hardest part about taking these last-minute fights. There's a lot of pressure on yourself. So like you were saying earlier, you want to be able to push the pace, maybe get it done in the first round, and stylistically, that's how he likes to win his fights. But his opponent withstood the onslaught. Is he going to be able to do the same thing in the second round? And how long is that going to be able to last?
So if you're Amin Ayub, what's the approach then? Do you put the pressure on the fighter that you sense might be a little bit fatigued?
I mean, I'm a pressure fighter, so I would definitely always
yes
put
from
the
you
pressure.
regardless.
Yes.
That one is yes, he would.
But when you have an opponent who you just thrown twice immediately, there is no flaw of putting the pressure in. He's going to possibly shoot or throw a big overhand right. If you give him space, he's going to throw that big overhand right. You've already tasted it once, but if you come in close, there's no body kicks, there's no big overhand right just like that, and there's going to be possibly a grappling match. You're going to throw him again, land on top, and hopefully try to finish the fight that way.
Nice cross check to block the kick from the champion Amin Ayub.
Ruziboyev just took a deep inhale.
And if you're Amin Ayub, you were preparing for a potential 5-round fight, so your cardio is bound to be at the legit upper echelon of mixed martial arts.
Or at least we hope. Yeah, that's it. At least we hope.
Shorty Torres, ever the optimist. Nice overhand landed there by Amin Ayub, and it seems to be incrementally that he's starting to put the pressure up a little bit. Stuns Ruziboyev, but Ruziboyev throwing right back.
And they're going back and forth. But, you know, for Ayub, he's giving too much time. He's giving too much space, letting his opponent kind of slowly recover, kind of get back to that point to where he can throw those big power shots that might be able to end it in one shot. Nice jab to the body.
And Carrick, it really is a tale of two sort of approaches. Ruziboyev trying to land that one quitter hitter. More methodical approach from Amin Ayub.
This may be the last part of this fight. I do not see Ruziboyev getting off the floor successfully at this point. I think he's gassed a little bit. I think he's taken some punishment. You can see here his posture is completely defensive.
On that cross body, and he's a very dangerous thing. You're going to see that left hand start to come down with punches.
Nice shot right through the defense from Amin Ayub. Maybe happy just to stand off and let Ruziboyev stand up. Ruziboyev has that wide-eyed look at the moment of a potential adrenaline dump.
Amin Ayub does not want to let this man up. He can still get knocked out. And he's up.
But it's also exhausting and possibly a little, you know, demoralizing to be on your butt and then, no, come back up to your feet. Be taken down. Nope, come back up to your feet. It's exhausting to just be able to get taken down and come back up and try to give it your all. Oh, right hand!
Oh, huge big hand!
There it was!
Good call, Carrick.
Just how much has champion Amin Ayub recovered?
Amin Ayub is showing why he is the champion of the world.
And that's twice he's been caught with that overhand right. The first one was a little grazing, but this one showed that he was dropped. He was hurt.
Big overhand from Ruziboyev. Amin Ayub seems to have cleared the cobwebs.
Almost, not quite.
Speaking again to his superior endurance. Trying to create a little bit of an angle here. Does have one foot on the hip, maybe trying to switch an angle for the armbar.
And this is why I love this sport, because it doesn't matter how tired you are. Close your eyes. One big haymaker can end it all.
Trying to get in on the guillotine.
And he's not completely under the neck. He has the chin there, but he's not there.
Quite not either.
Does he have the bicep placed just over the nape of the neck? Has the arm in. Traditionally a little bit more difficult to finish. May use it to sweep.
He's going to use it to feint the sweep, get on the side, switch
now,
the grip. It's a lot tighter now.
Now it's in.
Oh,
Yep,
that
that's
looks
in.
super
I
tight.
am not
he
seeing
needs to
an
push that
escape
leg
from
down
here,
and step to
gentlemen.
the side, but it doesn't look like he's getting out of this one.
Can Amin Ayub get
Oh,
the second win via guillotine in his professional career?
Oh, this is tight. Oh, he gets out.
Ruzi Boyev.
Boyev
This
is a
man
man.
is game.
Game as an absolute badger. Amin Ayub trying to work for the armbar. Ruzi Boyev postures up out of it. I think Ruzi Boyev has taken a lot of people by surprise tonight, gentlemen.
He's doing a phenomenal job. And again, like you were saying earlier, it's a win-win for him. There's no loss in this. Even if he loses this fight, technically, yeah, it's a blemish on his record. But he's fighting a champion in a last-minute fight and pushing him to his limit.
Absolutely fantastic performance from both fighters. And we got a figure four in place. There's a Kimura locked in.
Trying to switch up on the Kimura.
Needs to create some space. Needs to be able to get his hips out.
Denied.
Initially, I thought he was trying to stuff the arm down for the triangle. Again, foot on the hip from Amin Ayub.
And Ruzi Boyev's doing a great job with just overall his submission defense.
Where a lot of people have succumbed to the submission prowess of Amin Ayub. Ruzi Boyev has been happy to swim in the dark waters and the deep waters of the submission game.
Man. And again, another very close round where you could possibly see either way. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yo, Ayub got dropped, but he's been action on the bottom the entire time.
As we spoke about ad nauseum in mixed martial arts, it's very difficult in the eyes of the judges to win a fight off your back, despite the fact you're being offensive, Shorty.
Man, these guys are going back and forth, and we see that beautiful looping overhand right, and he's just trying to attack on top. And oh man, it's just a perfect shot. He gets on top, but again, Ayub is able to hold his opponent down and be able to solidify some submission attempts, but was that enough to win the round back?
For what it's worth, and it's nothing because I'm not one of the judges here, I do have this fight at 19-19 right now.
Could be 19-19 or 2-0 either way.
Yeah, it's a great call.
Absolutely.
That's just how thin the margins are in this sport that we love, gentlemen. Ruzi Boyev, again, looking the more fatigued fighter, but I said that at the in between the first and second rounds.
Yeah, and he drops his opponent. He's a game opponent, man, and me, I'm officially a fan.
Amin Ayub looking light on his feet. I think now we'll be respectful and acutely aware of just how dangerous Ruzi Boyev can be with one shot.
Amin Ayub, though, is on a mission. He's on a mission to end the fight in this round spectacularly. Anything else, I think he'll feel like he let himself down.
Oh man, and you see Ruzi Boyev kind of cocking that right hand, wanting
Yeah,
to
it's
throw it, but
loaded.
he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to overexhaust himself because he knows his opponent sees it coming.
Switching stances. Maybe trying to load up and a big switch header.
I'm just waiting to go. Oh, like I just see him bouncing in, cocking that backhand.
And I like that it's a little bit old school. It's not light on the feet. It's not in and out. He's literally his feet planted, ready just to come over the top.
It's like the Dan Hendo, the left inside leg kick, big
Exactly.
overhand left or right, whichever one. I can't remember if it was southpaw or ortho.
Just almost fencing type forward
Yeah,
movement, incremental little steps to land that big right hand.
That little crow hop. Oh.
Even fatigued, even tired, deep into your third round, Ruzi Boyev throws everything with nasty intentions. Oh, beautiful body head work from Amin Ayub.
Oh, beautiful knee to the body. And Ruzi Boyev trying to, get that single leg, trying to solidify that takedown here. Oh, and
Almost
he gets
there.
it.
Again, needs to be wary of the guillotine.
He needs to step over that
Stuck in
leg
that
and
ghillie.
create some space.
He's got the guillotine.
It's a little tighter than it was the last time, and the last time it was tight.
And he's doing the right thing. He's not flat back on it. He's arching up into his opponent.
Elbow just a little
Ooh,
high.
this is tight.
Shorty, what does he need to do to finish this
It
guillotine?
is right there. From there, to finish the guillotine, he needs to keep on his side. Oh, man, good job.
Nice transition to the armbar. Correct defense being exhibited here. Stacked defense being exhibited by Ruziboyev. He's grabbing his own bicep like a rear naked choke.
And you can tell Ruziboyev now is officially fatigued. He's been fighting the submissions, and especially after that guillotine, doesn't matter if it was tight or not, it's still exhausting. It's messing up your breathing. And for him, that's a last-minute fight. He's been pushing the pace for these last 2 rounds and really kind of just overexerting himself. This might be the end for him.
Ruziboyev's corner giving a breakdown of how much time is left. They're trying to extort him.
Beautiful elbows.
Left and right elbows to the body, to the head. Ruziboyev trying to get that knee shield in, just sliced through. Oh, like a hot knife through butter. Potential for huge elbows here from Amin Ayub. This could be the beginning of the end, gentlemen.
Ruziboyev transitions. This guy is game. Wow.
That is ridiculous. Again, Amin Ayub foot on the hip.
At the time, you think he's finished, you think he's done, and out of nowhere, explosion. Same thing with the right hand in the second round. Same thing in the very beginning of the fight, and now to end it as well.
Needs to watch out for the armbar here. Those ever active hips of Amin Ayub. A bit like Shakira, those hips don't lie.
He sweeps him over. Beautiful job.
I am loving this fight.
Back at you.
And he's pushing the pace. And a beautiful knee to the belly, trying to solidify that top crucifix. And he has it right there. He's punching away.
He doesn't necessarily need to land concussive shots. It's more cumulative that you're trying to get the referee to see that he's not intelligently defending himself.
And his pressure is just beautiful.
Arm is still trapped.
And Ruziboyev trying to climb against that
Trying
fence.
to wall walk in reverse.
Does a good job. Going to get back to his knees here. May
Half
use the
Nelson
cage.
in place.
May use the cage to try and pop back up. Does he have one last big hitter quitter left in the locker? Can he get to his feet?
With 60 seconds left. And with Ruziboyev's style right now, anything could happen.
Can he do a Matt Serra? Can he do a Buster Douglas and pull out a huge upset?
Man, Ayub's putting that pressure, trying to just overall not just win the third round, but show I am the champion, I am the victor of this fight.
Trying to roll as Ruziboyev, but as you say, Amin Ayub turning up the pressure.
Dex watching
he tried
carefully.
to go for his own armbar. Awkward kick, but it landed.
Oh, that's a huge
man.
shot from Amin Ayub. May look to take the back here. One hook potentially.
15 seconds left.
And from here, it'll just be about landing damage, leaving a lasting impression in the eyes of the judges.
The hard part is the first 2 rounds, who do they go to?
As you said, you could make an argument for 1919. You could make an argument for both fighters winning both rounds, but
wow. Great performance by both gentlemen, but kudos to Ruziboyev for taking this last-minute fight, taking the champion to the distance, and putting on a performance the entire time.
Carrick, we were just watching back some of the action here. Tonight has had some genuinely fantastic back-and-forth wars, and this was another example of it.
This is when the champ really started to put the pressure on. Deck Larkin was watching very, very carefully. Oh, that sweep was sweet. You hardly ever see that in mixed martial arts anymore. And when you do, it's usually a little sloppy. That one was perfect.
And when you take that last-minute fight for Amin Ayub, you can tell stylistically he was prepared for a 5-round fight. He really pushed the pace at the end of the second round. He extremely pushed the pace the entire third round. So what does he have left for a possible 4th and 5th round? He was ready for a 5-round fight, took it in 3. Again, you have to change your game plan. It might hurt him in this fight because, again, those first 2 rounds can go either way. But overall, his gas tank was amazing, and he was ready for a longer performance.
As I said earlier in some of the fights we've seen, regardless of the outcome, both men, either in a win or taking the loss, have enhanced their reputation. As you say, kudos to Ruziboyev, making his debut on the global stage, doing himself, his team, his family, his brother right there with him, doing them all justice. Carlos Kramer once again ascending the steps of Arad Fort into the Brave Arena, meaning we have an official decision. Ahmed Amir behind me, potentially making his way into the cage. Was meant to fight.
Before the decision is announced, gentlemen, I just want to say I can't wait to see full camp Black Jr.
Ahmed Amir trying to take a little bit of the shine away from Amin Ayub, calling out.
I mean, I'm technically going to do that too, you know, when the flyweights fight happened, but yeah, you know, it is what it is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to action inside the cage as opposed to outside of the cage. Referee Dickie Larkin bringing the two warrior combatants into the middle of the Brave Arena. Carlos Kramer, make it official.
All right, Brave Nation, what an amazing battle inside the Brave CF50 cage. After 3 incredible rounds, we go the judges' scorecards. Your first judge scores about 30-27. Your next 2 judges scored about 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision. Out of the red corner, and the Brave Combat Federation Lightweight Champion of the World, Amin Fierceness Ayub.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Amin Ayub gets the win. Doesn't look entirely satisfied with that win. Ruzi Boyev does a fantastic job, enhances his reputation, and I think I say with confidence he will get a call back to Brave Combat Federation after a performance like that.
Absolutely, that's the case, and I always try and explain to Brave Nation that this is a team sport. This is not just an individual sport. I have never seen an Akhmat fighter break mentally. We sure didn't see it here.
That was a phenomenal job by both, but Ayub showed why he is a champion, why he's ready for a 5-round fight. As we saw, even right now, he's still not breathing hard. He's just comfortable, and he's ready for his next matchup.
Just looking back at some of the action here, folks. That's the big overhand right, the looping shot from Ruzi Boyev, and that's as flush as a shot as you will land in mixed martial arts, gentlemen. Right on the button. And then continues to throw heavy, heavy shots. Fantastic fight from both men.
I'm actually getting people texting me from around the world, whether it's the States, Asia, somewhere overseas, texting me, dude, that was a great fight, and it was back and forth. To have people texting me about this is amazing. So shout out to both guys, and especially, again, kudos to Ruzi Boyev for putting on a great performance, and I'm excited for him to get an entire camp and see his full outcome there.
This bout is brought to you by Brave Gym. Training for mind, body, and spirit. Brave, it's more than a gym. Belimurad Alhasov is eager to avenge the only loss of his professional career when he takes on Zach Makovsky in the first semifinal of the historic Brave CF Flyweight Tournament. Coming up next, Belimurad Alhasov faces Zach Makovsky, with the winner advancing to the tournament final.
All right, Brave Nation, this next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the first semifinal of the greatest flyweight tournament in the history of our sport. Brave Nation, introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 21 wins and 9 losses. He stands 163 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 57 kilograms. Representing TriStar and Method MMA and fighting out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. Please welcome Zach Fun Size Makovsky and his opponent. Fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 7 wins, 1 loss, and 1 no contest. He stands 67 centimeters tall, and weighs a ready 57 kilograms. Representing KHK Team Bahrain and fighting out of Russia, please give it up for Veli Murad Al-Kazov. Your referee is Raven Saber.
Tail of the tape here, gentlemen. You can see the veteran status of Zach Makovsky at 37 years old. Slight height advantage goes to Veli Murad Al-Kazov. It's the rematch. It's time to make it definitive. Ladies and gentlemen, semi-final time.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. Veli Murad, the biggest highlight he had in that fight were the inside leg kicks. Will Zach Mikowski learn to check those, or will Veli Murad be able to take out that lead leg?
I think the most telling incisor of how this fight's going to unfold is going to be the first clinch from both these men. Who will initiate it? Who will prosper in it?
My heart's beating so much more than I thought. Like, I'm just excited because I'm a fan of Zach Mikowski. I grew up watching him.
And as a competitor in the flyweight tournament, you have a vested interest. Nice defense there from Veli Murad.
Very solid defense, and it wasn't just defense. He turned it into offense with a nice, short, sweet uppercut.
And they're both playing it safe right now, trying to see what's going to happen next, trying to figure out their game plans.
It's not unlike the opening stanzas of their initial battle at Brave 34. Both men trying to get the measure of one another.
You know, the difference in their styles is Zach Mikowski's a little more slower, methodical. He picks his striking. He has very good boxing. But Veli Murad, a little sloppy, but he's a brawler. He doesn't mind putting himself in that fire, which makes him very, very dangerous.
Makovsky aborted the kick just at the last minute there. Saw something he didn't like.
Ooh,
nice
beautiful
straight
left
shot.
hand.
Do love a straight shot down the middle from a southpaw.
A beautiful fake shot again, trying to change the pace a little bit. But for both of them, because they're opposite stance, the power hand is always there, and they're going to throw that a little more. Same thing with the body kicks. Nice inside leg kick. Oh, Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Kirik, what are you seeing early on between these two savages in the flyweight division?
That Zach is a little bit too eager to get in close, that he's not feeling like that his timing is right now. Like he's not feeling like he's winning those strike exchanges. But in order to get in those opponents' hips, he's going to have to at least open himself up to being hit. It's absolutely impossible to avoid every shot and have an opportunity to get in on those hips.
And I just want to say, Zach just checked the inside leg kick. He's immediately adapting, and he learned from that first fight what's coming next.
So far, Veli Murad hasn't really been able to land anything clean with the hands on the chin, face.
And beautiful movement by Zach. Again, going to that outside shoulder. But Veli Murad with that single leg. Can he get Zach down? Zach has a great whizzer, great takedown defense. And oh, beautiful lateral drop.
Transitions the position. Makovsky now taking the back of Veli Murad.
Wow. And it was just one step ahead. Veli Murad knew what to do, but Zach Mikowski expecting it, felt it, rolled, got on top. Beautiful job.
Those scrambles often complete through 360 degrees, but once Fun Size got on top, he just stopped it cold.
And it honestly just comes with the experience. Zach Mikowski's been with the best of the best. Obviously a Division I wrestler, and then going with some of the highest level guys of the flyweight division.
Great point. If you look at his record, it reads like a who's who of guys. Wilson Reyes, Eduardo Dantas, Anthony Leone, Scott Jorgensen, Hussier Formiga, Joseph Benavides.
Dustin Ortiz on the other side.
100%. John Dodson, Tim Elliott. That's a crazy resume.
Yeah. And that's why I'm a fan. He lands a beautiful left hand there. Kind of stunning Veli Murad a little bit. He's picking a very smart fight, not pushing the pace. But I would like to see Zach throw a little more body shots because, again, you know Veli Murad does have that conditioning problem because of the extreme weight cut.
Just as you say that, he throws a little double jab finishing to the body.
Am I saying it too loud? Am I allowed to do that?
Let it roar.
I know I'm a loud person naturally, but is that fair? Is that really?
Be careful. I've had a couple of fighters come to me after shows that we've done in empty arenas and ask me why I said what I said.
It's either a good thing or a bad thing.
My response was it was Kirik Janess. Makovsky doing a real good job. Over the top from...
Oh, beautiful knee. It does kind of clip him a little bit.
Transitions into a single of his own.
Nice
Beautiful
job.
wrestling from Makovsky.
Beautiful dump. Kept on circling those baby steps and was able to solidify a back position. He has that that leg hooked, which is hard for Vali Morad to be able to pressure and stand back up.
Makovsky, of course, attended Drexel University, wrestled as a walk-on, going on to make the varsity team and captain the team in his senior year.
That's impressive. Beautiful hook, pulling that leg back, trying to break the base. But again, Vali Morad is just very, very strong. The Sambo world champ, he knows what to do. And that's why every time he gets taken down, he's able to stand up, usually with ease. But Zach playing this one smart with, I don't know how much time, I believe around a minute left, if not less, 10 seconds left. He's solidifying this round, and this might win him it.
That's just how quickly this enthralling battle has gone in, Shorty. Vali Morad back to his feet, and again, very close. I wouldn't call it tentative, I would call it calculated from both men. Makovsky, as you said, maybe just edging away a little bit with the likes of that straight right down the pipe, with the likes of solidifying position.
And we saw that straight left there, and we see this beautiful lateral drop. He knows he's going down, underhook. Beautiful, nice roll over his right shoulder, takes the back, but Vali Morad was able to get some nice knees inside to the body, clipping the chin a little bit there, but Zach Mikowski circling, head inside dump, taking the back and pushing the pressure on to, for me at least, to solidify that first round for Zach.
Carrick, what would you like to see a little bit more of from Vali Morad if by general consensus he may be down around going into the second?
I like the luck he was having with some of those strikes. I'd like to see him move forward just a little bit less and move in and out, in and out, in and out. Try and play with that distance between the two of them and then let the hand go. He's doing just a little bit too much stalking.
And round 2 starts, and these guys immediately opening up Zach Mikowski with that outside leg kick. And again, like I said, Vali Morad's biggest attack that first fight was his inside leg kick, but Zach immediately moving and knowing it's coming. That's a veteran thing to do.
Nice shots to try and punch in, but again, veteran savvy, not just going straight back, finding the pivot off the lead foot. Ooh. Flying knee by Vali Morad, showing that he's more than happy to mix it up with a diverse attacking arsenal.
Oh, there was, oh,
did he wobble him a little bit?
And that's the hard part about pressuring in too much. Yeah, like you said, instinctive. Zach Mikowski going in for the takedown. A nice underhook, but Vali Morad defending it well, landing knees to the body. Zach Mikowski might drop down to a leg, if not break away here. But you see his face a little red there. He did get popped. Oh, beautiful left hand and a nice body
He
shot.
hurt him with a body.
Oh, the body shot was there. Maybe I should, quiet down a little bit.
Carrick, he did hurt him to the body with that shot. You saw Vali Morad fold ever so slightly, bringing the elbow in to protect himself.
That was a beautiful solar plex shot, left hand uppercut. Oh.
Nice short uppercut there, Carrick, coming from the left hand of Makovsky.
And we see how fast Mikowski is. The only problem is Vali Morad's not putting the pressure yet. You might take one strike, but you need to push the pace against a very good counter fighter like Zach Mikowski.
The shots alone, I don't think are going to do it. As you said, he needs to put a little more pressure on him from tie-ups, from takedown attempts, make him move around a little bit more, do a little bit more ring management.
A nice little hop step to the side again, trying to change the rhythm, trying to change the pace and angles to possibly land that left hand again. And it's just thumping on the head. Vali Morad has a strong noggin. Oh, beautiful body shot again.
Oh, again.
Drops his opponent.
Vali Morad still moving his head, still moving that head.
And he's going to jump to the guillotine here. He has a very, very strong guillotine. He's trying to create the angle. If not, he's going to use it to take the back.
You actually heard the expulsion of air from Vali Morad just as the punch landed. What do you do, Carrick, if you're Zach Mikowski here? Do you let him stand back up because you know he's a little compromised?
I think not. I think he should have. I think ideally would have kept his shoulder in the middle of that back, spun around behind him.
Beautiful knee.
And it seems to be, Shorty, that Zach knew Vali Morad was hurt, therefore went up top with that strike.
Oh, man, I'm like curling under the pressure here because I'm just excited watching this. This is a very back-and-forth battle. Vali Morad, like I said, is tough. Doesn't even have 10 fights, but he's pushing the pace against a 30-fight veteran in Zach Mikowski. But Zach in this fight has learned a lot from the first one and is pushing the pace, but in a very proper and methodical way, a very strategic way. This is a chess match because the first fight was so close, and the body shots are right now paying the dividend here. And we see the expression on Vali Murad's face. You can tell he's still fatigued a little bit from those body shots. And they take an entire round, if not longer, to get over.
And Kirik, he's going to be acutely aware now of the body attacks of Makovsky, which opens up the lower limbs, which opens up the head.
It opens up the head. If you look at where his elbows are, the elbows are placed right now to protect his body. It does leave the head open. You saw a little twist of the head, a little bit of sweat flew off. That's what we're seeing right here. That's the consequences. That's one of the reasons attacking the body is so smart. It's money in the bank. It takes a long time to go away, and you see those elbows come down. You see the hands drop, and that opens up the head.
And Zach Mikowski keeps landing that straight left hand, and he's moving beautifully right now. But I think he should push the pace. You know, throw a body kick, throw a body punch. But he gets the single leg, and he's going to try to go for the body lock here, put some pressure. And I do believe he's winning this round with 1 minute left. All he needs to do is keep the aggression, land some strikes, and possibly solidify one more takedown to get the round. But Vali Murad is not giving up. He's pushing the pace, and I believe he's kind of got his wits back to him a little bit. And he lands a body shot of his own.
Bringing down the hands of Makovsky, trying to go up top with a short hook there. Needs to be wary of dipping his head in when Zach seems to be coming in with a shot. He dips the head in ever so slightly.
Oh, he lands a front snap kick, a teep kick of his own, and he's trying to implement his own version of body shots. Zach doesn't look too effective. He's going to land that straight left over and over again. Because Vali Murad doesn't really move his head. He goes straight into attack.
Makovsky again exhibiting great use of angles rather than just moving laterally, back and forward. He's doing a great job of finding those pivot points and evading the offense of Vali Murad.
Nice job with Zach Makovsky to just get in his bicycle, get out of there. If he's not sure exactly what's going to happen, gives himself all the distance he needs.
Oh, he landed a big shot of his own on a straight down the middle.
And it's a great way to end the round by Vali Murad, but was that enough to win the round back?
That's a good question that I'm going to hand over to Kirik Jeunesse because it is too complex for my inept mind to handle.
I have refereed hundreds of fights. I do see this one as being 2018 for Zach Fun-Size Makovsky, but it doesn't matter. I am not one of the judges here.
That was a lovely shot landed by Vali Murad.
There goes that body shot there.
It's a big dig and a rip. I want to see the one that dropped.
And that was the one right there. That's what really curled him over. Oh, it was a knee.
Oh, it was a knee to the body.
Watch the head move, though. Oh, they didn't show it.
There you go. It was the knee, and immediately Zach Mikowski was just throwing punches, but Vali Murad was still active, moving side to side, and towards the end of the round, tried to push the pace to hopefully for himself win round number 2.
That little head movement post knee to the body was absolutely fantastic. It was a testament to the heart of Vali Murad Al-Khassof. Devastated the body, still just sliding that head side to side to side. Didn't take any further clean shots.
And clean sportsmanship entering into the 3rd round. This is another tough fight, just like the first one.
Oh, was he a little bit wobbled out? Vali Murad with renewed vigor coming out.
And he knows this might be 2018, like Eric said.
Perhaps has been told by his corner that he needs to go out and do something definitive. Perhaps he has to get the finish.
And he knows in that last fight, Zach Mikowski did kind of fade in that 3rd round. Didn't do as much. So Vali Murad needs to push the pace, especially if it is 2-0.
Kirik, the last thing someone like Makovsky can do against someone like Vali Murad is coast.
Absolutely. There's differing philosophies in mixed martial arts about what you should do if you think you're ahead in 2 rounds. Should you try and coast a little bit, or should you keep doing exactly what you were doing, even if it's dangerous? And the latter choice is always the best one. You should keep doing what got you ahead, even if it's a little dangerous. I think that's exactly what Fun-Size is going to do.
And Shorty, are you watching this with an analytical eye as part of the commentary team, or are you watching this right now as potentially someone that will fight one of these guys?
Definitely both, but I'm more excited for the next matchup because that's what I have to look forward to first. But this, just as a fan, I'm enjoying this. Vali Murad, again, being less than a 10-fight veteran, is pushing a guy with 30-plus fights who has fought some of the best in the world to his limit. And Zach Mikowski showing why he is a 30-fight veteran, showing how good he is, changing the game plan from the first fight to this one, and winning so far 2 rounds and none, at least on my scorecards. But he's kind of changed the pace in this round. Is he tired? Is he fatigued? Or is he just trying to solidify this win?
His use of angles is something that I'm really enjoying. Little clip behind the ear, more so the forward momentum of Vali Murad causing the slight stumble there.
Oh, beautiful uppercut.
That was Roy Jones Jr.-esque. Little wind up and pop.
The only hard part for Zach is he does land those shots, but he only throws one and then moves away, gives his opponent time to recover. Compared to Valley Morad, he doesn't mind the fire. He's more than excited
Happy
to
to
make
fight
it
in
a
the
brawl.
pocket, yeah.
And I enjoy that. I'm perfectly fine with that.
I know, I called your fight with Blaine O'Driscoll.
You were there? What? That was you. Oh, that's bias. That's not fair.
Veli Morad occupying the center, and I think he knows now he really has to take the fight to Zach Makovsky. May not be enough for him to just necessarily win the round. He may have to finish Makovsky.
And at least for the first half of this third round, he's winning. But again, 2.5 minutes left. Anything can happen. And he's pushing Zach back.
Does have 2 wins via KO or TKO in his professional career, 1 win via submission.
And Zach's hands are down a lot more in this round. Beautiful body knee.
Oh. Veli Morad doing a great job now. Slight turning of the tide in this third and final round. But is it enough, Kirik, for Veli Morad just to win the round?
I don't believe it is, but I am not one of the judges here. I could absolutely see this going either way. I think both these fighters need to try and end it. They've got 100 seconds to do so. One big moment here could win the whole fight.
Veli Morad trying to attack the body, get a little bit of payback from Makovsky, and again, beautiful. And just the way slipped out of range from the right hand.
And again, that's Zach's style, but Valley Morad needs to push the pace. He needs to get Zach Makovsky against the fence and make this a brawl type of fight. And he gets a good takedown here. Can Zach escape and get a takedown of his own?
Nice work to get the fight to the ground from Veli Morad. Needs to land some punishing work here.
And again, this might be 2-0 or it might be 1-1. And this third round might solidify the win for each guy.
Absolutely. What is that? What was that 2-on-1 on the far wrist for? I wasn't setting up a technique I'm familiar with.
It was possibly just to create some space. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention.
2-on-1 on the wrist. I think it was just to kind of immobilize the strikes coming in from Veli Morad Alkazov.
My heart's beating too fast. I'm just checking my blood pressure.
Nice body head work, but Zach Makovsky always active, even from bottom, trying to set up. Has the double overhooks there. And with just 20 seconds left to advance to the final of the flyweight tournament.
And for me, I'm just taking this in for both fighters to possibly fight them in the final, given the next fight coming up is my future opponent. But this is something for me to study, to look at. And it was a great fight by both.
Wow, what a fantastic fight. No question in my mind. Veli
Morad
Morad won that third
again.
round.
Oh, once again.
Hey, he's going for it again. That's awesome.
You gotta love this.
You know
Friends
what?
for life.
I'd punch him. No.
You very well may have to.
Oh, take him down. Come on. No. Boo.
Veli Morad clearly believes he's done enough to win the fight. Zach Makovsky clearly believes he's done enough to win the fight. This rematch was very much a case of lather, rinse, repeat from the first fight.
But they both made
compelling arguments.
Really, really good adjustments since that first one. Valley Morad was able to land those inside leg kicks, and Zach Makovsky literally let, I think, maybe one this entire fight land. And for Valley Morad was always pushing the pace, so Zach Makovsky decided, you know what, let me land some body shots. And that won him, at least in my head, the first and second round. This was an extremely close fight.
Scores just being tabulated as we speak. Veli Morad believes he won. Makovsky pointing at his chest saying, no, I won.
Big drama show. Big drama show.
Gentlemen, I want to take this little break in the action to do a big shout out from Mohammed Kamber, president of the Bahrain Mixed Martial Arts Federation. He's a gentleman, he's brilliant, he's warm and friendly, he never looks for attention, and he is a pillar of the sport in this nation.
As you say, Kirik, a thoroughly nice bloke is Mohammed Kamber.
Big thanks as well to his officials, including Hadi Muhammad Ali. These are people that work tirelessly for the sport for nothing. Not trying to get rich off it. They're not trying to get famous off it. They just love this sport the way we all do, and they want to help it.
They're both over asking Shorty who won.
All right, you want honest review?
My,
Honest review?
my phone just went.
I give 2 to you, 1 to you. That's me though. I'm American though. I'm biased. No. Next fight I come up there. Man, all the Russians are coming at me. I'm scared.
I just moved my seat away from Shorty Torres.
The bad thing is, like, I'm hanging out with them, like, all after this, so I'm just gonna hear it the entire time.
So, Eric, did you enjoy the fight?
I just want to say it's very nice commentating with you and you alone.
Makes me wish Blaine won now, so I didn't have to be in this position. Gosh.
Carlos Kramer is entering the cage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a decision.
All right, Brave Nation, what an incredible bout in our flyweight tournament semifinals. After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. Your first judge scores about 29-28 Alkazov. Your next judge scores about 29-28 Makovsky. And your third judge scores about 29-28 for your winner by split decision. And advancing to the finals of the flyweight tournament, Velimurad Alkazov!
Velimurad made the adjustment and was able to push the pace. That first round, again, could have gone either way. I gave it to Zach Mikowski, but the judges saw it in Valimurad's favor, and he did just enough to win. That third round was definitely his. The second round was definitely Zach Mikowski's, but that first one could have gone either way, and they gave it to Velimurad.
I'd love to see a trilogy someday, but for now, Velimurad Alkazov becomes the first person to get into the finals of the greatest flyweight tournament in mixed martial arts history.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, we are going to do another socially distanced interview with the winner, Velimurad Alkazov. Time is getting short. It won't be a very long interview. It does take a little while to set up these distanced interviews. It's not as simple as walking in the Brave Combat Federation cage with a microphone, but we are just seconds away now from getting the fighter and the commentator in position. Bear with us while we watch a replay of some of the extraordinary action in this fight.
I'm just sitting here. Again, I had it for Zach Mikowski, but again, I am not a judge, and that's the best thing about my job. The only problem is I'm hanging out with all of them after, so I'm going to hear it the entire time. I'm so scared. I might not even make it to the next match. I probably won't even get there.
I gotta say the truth, Shorty. I saw it the exact same way you did, but I could have seen it the other way as well. And with that, we're taking it over to Phil Campbell.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Velimurad Alkazov, who has just defeated Zach Makovsky in their rematch to advance to the final of the flyweight tournament. Velimurad, how confident were you when they were reading out the decision and it was a split?
Velimurad, скажи, пожалуйста, насколько ты был уверен в своей победе и что почувствовал после того, как сказали, что раздельное решение?
Первым долгом, альхамдулилlah. И хочу вначале начну со своей благодарности. Хочу поблагодарить первым долгом нашего лидера нашей команды Халида Ахмад. Хочу поблагодарить первым долгом нашего лидера команды KHK, шейха Халида. Спасибо за то, что дает возможность выступать в такой серьезной лиге и притом на таком турнире. И дальше хочу поблагодарить своих спонсоров, компанию Кубань-Ти в лице Фейзехана, Араза и Илдуса Аюбова, дяди моего. Дай Бог вам здоровья и хорошего процветания вашей компании, вашего бизнеса. Дальше хочу поблагодарить своих дальше спонсоров. Сити Строй, Марата, Абдулвахида, АМС, Амира Мурадова, Автосервис, Лезгин-центр, братья мои. Все, кто были рядом, тренера, спарринг-партнеры, все, кто за меня болели, против меня те, кто болели, тоже заряжали меня. Соперник мой, я хочу ему тоже огромное спасибо за такой серьезный бой. Да, начну с того же вопроса, который задали. Соперник очень серьезный, опять-таки возвращаюсь к этому. Первый бой, как сами видели, судьи решили, что он выиграл, но моя сторона и, в общем, другие тоже не были согласны с этим решением. Вот и все по своим полочкам стало. Настало то время, когда я вышел уже в финале. Жду своего следующего соперника. Посмотрим, что дальше будет.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Sheikh Ali bin Hamad Al Khalifa for his support, for the opportunity that he gave me to fight in such a great tournament. Of course, I want to thank all my sponsors and coaches. You know, first fight, it was split decision, and I didn't agree with it. And today, I prove that I am better than him. And of course, I want to pay respect for Zach that he showed such a good performance.
Quickly, in one word, just to finish up, who is the fighter that you would ideally like to face in the final of the tournament?
С кем бы ты больше всего хотел подраться в финале?
Вопрос очень такой трогательный. Трогательный почему? Потому что с другой стороны идет мой соотечественник Али Багаутинов. Достойно такой известный проспект, серьезный соперник. На любительской арене несколько раз с ним встречался. Отдаю должное ему, выиграл он 2 раза. Вот, естественно, хотелось бы и интересно, россиянин против россиянина. А так, до того момента, пока он ко мне попадется, конечно, за своего у нас в крови это, тем более с Кавказа, он за своего, конечно, болею и желаю, чтобы он вышел в финал.
You know, from the other side of the tournament, it's Ali Bagautinov from my country, Russia, and we fought many times in amateurs, you know, and I lose 2 times for him. And of course, it will be good if in the final will be Russian versus Russian. And until I got him in the final, I wish him good luck.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the finalist in the greatest flyweight tournament in the history of mixed martial arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Veli Murad Alkazov.
This bout is sponsored by Brave Energy Drink. Only the best to power your best effort. Fortune favors the brave. Ali Bagautinov is looking to build on his Brave CF debut win with another big victory in his tournament debut against Dustin Ortiz, one of the most prominent names in the flyweight division, who is looking for his first world title. Coming up next, Ali Bagautinov takes on Dustin Ortiz in a flyweight tournament quarterfinal bout.
All right, Brave Nation, this next battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the last quarterfinal of the Brave CF Flyweight Tournament, the greatest flyweight tournament in the history of our sport. Brave Nation, introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 19 wins and 8 losses. He stands 165 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 56.6 kilograms. Representing Elevation Fight Team and fighting out of Franklin, Tennessee, USA. Please welcome Dustin Ortiz. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 19 wins and 7 losses. He stands 165 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 57.1 kilograms. Representing Fight Night's team and fighting out of Moscow, Russia. Give it up for Ali Puncher King Bagautinov. Your referee is Raven Lightsaber.
Ali Bagautinov is Puncher King, but he wants to do those punches with his opponent flat on his back. The huge question for me is, can he take Dustin Ortiz down? And, of course, if he can he hold him there?
An absolutely huge fight in prospect. The last quarter-final of the Brave Combat Federation Flyweight Tournament. Two absolutely stellar combatants.
Who likes short shorts? Dustin likes short shorts. You see how fast, I just really wanted to get that out. You see how fast these guys are moving. They are true flyweight veterans.
Wide karate-esque stance being occupied by Dustin Ortiz here, almost as if he's anticipating the takedown of Ali Bagautinov. And like I said in the pre-show, the most telling element of this fight will be who lands their shot first, the punches of Dustin Ortiz or the takedown of Ali Bagautinov.
And they both have their fair share of finishes on both sides, whether it's on the feet or on the ground. So this is a very highly contested fight. And just watching this, I'm overall a fan. But then going, oh yeah, I forgot I have to fight these guys next.
Oh, big front kick a la This Is Sparta from Ali Bagautinov.
And Ali, the stronger guy, but Dustin, the much faster one.
That's a big shot from Bagautinov.
Overhand left. And he's pushing the pace.
Bagautinov, as you say, is putting it on Dustin Ortiz.
Dustin might try to go for that takedown now, that front leg single, because of the different stances here.
Dustin was maybe just a little bit over-aggressive, moved forward just a little bit too methodically, got caught twice, taking a much more measured, careful approach now, approaching from distance, sliding that head a little side to side and level changing.
And Ali did have a boxing match not too long ago.
He did
that's
indeed,
what he did. And he gets a nice, beautiful takedown here.
Both men have only been finished once in their professional career. Dustin Ortiz via submission, Ali Bagautinov via TKO.
Reverse mount. Let's see if he tries to reverse the position. He could even go for a leg lock. This is a very slick attempt to get to mount.
Here.
Dustin Ortiz may try and elevate that foot of Ali Bagautinov up to put him off balance, but as you say, elevating those legs is taking the legs above the hips, which is going to make it difficult for Ortiz to move.
It's like a seesaw or teeter-totter. I guess depending on the region you're from, what you like to call it. One side goes up, the other side goes down. Ali's picking up the legs, keeping Dustin Ortiz's head down.
May see a little punch behind the head.
There's a potential for him to try and step over here. Ortiz trying to roll. Bagautinov stuck to him like white on rice.
Beautiful job. Just a smart fight right now by Ali. And he's just pushing the pace, not trying to put too much pressure. Yes, he's keeping his opponent down, but not overexerting himself to where he's tiring himself out and doing too much, and Dustin's able to stand up and escape.
Attempted the roll, but Bagautinov just has such a tight vice-like grip, and he's so strong for 125.
He's gigantic. Like he's my size, but buff.
Have you been around these guys at the Fighter Hotel? Have you been able to kind of size them up, even just by sort of aesthetics?
Kind of. I met Dustin, years ago, but it's funny. I was actually talking very nicely with one of his training partners, but I didn't know Dustin was the one kind of cocooned up, cutting weight. I'm just kind of like, oh, man, he's a great guy, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, hey, Dustin.
That could have gone very wrong very quickly, surely.
It happens all the time.
Double underhooks here from
Reversal of fortunes.
Dustin Ortiz. Take the back now. Does he solidify the position, or does he risk it with a big takedown?
He's going to try and punish a little bit before trying a forward drive, possibly backwards. Got to see whether those fingers are through the fence.
Nice switch from Ali Bagautinov, but needs to be aware of having his back taken.
And he's lifting that leg to try to create some space here to be able to turn inside. But Dustin has that underhook.
But in doing so, by lifting that leg, he has aided Dustin
Second
Ortiz in
hook is
getting
in,
the initial
Brave
hook
Nation.
in. Crossing the feet, harking back to what you said. Little nasty little kicks to the thigh.
Kind of reminds you of BJ Penn, Kenny Florian.
It's a good shot, man.
And that just shows how much of a veterans these guys are, doing those little trick shots that you don't see guys like Valley Morita, myself, do that. We barely have 10 professional fights.
Ali Bagautinov, a pro since December 2009. Dustin Ortiz, a pro since February of 2010. Both of these men have 10+ years fighting at the very highest level.
Gentlemen, what we just saw there was a fighter, Ali Bagautinov, looking at the screen, the large screen, in order to see where his opponent's head was, and then throwing an elbow back there. It's pretty slick.
I just want to say, I made my amateur debut July of 2010. Just want to put that one out there.
Dustin Ortiz doing a good job of landing strikes here, but Ali Bagautinov trying to throw strikes of his own.
Short time now, down to under 10 seconds.
Oh, beautiful
scramble.
Roll.
I like my exchanges like I like my eggs in the morning, Shorty. Scrambled.
Now, with that escape, that round was very close.
Very, yes.
That escape could have been to make it or break it here. Because they both had a dominant section of the fight in the first round. One of them had the back, the other had the back. One obviously in a little more dominant position, but we see here a nice head kick blocked by Ali. And Ali just welcoming it in. Nice little Spartan kick. Beautiful left hand that wobbled Dustin Ortiz. And Dustin being able to push back, but Ali so strong, pushing the pace, winning these scrambles here, landing a reverse mount, elevating the legs. But he gets his back taken by Dustin. Does that win him the round? This can go back and forth. And as we had in the last fight, I'm not even going to call it. There's no point. I'm just going to sit here and watch.
And Carrick, the fact that this round is so close just illustrates how good these guys are. There's very little to separate one another.
Absolutely. We've had some extremely close rounds. That's where we've got world-class officials. By my completely unofficial, worthless score, I've got Ali Puncher King Bagautinov up 10-9.
I would think it's worthless, Carrick. I'd like to hear what you have to say about fights. Rev and Saber.
No, he was kind of wrong that last one, but I was definitely wrong too, so I can't. That's the hard part about judging. Everyone has a different taste in a sense, you know?
Dustin Ortiz again taking the fight now to Bagautinov. He just evades the big high kick.
Ali being a very, very smart counter fighter, just waiting patiently until Dustin gets close enough so he can land those big overhands.
Dustin Ortiz using the wizard now.
We just see how strong Ali is.
Just digging in for the underhook. Dustin Ortiz trying to swing that leg like a baseball bat, now down on the ankle. But look at the awareness of Ali Bagautinov. Straight away was diving in for the underhook.
And Dustin trying to go under that leg, trying to lift, and he's going to try to pick a side, but Ali putting that weight down. Dustin trying to hook that leg and slowly take the back, but Ali's going to whizzer and put the pressure down. And he's landing some nice body shots.
Credit to Ortiz again, showing his strength as well, but clamping down heavy on that whizzers. Ali Bagautinov.
Beautiful job getting that leg out. Ooh, landing a beautiful knee there. Dustin tried to retaliate, missed it just by a little bit. But we just see the experience factor by both, and great job by Ali. He's showing he's the superior grappler inside close when it comes to these nice, judo, Muay Thai exchanges.
Well, he is a 3-time combat sambo world champion.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Haven't even started to list his regional accomplishments. A 5-time combat sambo Russian national champion, 3-time combat sambo Moscow champion. This man knows how to grapple. Nice little back elbow there from Dustin.
And what Dustin needs to do is stand up and work on that top hand, 2-on-1, be able to get his elbow on the inside and get an underhook to hopefully create some space and get back to that open mat. Because right now he's just getting out-grappled.
Another big takedown.
And it's just showing how much Ali is not just superior when it comes to the grappling, but how much stronger he is.
And Carrick, what is the antidote to this type of wrestling from Ali Bagautinov, if there even is one?
Yeah, there absolutely is. Dustin Ortiz needs to try and frame on the head and circle out. If it's probably worth it to him right now to do a huge push right there, twist the hard part of his hip underhand. He's got separation, not try to, and just as he tried to, he got put on his back.
That is bound to be frustrating, Shorty. If you're constantly working, you feel like you've given yourself a little bit of space with which to work, and then you're taken right down again.
It is frustrating because you feel superior in the scrambles. That's what Dustin Ortiz really, symbolizes in his fights, is that he's a faster, more, dominant scrambler, but right now, it's not that he's getting out-scrambled. It's that Ali's just one step ahead. Technique will always beat funk, and Ali is showing that. This, I'm just watching an appreciation because just how much smarter Ali is. Again, it's not a huge gap, but that one step is making that big difference here.
Now the latter half of the second round, mirroring the latter half of the first round, except this time it's Ali Bagautinov taking the back of Dustin Ortiz, who's gone 2-on-1 on the hand, may try and baseball bat swing that hand over his head.
And the hard part here when it comes to Dustin is he's stuck in a dominant position. Ali can just hold on this entire round in this dominant position, and the ref cannot do anything about it to stand him up. Even if there is no submission attempts or no strikes or whatever the case may be, a dominant position is a dominant position, and this solidifies a round.
I do think, though, there is going to be a submission attempt before too long. We're getting closer and closer now. It's just a softening up process with some shots. Those short, sharp shots to the eyes, to the nose do hurt.
Ali Bagautinov does have 5 wins via submission in his professional career, 2 arm bars, 2 rear naked chokes, and 1 guillotine. His last submission coming all the way back in June of 2017, so potentially he's due one.
He's due one, but against a very highly touted veteran. It's very, very hard, and Dustin's trying to pick a side and move, but Ali, again, one step ahead.
Just on him the entire time.
But Dustin is moving.
God, Ali Bagautinov is clingier than my ex. This is unbelievable stuff.
Well, at least you have that problem. I just got, well, anyways, I don't want to talk about it. Baby, I could change. But you see Dustin on top trying to, finish this round dominantly to show the judges no matter how much you held me on the ground, I'm going to push. I want to win this round.
Dustin Ortiz again feeling that he has to put a little bit on Ali Bagautinov. Potential head-on triangle set up. But again, beautiful transition from Ali Bagautinov. May transition into a guillotine choke of his own, but is it a little bit too late in the round? 10 seconds to go, mate. And then Dustin Ortiz pops out.
And they're up.
Fantastic round of fighting from both men.
And this is just beautiful, superior grappling by both gentlemen. The scrambles, the dominant positions, the back takes. Wow.
A very, very difficult fight, not unlike the first flyweight bout we saw. How do you begin to score these exchanges?
Why doesn't anyone like to just stand and trade? Whatever happened to that?
I know a guy still likes to stand and trade.
Hi, how you doing?
Here we see some of the exchanges. Ali Bagautinov, even in a defensive position, manages to mount offense. Ortiz trying to break away, but just relentless is Ali Bagautinov, Carrick. This is sumptuous grappling.
I do see this right now, 20-18 for Ali Puncher King Bagautinov, but I can make a terrific argument for it being the other way.
What do you believe Dustin Ortiz needs to do to adapt, to evolve into this next round?
He needs to cause a little bit of damage. He's coming out just behind on the grappling exchanges. He needs to land some heavier shots, elbows, some heavier knees to the body. I think he's behind just a hair on the grappling, so he needs to pull ahead with the strikes. The way to do it is probably not with volume. That'll get him hit back. It's to land a harder shot.
And they both look fresh. That's the scary thing, is that they both look good. Dustin obviously has always been that guy that's push the pace and wants to put the pressure on, but he needs to start throwing that output.
Not just the output, he needs it to be efficient, he needs it to be effective, he needs it to land. But the thing is, as soon as you commit to your shots against someone like Ali Bagautinov, inevitably he times it perfectly and you end up on your back.
And you see that counter uppercut. He's just waiting for Dustin to get close enough to land those power shots. He's putting himself on the fence on purpose to cause a grappling exchange or to create a nice counter.
Ortiz potentially trying to hit the
nice
switch
hook
here.
So far, he's in a very dominant position. This would be 2 in wrestling.
Thought he was thinking about hitting an electric chair there.
He's holding. Again, if this was, folk style wrestling, this is 2 right here.
And those elbows to the kidney are the kind of legal area under the unified rules of mixed martial arts. That's the kind of damage that he needs to do to take this round.
But again, Bagautinov turning a defensive position into offense.
You see how strong he is. He needs to be able to get that double leg, get his left arm around that opposite leg, or even right here, hop over that free leg. And that's what he's trying to do. He's walking towards that way, but Dustin is trying to hook it so it doesn't happen. And this is what creates a scramble. But Ali's just staying nice and patient, knowing that there's not much damage being created. And now he's opening up to hopefully scramble out. And he does. Wow.
That is absolutely stunning. Ortiz doing a good job to try and get that knee shield in to keep himself offensive, even in defensive positions. And this is mastery right now, Shorty.
Dude, he did it so methodically. I have to rewatch this fight and really study, not just for myself going into this next fight, but just as a fan to go, how did you do this? Against a high-level black belt jiu-jitsu grappler, jiu-jitsu practitioner like Dustin Ortiz.
That just speaks to the grappling credentials and ability of Ali Bagautinov.
Guard pass, switch attempt, up to standing,
he got it. He
Grammy
has
roll
it.
attempt.
He has it. He hopped over beautifully, but he might be in a little bit of crucifix position if he does roll to his back. Ali's giving it up a little bit. He's going to try to get his left leg out. Oh, it looks like he's taking the back again.
Looked like he was trying to almost get like a side-on rear naked choke. But Bagautinov is just like, where is this cardio coming
And
from?
he just for a guy with that much muscle on him.
Head on triangle, head on triangle.
It's not completely tight because you see Dustin is turning to the side. He's out. It's not in there, but he might try to transition. Oh, he takes the back.
Some of this is, I don't know if my eyes are capable. I have 20/20 vision. I can't keep up with what's going on here. Some of these transitions are absolutely seamless.
My eyes are still puffy, so I really can't see much.
This is, as we said, the greatest flyweight tournament in mixed martial arts history. You're seeing why right before your eyes.
Wow.
Because these transitions are so smooth, it's almost reminiscent of two training partners in a flow roll. So clean to watch from both men, really speaking to their technical prowess and proficiency.
It almost looks like they're not even trying to, exert themselves. This is a practice match, but they're completely killing themselves to get into these dominant positions.
Dustin Ortiz in the top position right now, sliding over knee on belly, trying to get to the mount, but Ali Bagautinov then reverses the position.
Wow, this is just a back and forth battle. Ali has the inside leg, comes around to solidify a dominant back position, and he's going to try to put the pressure on. He might lift, because that's usually his fan favorite thing, or hook the leg and pull for a sweep.
Roll from Dustin Ortiz, thought about trying to roll out of it, but again, anytime he's tried to roll out,
Ali just knows, and I feel like watching the film, that's Dustin's biggest thing. Either he holds on because he's so strong and doesn't allow his opponent to roll, or he lets go, lets opponent roll, and then he gets on top just like that.
It's almost anticipated and rolling with the opponent.
If you decide, and I've actually torn my AC joint trying to hold on and roll with them, and actually Dustin Ortiz's corner was the opponent I was supposed to fight, and I ended up trying to roll with the Granby, and I just did it way too late, landed on my neck and tore my AC joint. So Ali's just showing how good of a veteran grappler he is. With all the accolades, the 20 billion one that are on this paper right here.
30 seconds to go, Carrick, and feels like Dustin Ortiz needs to do something definitive here.
Looks like he's going to try to switch here.
I do think Dustin Ortiz by far landed the most effective strikes.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Sweet little moves like that can undo all that hard work.
Veteran savvy, ladies and gentlemen. Just subtle little things, just scooping the foot out.
I'm a judo practitioner, so watching this, I'm just like...
another incredible battle inside the Brave CF 50 cage for the greatest flyweight tournament in the history of our sport. After 3 amazing rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 29-28 for your winner, advancing to the semifinals against Jose "Shorty" Torres by unanimous decision, Ali "Puncher King" Bagautinov!
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out.
Seconds, Brave Nation, and we are there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the winner of the quarterfinal of the greatest tournament in flyweight mixed martial arts, Ali Bagautinov. First off, I want to talk to you about the fight. Did it unfold as you expected?
Честно говоря, всем салам алейкум. Вначале всех приветствую, моих болельщиков, любителей спорта, единоборств. Ну, я так скажу, что я не рассчитывал на все 3 раунда. Я думал, закончу его досрочно, я так планировал. Но мы просто планируем, Всевышний располагает так, как угодно. Поэтому здесь и климат другой, чуть-чуть сказался. На свежем воздухе я дерусь первый раз. Вот. В общем, как-то так. Еще есть вопрос?
I didn't expect this fight go to 3 rounds because I want to finish this fight, but I'm first time fighting, you know, on the open air. That's why maybe I can't finish him.
Now, the fight finishes, you get your hand raised straight away. Next thing you know, you're facing off with your next opponent, Shorty Torres. Was that a strange experience, and what are your thoughts on Jose "Shorty" Torres as your next opponent?
Твой следующий соперник, Хосе Торрес. Скажи, пожалуйста, какие у тебя мысли о нем?
Ну, на первый взгляд, какие мысли, я его первый раз вижу. Хороший, нормальный парень, что еще сказать. Следующий оппонент. Да, у меня есть такое встречное предложение. Обращаюсь к промоушену Brave. Мы можем организовать этот бой у меня на родине, в Дагестане. Если не в Дагестане, то в России, Москва. Brave было в Сочи. Давайте сделаем это еще раз. Можно и в Сочи. Но я предпочел бы провести этот бой у себя на родине, в Дагестане. Готов включиться в организационную часть, помочь чем надо. У нас есть хорошие залы, где вместимость до 10 тысяч человек. Я думал, получилось бы хорошее, красочное шоу. Let's go, Brave.
You know, Shorty looks like a very good guy. I first time saw him here. But I have a proposal to the Brave. Let's make our fight against Shorty in Russia. You know, maybe in Dagestan, maybe in Moscow. How do you think?
I think personally that would be a great fight. Ladies and gentlemen, through to the semi-final of the flyweight tournament. Give it up for Ali "Puncher King" Bagautinov.
This bout is brought to you by Brave Gym. Training for mind, body, and spirit. Brave, it's more than a gym. The #1 fighter in the Arab world, Jarrah Silawi, is back to defend his Brave CF Super Welterweight title and will take on top contender for the crown, Ismail Naurdiev, who's looking for his first world title. Coming up next, Jarrah the Jordanian Lion Al Silawi defends his Brave CF Super Welterweight title against Ismail the Austrian Wonderboy Naurdiev.
It's time for our main event of the evening. Two warriors are ready to collide inside the Brave CF50 arena. Brave Nation, don't blink for this one. This will be absolute fire. 5-minute rounds for the Brave Combat Super Welterweight Championship of the World. Your three judges for this bout are Hadi Muhammad Ali, Gar Lyons, and Ramzi Farzad. Your referee in charge of the action is the Irish bulldozer, Decky Larkin. The Super Welterweight main event title fight for Brave CF50 is sanctioned by the Bahrain MMA Federation and its president, Mohammed Camber, and presented by our gold sponsors, Sibarco Car, and our hospitality partners, Nordic Palace and Spa. Two men enter, only one man leaves with his arms raised in victory. Who comes out as a world champion in this amazing main event? It's time to find out. Let's introduce our two main event warriors. But Brave Nation, before we begin, I have one question for you and one question only. For all those watching in the magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain and the millions watching around the world, Brave Nation, are you ready for war? Introducing your first warrior, the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 20 wins and 4 losses. He stands 182 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 79.2 kilograms. Representing Top Team Salzburg and fighting out of Austria, presenting the challenger, Ismail, the Austrian Wonder Boy, Naurdiev! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's in mixed martial arts with a professional record of 15 wins and 3 losses. He stands 183 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 79.1 kilograms. Representing Gladiator MMA and Mat 05 Jiu-Jitsu and fighting out of Amman, Jordan. Give it up for the reigning, defending, undisputed Brave Combat Federation Super Welterweight Champion of the World, the Jordanian Lion, Jarrah Silawi! For fighter instructions, the Irish bulldozer, Decky Larkin.
Gentlemen, you've been over the rules. Listen to my instructions all the time. Obey my commands at all times. We'll have a good, clean fight. Any questions? Any questions? If you want to touch, let's go.
Quick tale of the tape. 28 years old versus 24 years old. Everything else is on the money. When you have a main event of this stature, you need one of the best referees in the world, and that's what you have in Declan Larkin. Here we go. Phil Campbell in the booth with Carrick Jeunesse and flyweight incumbent Shorty Torres. It's on.
I mean, I might not last that much longer. We saw that stare down. And we know the Russians are going to pick up me after this, so...
Naurdiev getting off early, taking the center, but again, as we've said so often, in mixed martial arts. This is the toughest test of Jarrah Al-Silawi's career. And what does he do every time? Passes it with flying colors, Carrick.
Every time we say that, Phil, he comes back, lands blistering leg kicks, ends up taking out his opponent.
Doubling up on the jab, looking nice and long. Naurdiev giving him some interesting looks, shorty.
Yeah, again, he's taking the center of the cage, but he is, I believe, the superior striker, but Jarrah adapts very, very fast, very well. So Naurdiev needs to push this pace and implement his stand-up as fast as possible.
And is the fact that this is the first 5-round fight, I believe, in the career of Ismail Naurdiev, will that have a bearing on the fight on this global stage?
Definitely. If it goes to those later rounds, again, it's really that conditioning factor of you're the main event. It's Brave 50. It's a gigantic moment. The lights are hot, and depending on how hard the pace is, right now it's slow, methodical. They're trying to feel each other out. If it starts to get a little more aggressive, you might start to tire out that 4th and 5th round. And Jarrah's been there multiple times.
Speaking of potentially tiring out, it is 20 minutes past 1 in the morning right here, but we are not tired. We are absolutely buzzing for this electric main event in Combat Kingdom Bahrain. Nice little question mark kick there, just keeping Jarrah honest, but Jarrah fires back with a blistering body kick of his own.
It's 1 a.m.? Oh, man, my mom's going to be upset. I got to go home. And Naurdiev just taking the center of the cage, trying to set up that right hand, using that jab, pacing himself properly, and pushing Jarrah against, trying to make him walk back so he can't implement his strikes.
You saw him just feint that straight right, just letting him know that it's there, letting Jarrah Al-Silawi know that it's potentially in the chamber.
Jarrah keeps crossing his feet, which I don't know if he's trying to set up a left leg, front leg body kick, but he keeps crossing his feet, and if Naurdiev sees that, he might be able to take advantage.
Should end at the exact moment that he's crossing the feet when he's standing square, perhaps.
Yeah. Whether it's takedown or just straight body shots, it makes someone square, and they can't counter back, or at least it's harder to counter back.
Going up top. Naurdiev felt the wind of that one.
And he's already blocked a few of those forearms. That takes a lot of pressure. If we remember the Rami Hamed Ghazi Musa fight, Rami kicked so hard that even if you blocked it, you were going to break your bones. And he broke his, I believe, Ghaziev's honor bone on one of his arms.
Jarrah Al-Silawi does kick like a mule, but then again, so does Ismail Naurdiev, renowned for his kicking game and dynamic attacks. First round of the championship fight feels a little bit like a feeling out process, trying to get a gauge of one another.
This is a chess match. And Naurdiev's not trying to go too hard, but beautiful left hook by Jarrah.
Just came up over the defenses, and that's the thing with these little gloves, that you can't get away with what you could get away with in boxing, what you could get away with kickboxing.
And talking about boxing, that was kind of like the Canelo, left hook with Kovalev. It looked like it was going to the body, and it came up high.
Both men firing back at one another.
Possibly a little eye poke there, but I believe that was a punch. And the ref says keep on going.
Decky Larkin says keep fighting, you keep fighting.
And that's the hardest part, is sometimes those punches are going to land right in the eye socket. It might not hurt, but it makes your eye flick. It makes your vision blurred, and it feels like an actual eye poke.
Carrick, what are you seeing so far in the opening round of this championship bout?
Two people who understand that their opponent can put them out at any second. Therefore, it's necessary to feel each other out a little bit. They've watched tape of each other for months. The question, though, is how is the opponent right now? How is he tonight? How did he sleep last night? What are his reflexes like? And they're finding that out right now. They got about 44 more seconds. I do think this round will end. I'm expecting round two to heat up quite a bit.
Sorry, I wanted to ask you, competing at this kind of time, is it something you've ever had to do, and how do you make those adjustments so that you're going in at, say, 1:30 in the morning feeling in top condition?
It's very different, for right now in the States, this is proper fight time, just when the fights start. So if I'm only here for a week, maybe I haven't been adjusted to the time yet, so this will be normal. These guys are very close to this country, so it might be just as late, if not later, in their parts. So you do have to adapt. You have to adapt your sleeping schedule a little bit. But overall, these guys have been waiting. They've been excited. And maybe there was an adrenaline dump earlier in the day, but so far they look rejuvenated right now. But that is something that you have to 100% plan for, is you might fight at 1 in the morning.
Jess Isaacson and Brian Coyle sorting out our fighters, making sure they're ready to go for round 2. Seeing some of the action here, Carrick, and both men exchanging decent shots in the opening stanzas.
I thought Ismail looked a little bit better in the first half of the round. I thought Jarrah pulled it out in the second half of the round. In my experience, judges tend to favor the second half of the round over the first. I think it probably was 10-9 for Jarrah, the Jordanian Lion, Al Silawi.
And this is why you need to judge my fights, because I'm a slow starter, so I'm definitely a second half type of person.
You have been much better in the previous 3 fights, commentating than you were in the first 3 fights, thus...
I start faster commentating than I do fight.
An absolute pleasure to be joined in commentary by Shorty Torres and Carrick Jeunesse. My name is Phil Campbell. This is the second round of the main event for the Brave Combat Federation Super Welterweight title of the world.
If I started my fights as fast as I eat, like going straight to dessert, I would be dominant in the sport.
All first round finishes.
Have you guys seen my stories? Man.
Both men occupying the center. Neither want to take a backward step. I think Imite's beautiful leg kick, just
now
absolutely
turning.
Perfect technique. Turned the hips in. Ismail lifted up the shorts there as if to say, go again.
And Jarrah's very, very quick with those kicks in general, whether it's leg kicks or head kicks, and it's very hard to tell the difference.
Trying to work the jab, straight hook there was Jarrah.
Naurdiev now picking up that leg, ready to check just in case, but his hands are up the entire time if the leg goes low or high.
So then with that in mind, Carrick, would it benefit Jarrah to throw the fakes up to the legs and then go up top?
I think that's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly what he's setting up. He had good luck with that kick, got answered. That let him know, yep, that one hurt. He's now feinting low, and he's going to try and set up a shot high.
And Naurdiev's a good counter fighter. The only problem is he's taking too many leg kicks, and now you see him switching stances. Now you see him wobbling.
The legs compromised. The legs, we could be seeing a TKO due to leg kicks. Panic shot.
Oh, this fight's over.
Ladies and gentlemen, and still the reigning, defending, undisputed Brave Combat Federation Super Welterweight Champion of the world, Jarrah, the Jordanian Lion, Al Silawi.
Jarrah Al Silawi leg breaker. Gentlemen, I do believe we saw a leg break in the Brave Combat Federation cage.
I would stand up like you guys were, but I'm pretty sure I'm the same size standing up as I am sitting down in this chair.
You can stand on the seat. It's that kind of a moment.
That is also very true. I could have been maybe same height, if not a head off.
Obviously, right now, our thoughts are with Ismail Naurdiev. We're not 100% sure just how compromised or damaged that leg is.
Gentlemen, I do not want to see him stand. I believe that leg may well be broken.
Oh, man.
Jarrah sensing the danger. Ismail Naurdiev trying to get in. But once again, let's talk about Jarrah Al Silawi. We said it again. The MMA media said it again. Facing the toughest test of his professional career. He goes in, gets it done like it's no thing.
Yeah, and again, I've seen Naurdiev go against some of the best. So for Jarrah to really pick him apart, and then for Naurdiev to just fold like that, shows how much pain he really is in, that he had to fold and be like, I just can't do it anymore. I want to fight. You can tell even while wobbling, he tried his best. He switched stances. He moved back. He tried to go for that single leg, but he could not put pressure on that leg. And Jarrah being respectful there, looking at the ref before striking, and we see with that leg brace on right now, his coaches, the medical team here at Brave taking care of him. He is walking out, so that is the plus. Man, that is a scary thing. My condolences. I hope he does recover well. And just amazing performance by Jarrah. That just adds to his resume.
Guys, while we see the champion talking with his coach, Sami Al-Jamal, I do want to talk about how this is a team sport. Shorty, you are a product of Master Bob's Combat Dough. You train with Dean Thomas in the firm. This is a team sport. There's one person in there that everybody looks at, but you can see Coach Sami there with the champion. It's a team sport, and everybody wins on that team.
I mean, my saying is we can, we will. Together we are Team Shorty. I cannot do this by myself. And again, this is a team sport. We might be in the cage alone, but it takes so many to get us to step in there in the first place.
For the last time tonight, for the last time in this historic run of 4 events in just 21 days, we will be throwing it up to the best in the business, the 4-time cage announcer of the year, the inimitable, the iconic Mr. Carlos Kramer, to make it official.
trouble in the water. We are lost like the Israelite. God's gonna trouble the water.
All right, Brave Nation, what an incredible main event. This comes to an end at 1 minute, 19 seconds of the second round. Your winner by TKO due to leg kicks, and still the reigning, defending, undisputed Brave Combat Federation Super Welterweight Champion of the World, the Jordanian Lion, Jarrah Silawi.
This was the culmination of 4 fights in 21 days. We had Asian domination, Arabian Night, super fight, and now at the peak of 50, the world's only super welterweight champion has emerged victorious after absolutely devastating his world-class opponent.
Jordy, I would have to ask the question, is there anything left for this man to accomplish at Super Welterweight?
There's definitely always something left, but for him, and for me in general, I was a double weight division champ. I would love to see him bump up. I would love to see him fight different champions, champ versus champ, see what comes next, have him challenge something else like Muhammad Bakardin was doing. Obviously, couldn't fight this fight, but he's had the Absolute tournament. He's tried to bump up for this light heavyweight matchup. Obviously, sickness came in, but Jarrah should try to do the same thing. Push himself to this limit. You only have one life to live, and this sport only lasts so long. He's been very dominant at this weight class. There's no one next to him right now. Here, might as well bump on up and fight the next champion there.
Well, you mentioned Muhammad Fakhruddin about him bumping up. The Jordanian Lion is 1-on-1 with Muhammad Fakhruddin. Therefore,
a great matchup.
A fight at middleweight could be something very, very exciting. Gentlemen, I'm going to set up for the socially distanced post-fight interview, but talk us through some of that action.
Man, you see these guys, methodically going back and forth, but Jarrah saw the leg kicks were landing and causing some damage, and eventually Naurdiev started to switch stances, which automatically showed he's hurt, he's injured, he started to wobble, he started to bounce, and Jarrah took full advantage. Even while switching the stance, he was kicking that back leg, and Naurdiev tried to go for a shot, but could not put weight on it, collapsed, and ultimately had the fold under the pressure.
That leg completely gave out. That looks to me like more than simply muscle damage from a calf kick. Something devastating happened to that leg. He did walk out in a full brace under his own control to a degree. He had arms around two of his compatriots. He did not get stretchered out, but that is a gentleman on his way to the hospital. We've got world-class medical care here. They're going to get him ship-shape in no time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the reigning, undisputed Brave Combat Federation Super Welterweight Champion of the World. Jarrah, you made that look easy. Did it feel as good and as clean when you were in the Brave Arena there?
جراح عم بيحكي انه انت عملت الفايت يعني مبين انه يكون سهل. انت كنت حاسس جوا الكيج انه هي راح تكون هيك سهل لهي الدرجه؟
طبعا الحمد لله رب العالمين على هذا الفوز. لا طبعا هذا الفايت ما كان لازم يكون سهل، لانه اسماعيل الصراحه مش مقاتل سهل، بس انا حضرت كثير منيح لهذا الفايت الحمد لله. طول عمري بتدرب وطول عمري بجهز حالي للفايتات الصعبه، فالحمد لله ربنا يسر هذا الفايت وكان كثير الحمد لله يعني سهل وربنا يسره.
No, I didn't think that the fight was going to be easy. Ismail is a very good opponent, has a very good record, is a very tough fighter. But I studied a lot with the camp, with my coaches, and I thought that the way to actually get him would be exactly the strategy that we planned. and went straight, and that made it look a bit easy, but it was not an easy fight at all. He's strong. I trained very hard for this camp. I've been camping for 3 months outside Jordan because of Corona, and thank God and God's will, came up with a victory.
There was something a little bit more aggressive about you in the lead up to this fight, a little bit different. Did you feel like you had a little bit more of a point to prove, given that Ismail was coming in as a newcomer to the promotion? Did you feel like you were defending not just your belt, but the honor of Brave Combat Federation by taking on a newcomer?
انت حسيت انه هم حسوا ان انت كنت كتير اجريسيف، يعني كتير هجومت عليه اكتر من دايما انت بتهجم. انت حسيت انه كان مفروض وكان يحس انه بريف مش قليله بالمره، وانت لازم يعني تدافع عن بريف واسم بريف واسم البطل جراح سلاوي.
طبعا اكيد انا بعتبر حالي مقاتل بريف. اي حدا بيجي على بريف وبيلعب ضدي، بالذات لما يكون لاعب مثل اسماعيل، بعتبر هاي مسؤوليه كثير كبيره الصراحه. فحسيت انه لازم اندفع ولازم احقق هذا الفوز، لانه بصراحه كانت مهمه يعني مش سهله، وبعتبرها مسؤوليه كثير كبيره علي. بس الحمد لله رب العالمين حضرت كثير منيح لهذا الفايت، وعملنا خطه والحمد لله توفقنا في الخطه، صار زي ما احنا مخططين الحمد لله بالضبط.
Of course, Brave is my home. Brave is where I'm champion. He's coming from a different organization. He's coming with a lot of hype, a very good record. I felt an obligation and honor to defend it and defend it well. And on our plan and the way we designed it is that we were going to push hard the first 2 rounds, and the rest would have been easier for us because Jarrah is used to 5-round fights, and we don't think that Ismail was going to be able to keep it up.
Now let's talk a little bit about your future, your legacy. What do you do next? You've accomplished essentially everything you can at super welterweight. You've already fought at middleweight. Would stepping up to middleweight and taking on the champion Mohammed Fakhreddin, who you're already 1-1 with, would that be something that interests you?
انت عملت كل شيء اللي لازم تعمل بالوالتر ويت، وانت عملت ليجاسي كبير وتاريخ كبير بالوالتر ويت. انت اوريدي جربت الميدل ويت. انت حاسس انه ممكن تطلع على الميدل ويت وتلعب مع محمد فخر الدين وانتوا واحد فوز كل واحد، وجرب حالك على الميدل ويت؟
يعني الصراحه بتخيل انه انا وزني الوالتر ويت في مجموعه كثير كبيره جديده جاء على الوالتر ويت، راح استقبلهم وراح ارحب فيهم على طريقتي الخاصه. الصراحه الوزن انا بلعب عليه هو السوبر والتر ويت، هذا وزني المفضل وانا بطل هذا الوزن، والصراحه راح اضل ادافع على هذا الوزن.
I like the super welterweight weight. I feel comfortable with it. I feel comfortable fighting in it. Brave just contracted, has a lot of exciting new fighters in the welterweight division. I believe that the welterweight division is very deep, and I'm very excited to defend my belt for a long time in this category, which I feel comfortable with.
And finally, is there anything else you would like to say to the people who support you, friends, family, and your countrymen?
بتحب تحكي إشي لكل حدا بالأردن، أصحابك وعائلتك، أي شيء تحب رسالة لهم؟
طبعا أول شيء بدي أشكر شكرا لبريف على هاي الفرصة، شكرا لسمو الشيخ خالد، شكرا محمد شهيد على هذا الفايت كثير حلو. بدي أشكر كمان فريقي جلادياتر تيم ومات 05، الكوتش سامي الجمل والكوتش علي والكوتش تيمور على التحضير. بدي أشكر كمان تيكي تيم حضرت هناك في دبي للفايت، وكوتش شون، تيم خان، كل الناس اللي ساعدوني حتى أحقق هذا الفوز.
I would like to thank, of course, first Brave for this beautiful opportunity that they gave me to test myself. I would like to thank Sheikh Khalid and Shahid for an amazing event, an epic event. I would like to thank my coaches, Coach Ali Tamri, Samil Jamal, and Coach Taimur, and Gladiator Gym and Matt 05 for an amazing camp and the support that they gave me to be in shape and be here ready. And I would like to thank all the people in Jordan and everybody that is my fan and has been following me. And also, he would like to thank TK in Dubai, where he finished his camp.
Well, once again, congratulations on a fantastic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning Brave Combat Federation Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Jarrah Al-Silawi.